reluctant yesterday to play this shot, left him alone, and now here this morning fancied his chances, never really got onto one, and then that one there just popped it straight to mid-on. So a good piece of bowling from Lee, not a good piece of bowling from Gale. First wicket down, 48 runs.
For the West Indies, a big setback after Gale and Smith had played so well yesterday. For 22 overs on one ball, played with real commitment and application. This morning, Gale just not there. Played a bad shot in the over, trying to pull, missed it, and now pull shot to mid-on. Here's Ganga now. So that's the end of the over from Leah. A wicket in the over, it's 48 for 1. A real psychological and actual setback for the West Indies to have a wicket going that early. Here it is, completely miscued, and just carrying to mid-on, taken low down by Waugh. Straightforward catch, really, just had to wait for it to come to him. Here's now Gillespie to Smith.
Well, often they accuse fast bowlers of not thinking about too much, but Chris Gale, I don't know what he was thinking about here. He did all that hard work last night, left short balls alone, ducked underneath them, picked the right balls to hit around, comes out here this morning and figures he can take him on. Now that was about the third shortest ball he got in that over, and as you can see, there's one man there, and I think there was one man right out the fence at square leg and hit it straight to the guy at mid-on. So like you say, it's what a difference a day makes. What a difference a few hours makes in a batsman's thinking. He had all day today, no hurry to wear down Lee or whatever he was going to do like last night. But doing things like that is going to make it so easy for these Australians. They'll peg away at him. Lee will blast up there for 6 overs or so. Surely they must have that in their mind.
Should have had the example of Hayden and Langer in the second innings in that partnership of 242. Application really is what was needed, and they showed it admirably yesterday afternoon in the face of a pace blitz really from Lee. Testing afternoon session, and they played it so well. Very disappointing way to be dismissed.
Yes, it was very much a mirror image yesterday afternoon of what the Australians did in the morning, what Langer and Hayden did. They didn't play very many hook shots at all, I don't think, yesterday morning. Mind you, Lawson was off the field in defence of these batsmen out there now. They've got a full contingent of Australian quicks that are going to let fly at them. And that's why they've got to be, well, very thoughtful about the way they play their shots and shot selection. Or should I say, simple word, discipline.
That's well run. Just to push into the offside. Brings Ganga now into the strike. Lara and Ganga with those 200s, but really hasn't done anything since then. Scores of 2, 26, 6 and 6 since those successive hundreds. And out very disappointingly in the first innings to a hook shot late in the day. On that first day, feathered a hook down the leg side to Gilchrist. Ends the over, 49 for 1. Well bowled. So the Australians really with their tails up now. Got an early wicket. West Indies' opening batsman had gone through the first 3/4 of an hour to an hour. Would have lifted their spirits. Conversely, the early wicket has boosted the Australians.
This will be the plan of the Aussies here. Dry it up while the wickets aren't around. They take a wicket attack again. Smith on strike at the moment. He's played pretty well, the shorter deliveries. Left them alone. He's a bit smaller in stature, but I think that helps a lot too. Gale's a lot bigger than him when he's out there, and he sort of doesn't try to block him too much. He either sways out the way or tries to take it on. Whereas when you're smaller, it's a little bit easier to duck underneath the balls.
Out in the sunshine. Nice and warm, but not too hot today. Yeah, there's Smith under it. Flag of Guyana. A number of Guyanese are now in Antigua resident. In fact, the flags of many Caribbean territories are around. There are a number of Caribbean nationals who resident here, who are working here. It's the flag of Dominica, close by, relatively speaking. One of the closest islands here, that's the Antiguan flag. One of the closest islands is Guadeloupe, French island. They wouldn't have a clue about what's going on here. They're picking up any sort of television coverage. Make about as much sense to them as I suppose cricket, you would say, because they have no clue. They just don't play it there. It's a French territory. So the inside edge onto it. End of the over, 49 for 1. So Ganga now gets off the mark and just playing cat and mouse there, Gilchrist, offering them the second run, never there.
Yes, I think he was hoping they'd go for two there. Ganga was thinking about it. Smith wasn't even interested. He wasn't watching. But Gilchrist was just, well, cantering after this, really, hoping that they would try it. Now, he's not really racing in on that one. But Smith wasn't watching the batter at the other end, really, as to what his call was.
Mentioned Guadeloupe, which is by air no more than, what, 25 minutes away from here, not knowing anything about the game of cricket, because it is a French territory, not independent, it's a Department of France. Thierry Henry, the Arsenal striker, the French player as well, famous footballer. He's from there. Marie Perec, the runner, is also from Guadeloupe. So they produce a number of outstanding footballers and track and field athletes. You ask them what a leg before wicket decision is, they'll be absolutely clueless. I do believe they do play cricket in France. Well, I suppose French cricket we hear about. But, there's a European tournament which has been taking place. They've now got it on an annual basis where teams from France and Germany and Spain and so on play. Denmark. And gone. So 2 wickets going very early on, and once again Gillespie gets Smith. He's troubled him throughout the series so far. He's taken his wicket several times and does so again to a catch at the wicket. And the West Indies have lost both openers very quickly this morning.
Yeah, Smith got a bit defensive here. Another short ball there. Could have left that one alone. Had to spar at that one. I think it actually exploded a little bit off the pitch there. Nice bowling from Gillespie around the wicket. Forced him into playing at the ball there and just got a simple edge through to Gilchrist. So, well, big drama here for the West Indies now. 2 down in no time this morning. 2 for 50.
So in comes Brian Lara, the West Indies captain, now with his team having had their 2 openers dislodged very quickly this morning. They were looking forward to another period of resistance from them as they got yesterday afternoon. It didn't materialize. Both Gale and Smith gone, and now Lara has to come in. He joins Ganga, and the 418 which the West Indies have been asked to get looks even further in the distance than it did at the start of play. It's his 50th wicket against the West Indies. A nice edge for Smith. Pivoting with his first run, not quite getting hold of it, but nevertheless off the mark.
Yes, it's not the way they wanted to go. Aspirations have had a huge dent in it. There's the wicket of Smith there. Just fending at that ball, just straightening up from Gillespie. Nice delivery, nice length there. Put him in two minds, really, whether to leave it alone or not. And in the end, he ended up playing at it. And really, hindsight, if he goes back in the room, the length of that, he could have left that well alone. Just a good piece of bowling from Gillespie there. Just gets sometimes Smith two modes. He either goes for the bowling or not at all. Just brings him undone sometimes.
It's over.
51 for 2.
So Gale and Smith gone, the 5th time in 8 innings in the series. His first for Devon Smith, his first series. 5th time he's fallen to Gillespie. Other 3 occasions he's gone to Brett Lee. So that's his series over. First series for him. Certainly not entirely convincing, but he has shown promise. He's only 21 years of age, and in his first series against a high-class bowling attack. Now Lara waits for Lee.
Well, it's just the 2 slips for Lara. They've set the bouncer trap out for him. There's a man down at 3rd man. And Darren Lehman, I think it is, in at back pad. Ideal time for the Aussies to get Lara in. Just what they wanted. The 2 openers out of the way. Lee loosening up now. Tail in the air. Down breeze.
Nicely played. Just tucked off the hit by Lara for a single. Good opportunity here for Ganga. Back-to-back hundreds in the first couple of test matches. Not too sure if Lara and Chanderpaul is fit enough to bat. His pretty wife is there to support him. But, he's in the dressing room. He's had a splint on one of his fingers, damage when he was taking a catch in the Australian innings. First innings, that is. So he has been off the field. It's an external injury, so there's no question that he will be able to bat where the captain puts him. Had it been not an external injury, in other words, an internal injury, a muscle strain or something like that, under the regulations, he would not have been able to bat higher than number 7.
Isn't that good? Ridley Jacobs, we watched him hobble around for hours the other week, and he was, well, hobbled by the rule. And like you say, I mean, it's to stop people faking injuries.
That's a bad shot. Just airy-fairy drive outside the off stump to a fullish ball. Maybe just beaten by the pace.
I think he was, but I think he's also banking on the short ball, so he's gone back. And then it's thrown up wide of him there. Almost oblige Brett Lee, that outside edge. He's gone way back to the cross. That's gambling on a short ball. And Lee's just thrown it up there.
Yeah, just look how far that bat was away from the body. From that front bat, a huge distance between the two. Ends the over at 52 for 2. So both Gillespie and Lee have had a wicket this morning. Here's Gillespie now to Lara. That's a good one as well. Just searching for it. So the West Indies 52 for 2, changing the commentary for the first time for the morning as we watch the delivery from Lee. David Hooks and Ian Bishop will continue the commentary.
Thank you, Tony. And a very good day to you, wherever you may be watching this from. And what could be an intriguing day, probably the 2 men at the crease are going to have a big say into how big a day the West Indies have. Lara, the champion, Ganga with 2 centuries in this series already. Sarwan, Chanderpaul, Jacob to come. So it is a long batting lineup with great depth. It's just a matter of a huge partnership. It needs to be a partnership of 150 to 200. And the earlier in the innings that can happen, the better, of course. So these two are able to put on something like 150 to 200. Some 4 hours of batting would be exactly what the West Indies require. They've had 2 big partnerships already in this series, Lara and Ganga. 185 in Guyana in the second innings and 158 in Trinidad in the first innings. So there's no reason why they can't do it again today on what looks a pretty good pitch as we say good morning to Ian Bishop.
It is a decent pitch. There are just 1 or 2 areas that will cause some problems just there. We see the top coming off in certain areas, which might just make it a bit harder for the batsman to score, actually. I think it's been a bad pitch. It's been a very good pitch. Just heard Matthew Hayden talking this morning about the tennis ball bounce, which requires a different type of application, occupation of the crease. More imperative here than maybe on 1 or 2 other pitches that we've seen throughout the series. A little bit of extra bounce, so the horizontal bat shots have to be played with a lot of care. I just feel, Hooksy, that the West Indies, to do well in this match, they must be able to come back tomorrow and bat, no doubt.
No doubt, because there's no way there'll be a draw in this game. The result will be there one way or the other. There are 180 overs. Well, at the start of today's play, there were 180 overs to play. So the result will be there. If the West Indies are good enough to bat today, they'll be around about 300. Some 120 short. So it's a matter of whether they can get through each little session. I know that traditionally teams talk about ball by ball. And I guess when you've got 2 days in front of you, that's the only way you can approach it. Over for Australia, 52 for 2. Lovely clear day here this morning. A bit of dark light last night. In fact, the game was called off with 5 deliveries to go yesterday afternoon because of the fading light with Brett Lee bowling. Lovely shot. Nice and straight from Ganga, nice and composed and calm at the crease. Lara and Ganga has been in this series. And lovely push for 3.
That's a good shot. Not sure if Bretley was trying to get another one of those Yorkers fired in at Lara and Ganga. He showed the full face of the bat. Didn't try to muscle it through the infield, just timed it, used the pace of Bretley. It's one of the disadvantages of bowling very quickly. Batsmen can use your pace. Mind you, there are not too many disadvantages. Always an asset to be able to top 90 miles per hour.
Pretty fit and healthy and strong, Brett Lee. Done a lot of bowling in the last 12 months or so, but very good at preparing himself to play. Looks after himself well leading up to matches and during matches. Ooh, close. Oh, just sparring on that one. That's the one dismissal a year that batsman dreads, the one that he knows he's going to edge down leg side of the wicket keeper, just off the glove or even the full face.
It's an area or line of attack, David, that Glenn McGrath has tried against Brian Lara with 1 or 2 successes in the past. Just probably thinking about getting a fieldsman in there if that line persists and that length persists from Bretley. Certainly a plan.
On top of it. To jump up in the air, Brian Lara, just to ensure that he got the ball to the ground. So a risky shot in the end, because unless you're going to play the square cut, there's nothing to gain from actually playing at the ball. It's quite wide. Jumping up a long way. Plenty of Australians have come over here to watch this. They're looking forward to today's battle between these two sides. The Fanatics is one of the group, and yesterday one of them paid to have his name on the scoreboard. There's the Australian fielding scoreboard in order, in batting order in fact. And yesterday the 12th man was McGrath, who paid for himself, and overnight they paid again to get their touring party group as the 12th man for Australia. Fanatics. Probably could bat above MacGill and McGrath, I would have thought. 55 for 2. 2. Gillespie to resume. 3 steps in the gully to Ganga. And the man in the gully is Andy Bickle. Just had an email from Mrs. McGrath, concerned that her son paid to get his name on the scoreboard. She thought it was done out of the kindness of the scoreboard's heart. Well, Mr. McGrath, just put that to rest. Your lovable son paid. short cover, Steve Waugh.
It's a curious position because if Lara and Ganga pushes the ball in front of square and the offside, there are runs to be had. I think that's what Steve Waugh wants him to do. He does have a tendency at times, Lara and Ganga, not to get that big stride in. We saw that in Trinidad, pushed at a delivery that wasn't there for the driver and edged it to slip. There's Steve Waugh, very close in at cover.
Sometimes as a batsman, you're quite happy for the man to come in at short cover, which is Steve Waugh, unless the pitch is actually up and down and stopping, which this one doesn't appear to be at the moment. It makes you actually play the drive better. Yes, you have to go past that man along the ground, but it's easier to play the shot. You say, okay, well, here comes the ball, it's a half volley. I really have to get my weight over the ball to hit the ball past the man at short cover. So sometimes it plays into the batsman's hands. Different if the pitch is up and down and stopping and propping. If it tops a little bit, you can actually hit it to that fieldsman. Gillespie doing his standard Achilles stretch as he walks back. Would have done his hour of yoga this morning, preparing to bowl. We're in the swimming pool at the hotel around about 7 o'clock as well. Fanatical in his preparation, particularly when he knows that Australia is bowling for a full day. Goes through an enormous amount of stretching on the ground as well, walking back to his mark. Most times he stops and stretches and occasionally does a full hamstring stretch. .32 overs gone, 55 for 2. Is the target for the West Indies, as after 45 minutes of play, the first bowling change. Glenn McGrath to come on. And I wonder whether the use of Gillespie and Lee this morning in was an indication of signs to come for Australia and for Glenn McGrath.
I think it is, and it's not demeaning to Glenn McGrath. It is just that he's getting older, and the passage of time, or the passing of time, means that someone has to ascend the throne that he has ruled on for the better part of 8 years at least. He's been an outstanding and magnificent performer for Australia over the years, and still has some life left in him. But I do feel that the time is very soon, when you look at the pace at which he bowls now, that it might be better served Australia's purposes that Gillespie and Brett Lee use the new ball. Not too sure how much longer he will carry on. He's not finished yet, there's no doubt about that. He's still effective, very effective.
Has been a great battle between Lara and McGrath way back since 1995. You have to say McGrath has won the battle. He has 424 wickets, a wonderful average of 21.6. He has been a magnificent opening bowler for Australia for a long time now. dearly love to get Lara out again, just to add it to his CV.
It's a lot warmer today than we've seen for the duration of this test match. We've seen most of the mornings be very overcast. Not today.
Didn't quite get it. And Steve Waugh did well fielding. If he hits, it's close. In fact, if he hit, he may have been out by the reaction of the Australians. Brilliant piece of fielding by Steve Waugh.
I think he would have been out. He's not the quickest mover, Lara and Ganga. He would have been out. It didn't miss by much. He got the line right on the throw of Steve Waugh. It's just a little bubble that sent it over the top of the stumps. Certainly on target. Yeah, he would have been gone. In the worst possible way. Throwing on the run.
Into the over, 56 for 2. .56 for 2, 33 overs gone. Just the 4 boundaries and a 1-6. It's Bickle to come on now to replace Gillespie. So Steve Waugh will do everything right today in his own mind. He'll be trying to swap the bowlers around, trying to break the partnerships, keep the faster bowlers as fresh as possible to get them through the day's work. Because of course there is the possibility of them having to come back to bowl for whatever period tomorrow. So it'll be not foremost in his mind, but there'll be an element of that in his mind that he won't want to drag the energy out of the bowlers in 2/3 of today and have them spent. His great advantage, of course, is that he's got Stuart MacGill, who will probably bowl 30 to 40% of the overs from one end anyway.
In addition to all those factors that you've just named, David, is also the little battle between Lara and MacGill, which Lara has won the majority. MacGill has gotten him out at least on one occasion, but Andy Bickle has gotten Lara out on 4 occasions in this series. And when you combine Glenn McGrath's success over Lara over a career, it's a hard time to work now for the West Indies captain.
Lovely shot. He does play that shot well. A small man and comes up to waist height, but he's able to get up on his toes and slash it past the point. He does that very, very well. It's one of his favourite shots, and he hits it well.
Very good shot. He was in perfect position. The balance was good to play this. It was in the air for some time. There's a huge gap between point and cover. Fantastic swing of the bat.
First boundary of the day after 50 minutes of play. Oh, gee, that had a bit of oomph in it as well. That's the Bickle strength. He may well just be a medium pacer, but he has this bustling ability to hit the seam and just get that extra bounce.
Perfect seam position, as you said. I think that's one of his great skills, in that you'll get some scoring opportunities and then you get one of these extra bounce, a little bit of movement with no discernible change in the action. Just a wholehearted cricketer. Just look at the bounce here. The ball before was hit for 4, and this one just climbs at him. Lots to think about for Brian Lara. I think, to be fair to Brian Lara, we spoke about Glenn McGrath probably being surpassed by Gillespie and Lee in terms of who uses a new ball in the Australian team. I think it's time some of the other West Indian batsmen step up. Every time there's a total to be chased, a lot of folks talk about Lara being the key. Also now a good time for the other West Indian batsmen to step up and assume that mantle.
Lovely shot again. Probably a better shot than the first one. More of a genuine cut shot.
Great strength of Brian Lara, the cut shot. 2 boundaries in the over. Kept it down. More in control of that one. Right on top of the bounce well.
So good over for Brian Lara, 64 for 2. Early this morning, and then Smith got out and Lara came in.
I suppose in many ways it's the last time possibly that we'll see that Glenn McGrath, or it could be the last time we'll see the Glenn McGrath-Brian Lara battle. Don't know for sure. That's how the series has gone for these batsmen. Ricky Ponting not playing in this match, and he's on top with 500 plus runs, outstanding average of 130. That won't change. Brian Lara can add to his total of 484. He's in second place. Justin Langer also 483 runs, just one behind Brian Lara. So these guys, as well as they've done in this series, are also in contention for the man of the series. Ricky Ponting certainly out front at the moment.
Big shout from behind, but late shout though. Adam Gilchrist went on walkabout after he took the alleged catch. But it was a really late appeal. It was quite loud, but the players didn't go up the moment the ball left the bat or past the bat.
Bit of daylight in between bat and ball. It wasn't a very convincing appeal from the guys behind the stumps, and it didn't fool umpire Shepherd. As we spoke about the man of the series, there are 5 adjudicators. Ian Bishop, David Hooks, West Indies coach, Gus Logie, Australian coach, and fans voting on a website poll. And the first prize and that sports utility vehicle, the Suzuki. There's a second prize as well, $5,000 US.
64 for 2. We spoke about the batsman in the last over. Ricky Ponting clearly, from an average point of view, the form player of the series. Ponting and Lara sharing that mantle, to be fair. And this is an interesting situation with the wickets. Very hard, you would think, philosophically, for a player in a side that loses 4-0 to become man of the series. It's certainly not impossible, but rare. And similarly rare for a player to play just 3 matches out of the 4. Ricky Ponting missing this match. And I guess if a Gillespie took 4 or 5 wickets today, or MacGill took 4 or 5 wickets today, I'd say that would be a real chance to win that fabulous prize, the Cobra Miles Man of the Series. From the bowling perspective, straight shot, and he's missed fielded it. A little bit of a bobble bounce. Lovely high elbow from Lara. Don't always speak about technique from a batsman's point of view very often. But when you have somebody who's such a great exponent of doing things correctly like Lara, Chanderpaul, Ponting in certain shots, you're quite happy to express those thoughts. And Lara, when he plays well and when he plays fractionally within himself, he is a great player. Bowling at 140.4 kilometres per hour, and I've got to apologise to the Bickle family. I've just had an argument with Mark Waugh in between overs of the phrase medium pace, and we all concede that Bickle is closer to fast than medium. He's bowling quicker than Glenn McGrath at the moment. Brett Lee is a genuine fast bowler. Jermaine Lawson's a fast bowler. Shoaib Akhtar. Bickle closer to fast and medium. No ball called.
And he does all the hard work as well, Andy Bickle. Up the hill, into the breeze. Does the job with the bat, does the job in the field. Does all the little things that maybe one or two others might be hesitant to do, and never shies away from his workload.
Bickle had an outstanding World Cup with both bat and ball. Some speculation he may well have been the man of the series just from an outside point of view, as distinct from the point system that they utilised.
From the West Indies point of view, they'll be reasonably pleased to have seen Shivnarine and Chanderpaul knocking up this morning, having a few throwdowns before play started. Chanderpaul didn't feel at all yesterday. He hasn't felt it much in the West Indies innings. Here he is in the background. They will be hoping that he will be able to handle the bat well if his turn comes.
Last ball before drinks was a beauty. So good over by Andy Bickle. just the 1 run from it plus the no ball. Just left him a little bit and close to the bat. So after an hour of play, the West Indies have lost 2 wickets. So a very good first hour for the Australians on this 4th morning. 66 for 2. The West Indies still need 352 to win. It is drinks in the first session.
Has been a tough battle for the West Indies this morning. They have already lost 2 wickets. Only 19 runs added to the overnight total, 47 without loss overnight, and both openers back in the hutch. Lara and Lara and Ganga. Previous commentators have already noted the fact that they have put 2 very good partnerships together already for this series. You need to put another one together here. Good delivery that from McGrath. Just going past the outside edge. A few comments made earlier on, Mark, about Glenn McGrath being demoted. Not necessarily so.
Well, I think he's still a world-class performer. You can see his line of length has been immaculate so far. You always feel that he's a chance of getting an outside edge because he's always in that zone, just outside off stump. With his height, he's always a danger of getting that ball to bounce or seam a bit more than the last delivery. Always looks dangerous, no matter what the conditions.
MacGill and Lara and Ganga and Devon Smith rather fought so well yesterday evening, and then Chris Gayle this morning be dismissed by the short ball. Didn't time it very well at all.
It's not the easiest wicket to pull on. We've seen that so far. Jason Gillespie once again finding the outside edge of Devon Smith. Footwork wasn't there. He's been leaving those balls pretty well so far, or had done until that delivery. Jason Gillespie got him once again. Just see the difference probably between the Australian bowlers and the West Indian bowlers this morning. There's hardly been a ball on leg stump. Everything's been short of length, on or outside off stump. always keeping the batsman under pressure.
Only 6 4s and 1 6 so far in this West Indies innings. And that was the end of the 37th over. It's 67 for 2. Yesterday, of course, today is Monday, a working day.
Yeah.
A single into the mid-wicket region. Obviously, the Australian supporters are all here again today. We've had very good support on this tour so far.
You say it's a working day, Michael, but what do the locals do here? What jobs are in demand in Antigua?
Well, the jobs that would be in demand, the high demand jobs would be in tourism. Tourism is a big product here in Antigua, well, most of the smaller islands. Well, stopped by Steve Waugh. Of course, with all the hotels on the island, lots of the hotel workers have struggled to come to the game. They have been trying to get to the game on various days, but as we know, hotels are open every day, Mark. No weekends off for them.
Certainly been busy, the people at the hotels, serving the Australians their liquor at night and cleaning their rooms.
Of course, the people who have their normal office jobs. We showed earlier on that the ground here, the Antigua Recreation Ground, is not very far from the city itself. You can walk just down to the city where lots of the offices are from the ground. So perhaps a couple of people will be pinching a couple of hours away from work, coming up to the ground, having a look, going back to the office. I suspect that if things get a bit exciting later on, like the Western start get creeping closer to the target, you might find a lot of office workers in meetings whenever you call those offices not available in a meeting. They won't say where the meeting is, though.
In Australia, it's normally on the golf course, but in the West Indies, it's probably at the recreation ground at St John's.
Still bouncing, still carrying.
You can just see the tension in the West Indies batsmen. Lara and Ganga, they're both walking around like there's a lot of pressure on them, which there is. On the other hand, the Australians are going about their business nice and relaxed. Australians keeping the pressure on every ball. There's no easy runs. Every delivery is a danger to the batsman.
Well, that found the gap. No ball was the call, though, from umpire Ben Kataragaban. So that's 5 runs to Lara and Ganga, 5 runs to the West Indies.
Certainly wasn't a convincing shot from Lara and Ganga. His footwork not great. Just threw the bat at the ball and was fortunate, found the gap. So no ball anyway. Signs there for the Australians that Lara and Ganga becoming a little frustrated. Hasn't had much to hit so far. Really working hard to build an innings.
bowled it 73 for 2. So far between Lara and Ganga and Lara. Two very good partnerships earlier on in the series. 185 in Guyana, 158 in Trinidad. They would need to be approaching that sort of partnership again here for the West Indies to have a chance of getting these runs. It's a long, long way to get another 345.
Certainly is a long way, Michael, especially on this wicket where there is some help for the bowlers. First 3 tests were well in favour of the batsmen. This one does give something to the bowlers.
Jason Gillespie at fine leg.
First 3 tests, you would never have seen 3 slips, the gully. The wickets just didn't have the carry in them, but this test match there is that carry, and the batsman is aware that if it does find the edge, it will more than likely carry to hand. Gives the bowler a bit more encouragement.
Those are the 2 centre partnerships I was referring to earlier on. They need to make that 3 centre partnerships in this series. Seen Steve Waugh employ a peculiar field here to Lara and Ganga. 3 slips are fine. You find that any time, but have a look at the man that's dead square on the offside, and then that deep backward point. I think they are thinking that Lara and Ganga might loft the ball somewhere there, or perhaps if it doesn't quite get it correctly, it will go down behind the square, sliding off the face of the bat.
I think Glenn McGrath will be working in that channel. The odd ball is just stopping, and that will bring Andy Bickle into play there at point for that back foot shot. And then if the ball does skid on with a bit more pace, Lara and Ganga will hit it. It may go to the deeper man.
That's well bowled, and he's gone. In swinging Yorker. Club in front.
Can't write off the champion bowler, Ben McGrath. When you least expect him to get a wicket, he will come up with the goods. Magnificent delivery, Ben McGrath.
And that 3rd centre partnership won't be seen in this series.
And swinging Yorker from Glenn McGrath. Traps Lara and Ganga right in front of off stump, hitting middle stump. No doubt about that. Superb piece of bowling from Glenn McGrath. David Shepherd agrees with Glenn McGrath's appeal there. And see the jubilation on Glenn McGrath's face as Lara and Ganga goes for 8. West Indies in more trouble at 3 for 74.
and Sarwan, the new batsman for the West Indies. The West Indies in deep trouble here. 74 for 3, chasing that target of 418. Just one century to Lara and Sarwan's name in Test match cricket. 15 half centuries. Certainly will have to improve that conversion rate if he wants to fulfill the immense talent that he does have. And the Bickle to continue from the Factory Road end. Certainly was a beautiful delivery from Glenn McGrath.
Well, he's been working over the batsman in that channel, short of length, outside off stump, and Lara and Ganga probably wasn't expecting the in-swinging Yorker. He would have been thinking more of off stump, just outside, short of a length. Glenn McGrath bowled that ball perfectly. Slight in-swing. There is a little bit of swing at the moment. Andy Bickle's shaping the ball slightly.
He is very accurate, Glenn McGrath. Very, very accurate. Excellent control. And although he's not very quick these days, he gets the ball in the right areas more times than not. That's why he continues to be a dangerous bowler. 9 overs for 5 runs, Glenn McGrath.
Reminds me so much of Curtly Ambo's Glenn McGrath. Even when Curtly was bowling in his later days, he was still not quite as quick as he was in his early days, but still a tremendous bowler, very dangerous bowler.
Well, umpire Venkat had a word with David Shepherd as to inquire exactly how high that last delivery passed, and then signal the wide. Normally the wide call comes pretty early, but I suppose he's well justified in calling that a wide. David Shepherd was the man. He's at square leg, of course, so he can better judge the height at which the ball passes, and then he signaled to umpire Venkat, oh, that one was scraping the moon.
I'm not sure what Venkat was watching, if he couldn't decide whether that one was too high, but still. At least the umpires are working together out there like a good partnership. If one misses something, the other guy is helping him out with the right call, and David Shepherd did the right call there.
Seems quite obvious that Brian Lara is quite intent on trying to wear down this Australian fast bowling attack. Problem though is that he needs batsmen at the other end to stay with him. Just as the umpires are working in tandem, partnership, there needs to be partnerships in the West Indies batting as well.
Certainly does, and I think this partnership, like the last one, which was just broken, is the key to the West Indies putting up a good fight here. You talk about wearing the bowlers down. The only problem is when you play the Australians, you've got 4 bowlers to wear down, unlike most teams who have 1 or 2 top-class performers. The Australians have 4, so the West Indies have got to work really hard.
75 for 3. those are the 5 bowlers for Australia. Stuart MacGill didn't bowl a great deal in the first innings. Still only had 5 overs so far in the second innings. Then McGrath, 4 maidens already amongst those 9 overs.
No!
Very interested in that comment you just made, Mark, about the Australians having so many top-class bowlers. I remember not long ago a former Australian captain saying that the days of 4 fast bowlers were gone, obsolete. The 4 fast bowlers here seem to be doing a pretty good job.
I think any batsman doesn't fancy playing against 4 fast bowlers. I know playing against your guys 10, 20 years ago was a nightmare for batsmen. I think if you've got 4 quality fast bowlers, then why not play them? There is never any easy runs against fast bowling of high quality. If you've got the luxury of playing 5 bowlers, 4 quickies plus a spinner, then why not?
I suppose what he should have said then was, if you have 4 fast bowlers, doesn't mean you're going to win matches unless they are good fast bowlers. I think that's where the emphasis is on the quality of the bowlers. Usual story. Quality, not quantity.
Australia fortunate to have both quality and quantity. Glenn McGrath, Jason Gillespie, Brett Lee, you'd have to class them as 3 of the top 4 fast bowlers in the world at the moment. I think you could probably throw in Shane Bond from New Zealand. And then you've got Andy Bickle, who's doing a great job. Throw in Stuart MacGill, who's one of the fastest bowlers ever to 100 Test wickets, and that's a fairly decent attack. It's a good sign when one of your top bowlers only bowls 1 or 2 overs in the first innings. Means he's nice and fresh for the second innings, and the other guys have done a great job.
Continues to give nothing away, Glenn McGrath. Makes things even more difficult for the batsmen. Such a big target. And there are no free hits.
I think the West Indies would have to forget about the target at the moment. Just getting through the next deliveries. The only thing they should be thinking of at the moment. That's not as easy as it sounds.
Over left hand.
Another maiden over. 75 for 3.
Yeah, I thought he was.
That's the West Indies card in this second innings. 41 overs bowled, just 75 runs on the board. Brian Lara on strike. Steve Waugh has quite a few fielders out on the boundary. There's a man almost on the boundary at point. Deep backward square, fine leg. Well, he's normally on the boundary. But that's the direction in which Brian Lara hit those 2 fours earlier on, just trying to prevent that shot from going to the boundary now, Steve Waugh. Quite happy to concede the single.
Certainly works in a couple of ways for the Australians, those sweepers on the boundary. First of all, it frustrates Brian Lara. If he hits a good shot in the middle, which should be 4, only goes for 1, and also gets the batsman at the other end on strike, which is what the Australians are after, especially early in the innings of a new batsman. Brian Lara, we know, is a quality player, a great player. And whoever's at the other end, as good as they might be, won't be of the same quality as Brian Lara.
And the Bickle wanting to chase that himself, making sure that it's only a single.
Developed that technique of shuffling right across the crease, Brian Lara. I don't remember him doing that last time the Australians played the West Indies. Changed his technique slightly, really getting his eyes and head behind the line of the ball. I think on these slower pitches that suits pretty well. Just see the way he's across the crease and right in behind the ball. Occasionally he might get trapped LBW if he gets too far across and doesn't keep that head nice and still.
Short extra cover remains for Lara and Sarwan. Of course, he was out caught and bowled in the first innings driving. This very same bowler and the Bickle.
That line and length again, probing on the off stump. Looked like the ball just sat up a bit off the pitch. See, that seam's perfect. And also see that it's probably swinging a little bit Irish. The shiny side was on the offside line, offside of the wicket. Here's Andy Bickle dismissing Sarwan in the first innings. Casual shot on the up, wasn't there to drive.
Yeah.
Off the mark, Sarwan.
He's a good young player, Sarwan, but I've seen a couple of areas in his batting which could be improved. His technique. Sometimes he doesn't get in line with the ball, especially when it's pitched up just outside the off stump. His footwork can be a little bit lazy at times, probably being brought up in Guyana where you don't have to move your feet too much at all. Pushes at the ball, doesn't get that front foot where it should be at times.
Wow, that was close. Inside edge, just going past the stumps down the fine leg. Single off the last delivery brings Lara back on strike to Glenn McGrath. It's 78 for 3. Bowlers continue to bowl just outside the off stump to Brian Lara. This was the last ball of Andy Bickle's over. Pretty wide of off stump, getting him to stretch at it. Inside edge, just flying past the leg stump. Very fortunate, Brian Lara. And that's why they're keeping the ball wide of off stump, trying to frustrate him. That wasn't English, don't worry about it. We've got a change in the commentary box. Tony Kozia is with David Hooks.
Thanks, Mikey. This has been tremendous pressure from the Australians this morning. Given an early wicket by Chris Gale's misjudgment. Twice, really. With the pull shot, which he attempted once, didn't get hold of it. Caught behind the peel, and then 2 balls later, pulled it to mid-on. And they have just applied the pressure since then. 78 of 42 overs on 2 balls. There's been absolutely nothing to hit. They'll get 4 off the bottom edge here. But I just feel all the way through that the West Indies are vulnerable. Even Lara doesn't look to be in command. Just the bottom edge of the bat, outside bottom, pitching well before it got to Gilchrist and skidding away for 4. McGrath, not the fastest of the lot, in fact would be 4th in line, I would think, as far as pace is concerned, but as metronomical as always. Lee and Gillespie made the early breakthrough. McGrath picking up the wicket of Ganga, and just pressure on, pressure, not giving the West batsman anything loose. Really has been an excellent exhibition of how to strangulate the opposition.
Lara has moved along to 21 from 48 deliveries. Sarwan 1 from 8. Lara takes a single to end the 43rd over. It's 83 for 3.
What the West Indies need here now is a partnership. They haven't had one this morning. They had a good one yesterday. 47 existing through a torrid time, 22 overs and 1 ball. Never made a mistake, concentrated hard, applied themselves, Gale and Smith. Well, they haven't been able to do that today. Just need someone now to stay with Lara. Partnership which would last for up until lunch at least, and then continue on in the afternoon.
So there are my thoughts on Sarwan. He does have very good footwork. He does watch the ball, and he's a very good technician with batting. He just needs now to stay with Brian Lara. From the Australian point of view, bowling at him, he's a compulsive fooker. It has cost him his spot on the side on a couple of times. He does get rattled, and the Australians are very good at rattling the cage.
That's a fine shot. He's very strong on the cut shot, and that's magnificently played. A little relief there for the West Indies.
Lovely shot, just showing what a range of shots he does have. Beautifully played. Rolled the wrist, got over the ball, and it went through the gap. So when the loose ball comes along, they've got to hit it to the boundary, and in the meantime, they've got to keep scoring and rotating the strike. They do have that facility of left-handed, right-handed combination out in the middle. The Australian team will be reluctant to bowl MacGill to Lara, so that is one thing that the West Indies have in their favour at the moment.
No.
It's been a disappointing series for Sarwan. He came off a very good World Cup. Had a very good one-day series in India and a fair test series. This was a series which really one would have expected he would have really kicked on. He's got starts, 26 and 34, often out to loose shots. Didn't play the first test match because of an injured finger. Test match in Trinidad undone by that miscued pull shot right after lunch when he and Lara had batted through the first 2 hours. West Indies needing 407, and some hope there was there. That's his Test career. Only 100 in 57 innings, 15 and a half centuries. That 100 was against Bangladesh. And he's got over it, gone on the third man. Good delivery from Bickle, and in the end pretty well handled by Sarwan. Looked awkward, but he kept it down. So a couple of boundaries off the over, 92 for 3. Something for the West Indian spectators to cheer about. There have been 2 fours in the last over after a long period in which the runs had dried up and the wickets were falling. 92 for 3.
Just got a bit confused with the bounce and the lack of bounce, but in the end he was able to stay there and angle the ball between the second slip in the gully field, and it went to the fence to end the over. McGrath's great strength should be one of his weaknesses. Like all strengths and weaknesses of players in this sport, invariably their strength is the opposite to their weakness. Certainly with McGrath, we know that he takes early wickets, has an excellent leg cutter. He does bowl one side of the wicket, and he is a metronomical bowler. He just bowls in a rhythm and a routine. For the players playing against him, they should take some more scoring risks. They should force him to change his length, but they never do. So his strength is that he bowls one side of the wicket and bowls the right a certain length. But similarly, we find batsmen not taking risks against him. He's a great fast bowler, but when he gets into his own rhythm, you really have to take a chance against him, I think. And the West Indies players could well, certainly in the one-day game, get out of their crease, change his length somehow, make him think for a change.
Seen McGrath roughed up. Perhaps Lara's done it on occasions, but he's got Lara 13 times in his Test career. He's played a lot against the West Indies, and I would have seen all of those tests involving McGrath. Not even anyone really going after him and knocking him around. Lara's tucked it away now. They should be looking for a second here. They'll get them easily. Gillespie has a long way to move around.
Take your point. I just think that it has to be a time on a good pitch. The players do take some, or make some element of risk. Try and keep the balance in the batsman's favour, which is never easy against a great fast bowler who's taken 424 Test wickets. But one wonders how many of those wickets he's taken by just doing his own thing. He's a little bit like Shane Warne, McGrath. You never walk away from a Test match saying, gee, McGrath bowled poorly. He may not get a wicket, but you very rarely see him bowl poorly. That's his great strength.
Right on the target. Like Curtly Ambrose, very, very similar, 2 of them. Say with Curtly Ambrose, very rarely saw him bowl poorly. Lara just keeping that one out.
I think the greatest accolade that Glenn McGrath can have, I think, to what I've heard, that's probably the equal to it, comparing him to Ambrose in that sense. Martin Crowe said he's an upmarket Richard Hadley. 94 for 3.
Australians are here again in their numbers. Might just be here for the last day of the series. Tomorrow, of course, is the allocated last day. But Australia have got 3 wickets already. And they'll be hoping to wrap things up today. Most of the Australian fans who travel to the Caribbean, this is their last port of call. One-day international start next weekend. A few do come in for that. 1 or 2, I believe, or perhaps more than 1 or 2 are just staying on for a couple of those one-day internationals, but the majority of the Australians who are here will be going back to their various residencies after this match. Now we have a change in bowling. Brett Lee comes back to the end opposite to which he operated early in the day and yesterday afternoon. He's from the Factory Road end. And that's a lovely on drive. Just a push and goes for 4. Nice timing from Sarwan.
We spoke about his technique, and you don't play an on drive any better than that. Slowish half volley, full face to the bat, beautifully played, and Jason Gillespie, who was at wide mid on, just went and fetched the ball.
Wonder why this fella hasn't got more than 1 Test 100, and that against Bangladesh.
Yes.
One of the reasons is he's running between the wickets. He doesn't move all that fast. He's been run out 6 times in his Test career. He was run out when he was 91 against South Africa in Georgetown. He decided he should take a single to Herschel Gibbs. Not a good idea. There he is, run out 6 times. That's a high proportion in a rather brief career so far. He was 86 against Zimbabwe in Harare, pushed him off and took off for a single, was run out by Mazakadza, direct hit. So he really hasn't helped himself with the run out. So West Indies have reached 100. Now just another 318 to go. Youngest first-class player in the West Indies, selected for Guyana at the age of 15. A wonderful 100 in an under-19 Test match in Barbados against Pakistan at that age. So he's been around a long time, groomed, sent on 18 tours to South Africa and India and Bangladesh in his teenage days, and came into the Test team at the age of 19 against Pakistan. Before this series, appointed vice captain of the West Indies team, so a lot of responsibility on his shoulders, and they're looking to the future for him to lead the West Indies. He's 22 years of age. it feels like to be 22 years of age. Off the back of the bat. And a single. And again, now look how he comes in. He doesn't slide the bat in. We'll have a look at it, how he comes in. He puts the bat in rather than slides it in. We'll come back to it at in the next over. 101 for 3. Here's what happened off the last ball of the previous over, where Sarwan just trying to play the ball towards the onside, really leading edge. I said the back of the bat, leading edge, and into the offside. And now he's coming in. He just doesn't slide the bat in. Well, he's sliding there, and then he puts it in. No slide. He just puts it over the crease. Easily home. A bit of a fumble. A lot of advice from the spectators: don't run on the misfield. Got a single for it, so he'll face MacGill now. First over from MacGill. And the first over from the pavilion end for the leg spinner. Opportunity for a boundary off a full toss on the legs. Sarwan couldn't find the gap. He does find the gap this time between extra cover and mid-off. A long chase here from McGrath, and pulls it back just inside the boundary. A long boundary out there, so the batsman can get 3.
Sarwan missed the boundary off the first ball and got a nice 3 through the covers off the second. Lovely cover drive, hitting with the turn, foot next to the ball. So Sarwan goes to 18, Lara on 25.
Men go into the deep on the leg side for Lara against MacGill.
Oh!
Lara does like to pull MacGill. We've seen him do it so many times in their several confrontations. Will go for the 6-hit, but here it's a long boundary, and he'll be hitting into the breeze if he goes in the air. And there is 2 men out there.
Oh.
Ends the first over from MacGill. It's 105 for 3. Steve was going to have a ball himself before lunch. He'll have 1 over. Those who are switching on and wonder what the black armbands are for. It's not for what they expect. West Indian defeat and the first West Indian loss last of all 4 tests in a series in the Caribbean. A long off is out there, so just a single. So for the death of Ernie Toshak in Australia overnight, former Australian test player at the age of 88. Lara's single carries him to 500 runs in the series. And it's only a 4-test series, but when you go back to Sri Lanka, 3-test series there at the end of 2001, he got 688 runs. Really a high-quality batsman. Played some wonderful innings in this series already. Needs to play one now if the West Indies are to be revived.
Just amazing when you look at Lara's career record, how he's had those few troughs of not scoring greatly, but that's what he's done in this series. Brilliant. His first ever 100 in Port of Spain in front of his home crowd in his 10th test. Unlucky not to get to a double 200s in the one match. Certainly I think the best player to watch in the last 10 or 15 years. You could argue that Mark Waugh or Ponting or Tendulkar, but I think Lara adds that bit of magic.
No!
He wins matches for his side, and he loves the confrontation of playing against the best side. I think that is one of his great strengths. He's able to play really well against the best players, and I think that is a huge quality in a sports person.
Yeah, and you go back in this series, there's somebody made a lot of runs and so on, but you remember shots that Lara played. Just one shot, on drive off Hogg in Trinidad. Back foot drive off Gillespie also in Trinidad through extra cover. You go through the others and you say, well, can you remember a shot that, well, call anyone? Maybe one or two, but Lara, they stand out. Aggression from Steve Waugh ends the play before lunch, or is it? No, we'll get one more over in. It's 106 for 3. Here's the last over before the first interval of the 4th day. It's the first delivery from MacGill. So 5 more to lunch. Very much Australia's morning.
Just want to finish on Lara on his batting. One of his other great strengths, he's one of the few batsmen you're quite happy to watch play a defensive shot, or when he's in a defensive mode, like that. More so, it's his, I think, his back foot defence off the quicks when he's trying to survive a period of play or a great contest. That fabulous confrontation between he and Brett Lee in Trinidad was just exhilarating.
Oh, nice, MacGill.
And for a bowler, it just must seem that there's this barn door coming down, not this 4.5-inch wide cricket bat. He just plays the defensive shots and stops the ball from hitting the stumps or getting him out so well.
Go.
So one more ball to come before lunch. West Indies 47 without loss overnight. They struggled this morning. They've gone up to 106 for 3, losing the 2 opening batsmen, Chris Gale, without adding to his overnight score, and Devon Smith, who added just a couple, and then Lara and Ganga looked very vulnerable before he was legged before to McGrath. So that's
It's
it then.
overtime and lunch.
David Shepherd lets everyone know the position, and in this session West Indies 59, but they've lost 3 wickets and they have really a mountain to climb. They're still 312 away from what they were set. 106 for 3. Lara's got 27. Sarwan is 18. And Steve Waugh will be satisfied with his team's performance this morning. It has been once again a very professional and a very clinical performance by the Australians. They knew exactly what was needed this morning, and they have achieved it. Lara and Sarwan have added 32, but they need to add many, many more. You'd have to say that they'll have to bat through the second session, even for the West Indies to carry the match into the last day. All the bowlers have contributed. McGrath 12 overs for 12 runs. Gillespie 10 for 9, both with a wicket. Lee with a wicket as well. Andy Bickle, Lara took advantage of him with a few cut shots, and so did Sarwan. And MacGill, well, he'll be a threat as well with his leg spin. West Indies needed to keep wickets in hand. They didn't. Chris Gale out to that miscued full shot. The second one he attempted. The comfortable low catch to mid-on. And very quickly after that, the edge found of Smith's bat, and Gillespie gets him for the 6th time in the series. That would have been the end of Ganga had the ball hit the stumps. The throw from Steve Waugh from cover. Bickle came on, was cut straight away by Lara for 2 boundaries. Ganga got a rather streaky one off Bickle as well, edged between third slip and gully, and then fell to McGrath. The Yorker went on the boot. 3rd wicket down for the West Indies at that stage. Sarwan has come in and played confidently, just dropping the wrist on that one from Bickle, and then greeting Lee when Lee came back with a superb on drive. So that's the position at lunch. West Indies 106 for 3, really up against it. Level on first innings with Australia. First time they've bowled Australia out in both innings of a test match since the test match here in 1999 between the two teams. Went through 5 tests in Australia, not being able to do that in the first 3 of this series. It left them 418 to win. A huge target, and it's just become larger and larger as the morning has gone on. 106 for 3, 312 more if West Indies are to create a record and win the match. They need a partnership. The captain and vice captain are together. We come back after about half an hour's time for play after the lunch break.
We are the West Indies. This game is for one and all. We are the West Indies. Live the passion. We are the West Indies. Every bat and ball. When it comes to the game of cricket, live the passion. We are the West Indies. This game is for one and all. We are the West Indies. Live the passion. We are the West Indies. Every bat and ball. When it comes to the game of cricket, live the passion.
Welcome to lunchtime on the fourth day of the fourth cable and wireless test match between the West Indies and Australia, coming to you live from St John's, the recreation ground. Hello and welcome to Antigua, and the first morning was very tough, hard, aggressive test match cricket. The Australians bowled particularly well. The West Indies folded early and then fought back in the last half an hour or so before lunch, but it's a long way from home for the West Indies. They are 106 for 3, still 312 more runs to win. Brian Lara is still there though. Here's the man the Australians desperately want to remove in the next couple of hours or so. Jason Gillespie took 1 for 9. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from the first session of the fourth morning. Well, Gale struggled this morning. He played really well last night, really disciplined, and this morning he got caught up in the activities of the Australians and the aggression of the Australians, and this morning very early. Smith around the wicket, Gillespie just teased him for about 2 or 3 overs, and finally Smith just nibbled at one, but Brian Lara came in and the game was aggressive. The chance to run out of Steve Ward, hit the stumps, was perilously close. It was nearly as close as the one yesterday that Carlton bore hit the stumps with, and Steve Ward just going over the top. But Lara plays so well, square of the wicket on the offside. Beautiful cut shot. Ganga looked pretty good, solid. Got one from the outside edge. But then he was out to a Brett Lee special ball by Glenn McGrath. About half the pace. And Sarwan, the West Indian vice-captain, looked in pretty good touch as well. So he is there with Brian Lara when the sides resume after lunch. Well, intriguing first 2 hours with me, Mark Waugh, and Mark, that's pretty much as tough as it gets.
It was excellent bowling by the Australians. Line and length, particularly from Glenn McGrath, was always hard for the batsmen to keep out, and they ended up with 3 wickets, and the West Indies have got a lot of work to do.
Talking about Glenn McGrath, he didn't bowl this morning first up. It was Lee and Gillespie. Is that a sign of the future?
It could be. I think Lee and Gillespie are bowling particularly well, and Glenn McGrath's probably a little bit short of a gallop, but he showed that he's a great bowler still. He's got wickets when Australia have needed wickets, and I think even as the game goes on today, Glenn McGrath is one bowler who will be dangerous for the West Indians.
What will the Australians be talking about at lunchtime as far as the Lara-Sarwan partnership?
I think they'll just keep up the pressure, just talk about consistently, line and length. They need to create 7 chances, and I think if they bowl well, they will create that many chances, and then they can hang on to the chances, and then the game will be pretty much theirs. Was Stuart MacGill brought in so late because they are reluctant to bowl him early to Brian Lara? I think so. I think Brian Lara is very aggressive against the spinners, and it gets him going. I think they want to keep the pressure on him with the seam bowlers, the quicker bowlers. But I think Stuart MacGill will bowl well against the other players. You said yesterday that Brian Lara loves the confrontation. It seems today there's been an Australian mandate not to speak to him and just to leave him alone. Well, I think Brian Lara had a bit of a bee under his bonnet the first couple of days, but he looks like he's settled down and concentrating pretty well. And the Australians are just concentrating on what they've got to do, and that is keep the ball in the right areas and take their chances. Now, Stuart MacGill this afternoon, you said he'll bowl well to the other players. Does he want to bowl to the right-handers, or is he quite happy in this day and age to bowl to left-handers? I think he can bowl to either. I think he's dangerous bowling to left-handers if the ball's coming into the stumps all the time, and then to the right-handers, he's shown, as he's shown this series, he can find the outside edge. But I think the wicket's turning enough for him to be a big danger this afternoon. Sarwan, will always be an underrated player if he's batting with Brian Lara, but he's also a dangerous player. He's only made 1 Test century, which, looking at his skill level, Mark, is a bit surprising. Yeah, I think he's a good player, but I think he has got a few technical deficiencies. He doesn't get in line with the ball to the quicker bowlers quite often when it's pitched up. But he's a good young talent. A lot's expected of him, and it's not easy playing against such a quality side. But this is a very important partnership, obviously, for the West Indies, and the Australians will be keen to break it as early as possible. Brian Lara and Sarwan to resume for the West Indies. Very big moment for the next couple of hours. If these two can last the next couple of hours, they'll go a long way towards contributing to this game. But in the commentary box to take you through the first period post-lunch on this 4th day, and can the West Indies work hard for 2 hours? Gillespie and Lara already having a tete-a-tete.
but it's Ian Bishop and Michael Holding.
Thank you very much, Hooksy. Lara and Sarwan on 18 not out in partnership with Brian Lara. Partnership of the moment, producing 32 runs. That's not a shot that he plays very well.
That must be the understatement of the year. Almost deja vu. Above the head, so very difficult for him to control it. He's been caught at square leg and mid-on. This he will want to get rid of.
Steve Waugh just bowled one over before lunch. Continuing after lunch. 5 specialist bowlers in the team, but he has elected to use himself in this situation.
Yeah.
Comfortable single there. Don't suspect that Steve Waugh will be thinking that he'll be getting too many balls carrying on the full into the slip cordon. So at the moment, not really having too many. Just the one man. Suppose he doesn't want to just do without the slips.
Yeah.
Pretty sedate innings this by Brian Lara. Two men out behind square, the normal fine leg, and also a deep backward square leg. No doubt you'll see a few short balls being bowled.
Over.
110 for 3. Took Lara and Sarwan all of 8 deliveries to get off the mark, but he has advanced to 20 of 27 deliveries. Pretty slow scoring rate this by the West Indies, 110 runs off 50 overs. I think it's quite obvious that if they're going to be getting these runs, say, second and possibly third new ball might be taken.
No.
There's no need for them to be scoring at any quicker rate, but they need to have partnerships. Already 3 wickets down.
That's no.
I think this partnership is so much more essential. For that reason, West Indies batsmen at the crease will have to look to bat through this session at least. Chanderpaul has been injured during this test match, injured finger, so we're not quite sure how that will affect his batting or potential batting. And then obviously Ridley Jacobs to come. And that will be too much pressure, so this is key for the West Indies. I suppose for Australia as well.
always going to be a very dangerous shot. That ball is spinning back a long way from outside that rough.
Straight into the footmarks. There's no sweeper on the offside, and that's what Brian Lara was eyeing. If he bisects the close end fielders, it's going to be 4, but it's a big risk hitting out of those footmarks.
Yeah, no. Away.
Eventually the call was the correct one. Certainly no easy single on there. That's gone straight down the ground. Got to the pitch and locked it right over the fence, Brian Lara. So a 6 coming off the last, delivering that over. It's 117 for 3. Well played. Timed that beautifully. Lara and Sarwan may not go all the way to the boundary, but there should be at least 3 runs to be had.
Last ball of the previous over. And Brian Lara does tend to take the attack to Stuart MacGill, has done so with success in this series. Good use of the feet. He's hitting with the turn. Safe shot. Mid-off and mid-off up.
It was also important with that shot that went for 6s that Brian Lara obviously recognized the fact that the ball would have landed on the normal part of the pitch. Wouldn't be any awkward bounce, any exaggerated spin. We saw Brian Lara attempting the cut in the previous over from Stuart MacGill and the ball spinning back in a long way. But have a look at where the ball goes after hitting the bat. Onto the boot. And it goes past Love at first slip. That would have been a catch. Were they aware of that?
Yeah.
That's another matter. It's all gone now. It certainly would have been interesting if he had taken the ball at first slip. Have a look at this again. Bat, boot.
It would have been interesting for the umpires, presiding umpire, to see that.
No.
121 for 3. Sarwan back on strike to Stuart MacGill. 2 slips, or perhaps you might refer to them as a slip and a gully. Short extra cover there as well.
And if you're Stuart MacGill, it's not a bad field because he wants Ramirez Sarwan to drive. Sarwan doesn't play the sweep shot all that often. And with the spin that MacGill generates, short extra cover is a vital position, short cover, and also that second slip. Sarwan did play a lovely drive off MacGill before lunch that went for 4.
Wait!
Just brushing the pad on the way through, so no run can be taken.
Nice.
Maiden over. Score stays on 121 for 3. Press area being fairly well populated again. It was a bit empty a few minutes earlier. Most of the press here in Antigua were invited to a press conference on the other side of the ground, where the ICC, in conjunction with the West Indies Cricket Board, held that conference in regard to one Jermaine Lawson. Jermaine Lawson has been officially reported to the ICC for his bowling action. Possibility of a second run, it won't be taken though. Sarwan isn't interested. Jermaine Lawson was officially reported to the ICC by the 2 standing umpires in this test match, Venkataragavan and umpire David Shepherd, for having a suspect action. They are not quite happy with his bowling action. So it has been reported to the ICC. Now there is a process that Jermaine Lawson and the West Indies Cricket Board and the ICC have in place whenever a bowler has been reported as having a suspect action, in that a tape is relayed to the ICC in regards to his action. There's a 6-week review period where he can continue to play. Very easy single, just sedately going along this game at the moment. Wasn't as sedate as that in the press conference, believe me. A few questions were asked, but let's get back to the process. He can still play during that 6-week review process when it's going on. And the West Indies Cricket Board are asked by the ICC to appoint a committee or a work task force to work with Jermaine Lawson. That's a good shot. That will go all the way. No protection out there for Sarwan. There is one for Lara, but no protection there for Sarwan.
It's just a long up from Steve Watt. There for the taking. Sarwan did that.
Lofted, but just wide of Darren Lehman in that short mid-wicket position. End of the over. Not a long way away, but far enough. It's 128 for 3. For 3, the West Indies. 290 more required, but I don't think they'll be thinking about that at the moment. Got away, bounced a bit higher than Brian Lara expected.
Almost the type of delivery that dismissed Lara and Chanderpaul. Real long hop. I think he tried to whack it too hard. There's a fielder deep forward of square, and then now it's caused a discussion. Gilchrist was the initiator of that discussion as soon as that delivery was stopped by Steve Waugh. Obviously spotted something.
End result is that the forward short leg disappears. Darren Lehman going into that straightish mid-wicket position. Now there's no fielder down there. Any of them take that catch, still 6.
Brian Lara has dominated Stuart MacGill a fair bit, and that's why we didn't see Stuart MacGill bowl a great deal in the first innings when Brian Lara was on the go. That's just as good as the 6 he hit previously.
Has gone even further. I hope those cars are well insured. That has brought up Brian Lara's half century.
It's almost as though he took it as a disrespect that the bat pat came out, because the previous one went a fair distance. This one has gone even further.
Two sixes in this over so far. That was the first of them. That's the second one. Went a long way.
Oh.
It's 140 for 3. Another half century to Brian Lara. Took him all of 91 deliveries on this occasion. Pretty sedate innings, apart from those 3 sixes off Stuart MacGill. So I think he's quite intent on spending a long time at the crease, Brian Lara. plan at any rate. Whether he will get enough field batsmen rather to stay with him is another matter.
No.
We saw Steve Waugh's last over. Lara and Sarwan clipped to deliver. Past the short mid-wicket area. So now Steve Waugh has got a couple of fieldsmen. Not only Darren Lehman, but Martin Love as well, a short mid-wicket.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to play that shot all through. Gets through Glenn McGrath on this occasion, but it seems as if Lara and Sarwan is quite intent on playing those pull shots and hook shots. That one didn't bounce very high, though.
It's a terrible delivery. It has to be put away. It's been a mixed bag from Steve Waugh. Too straight and leg stump too often. That one, no, it was misfielded. Just asked for it.
Well played, found the gap on the offside this time. Another boundary.
Authentic drive from Lara and Sarwan. 2 boundaries in the over. Very good shot. Got that front knee bent and leant into the ball. Very good.
No.
148 for 3. Runs coming from the last 3 overs. One suspects that we'll see a bowling change very shortly. Not from the Sir Vivian Richards Pavilion end, because Stuart MacGill is continuing. Steve Waugh just going a bit deeper there at mid-on. Not right back though. That's beaten everything. We'll wait and see if it's really beaten everything or touched in something at all. Buys is a signal from umpire Shepherd.
Just bounced a little bit more than Adam Gilchrist expected.
Along the ground on this occasion.
MacGill.
Umpire Shepherd just having a quick word there with Glenn McGrath. The return throw was pretty close by him. This was the throw from Glenn McGrath. He's expected to be moving out of the way of drives, not throws. Just going back to this Jermaine Lawson situation, he has been reported, as I said, in this test match by David Shepherd and Ben Kataragavan. Interestingly enough, David Shepherd umpired in Jermaine Lawson's first 4 test matches, 2 in India and 2 in Bangladesh. And also in his last one in Barbados. This is Jermaine Lawson's 7th test match. So Shepherd adjudicated in 5 of the 7, and yet he's just now reporting the action. I don't think it has changed. I'm not saying that it is correct. I'm not by any way defending Jermaine Lawson's action, but just need a bit more consistency with all the bowlers throughout Test cricket. First time you see them, have a word. 152 for 3. MacGill 11 overs, none for 37. The bowling change didn't come at his end. Bowling change is coming from the Factory Road end though. Back into the attack comes Andy Bickle.
I think it's right as well. Steve Waugh had an ordinary spell. I think it's fair to say that. It's not as though his bowlers have been overworked. Glenn McGrath's bowled 12 overs, Jason Gillespie 10, and Brett Lee 12. It's been a tough series, yes. When you've got 5 specialist bowlers in a test match, I'm sure he's one of those captains who always likes to try something, but that was pretty ordinary stuff from Steve Waugh. Maybe 2 overs more than he should have been bowling.
Yes.
Just 2 men on the onside, lots of gaps.
It's a bit of fun and games between Andy Bickle and Lara and Sarwan. This is what Bickle did after he bowled that delivery to Lara and Sarwan, asking Lara and Sarwan to give him a return catch, as he did in the first innings. This is what happened in the first innings. Pocketed by Andy Bickle. A bit of swing as well. He's got the ball to swing away from the right-handers and into the left-handers in this match, Andy Bickle. Often it adds so much variety to the bowling attack when you've got bowlers who can do different things with the ball. Then McGrath would probably shape it back in more often. Brett Lee can obviously go above 90 miles per hour as well as swing it out. And then you've got Jason Gillespie as well, who hits the seam very, very often. So very much a varied attack in terms of the bounce that can be generated. Lee and Bickle short and skiddier. Gillespie and McGrath a lot taller.
He won't catch that, Jason Gillespie. That's another boundary to Brian Lara. It's 157 for 3. Second reasonable partnership that we are seeing here in this West Indies second innings. The opening partnership of 48, and now this partnership between Lara and Sarwan of 83. Got a change in the commentary box. Tony Kozia is with Jeff Thompson.
Thanks, Michael. Well, the bat swung around, hasn't it? The ball this morning, not many runs before lunch, and now in half an hour after lunch, 51. And a few sixes by one Brian Lara. He was living life a little dangerously off MacGill earlier on, but he sized him up now and decided to go with the spin down the onside of the field. Biting his nails now, Steve Waugh. I wouldn't have thought he'd be particularly concerned at the moment. 261 still the requirement. Lara's moved to 54. Sarwan, well, he's got a pretty good strike rate, 38 from 49. 6 fours in his short score, you might say. He was very positive in the first innings before he was out. So it's come to life, Coase.
Sure has. After lunch, the crowd have been enlivened with stroke play from both Lara and Sarwan. Huge sixes. Lara with his second half century of the match. Only one in the first innings, in either first innings, to get over 50. That's a well bowled. Got a thick edge along the ground. Ends the over. 157 for 3. Between those two, now worth 83. Started very slowly, picked up after the break, but now we're going to have a change. We had Steve Waugh on for 5 overs, which cost him 25. MacGill has had one from this end already, so it's Waugh back off now and MacGill back on. Took over in the previous over from Waugh, so it's a second over in this spell. Very thick edge along the ground. Certainly does turn the ball a lot, MacGill, and when he gets it right, difficult to handle.
He's been a little more happier, hasn't he, to right-handers than left-handers, especially with Lara hitting him with the breeze and with the spin. Not with the breeze again. That's got to be too high. Wasn't too bad, but I just think it kicked a little bit too much, Andy. He's removed Lara, I think it's about 4 times as of late. Lara tends to take Andy Pickle a little bit too easy. you can see the height. I'm talking about there, he's up on his toes. There it is going up over the top.
Massive sixes we've been talking about. Lara of MacGill. There it goes. And now down the wicket. He had two in succession. Finishings off. And then the big one. And right into the top deck of the double-decker stand. A huge hit that. Would be against the breeze as well.
Yes, they just got bigger and better, didn't they? Warmed up with that first one, then got the next one last, and then decided, I think I can get him out of the ground. And now he's trying to launch himself at Bickle.
Well, launch is the correct word. He really went after that one. He just stood there and threw the bat at it, not the under edge. You mentioned earlier, Tomo, I think you did, or maybe someone else, that the forecast for the day was for possible showers this afternoon. It looks as if a couple of clouds are building up. That's the view from Boggy Peak. Closer to the Antigua Recreation Ground, we do have some cloud, and it's not wispy and white and high as it has been all through the match. Just little dark clouds there.
Well, he's gone around the wicket to him now. Bickle's charging in. He's really after Lara. It's a good contest because Lara's after him.
I think Bickle likes the challenge. He likes to feel right. I'm bowling at certainly the best batsman on the opposition side, and quite arguably the best in the world at the moment. Certainly the most devastating. Got him 4 times. Likes the challenge. Got an edge onto it. Good contest, and Bickle is really rising to it. 157 for 3. MacGill now to Sarwan. Point now is put deep for that cut shot from Sarwan. Here's Bickle. I thought he got an edge onto it. The appeal gave me that impression because it was stifled. Didn't seem to get an edge outside the off stump. I think far enough that Bickle knew that it couldn't be given, because it was a stifled appeal. It wasn't all the way through.
Yeah, I think it was just outside the line, I should say. It was close, but not close enough. Well, here's that LBW shout. Well, half shout too. Wow, it's miles outside, isn't it? Needs another set of stumps.
Well stopped. McGrath would probably have got it backing up at mid-on, but a good save.
Yeah, it's little desperation things like this. West Sarwan's trying to get score off MacGill. They hold him up with that. He thinks he's got it through. That maybe you go for a rash shot. Not saying he will, but it's that sort of pressure that you can try and put on him.
As I say, Tom, he certainly prefers bowling to the right-hander. Well, Lara is not only Lara, but he's a left-hander as well. Good ball. Return hits the stumps. Ends the over, 157 for 3. View of the Antigua Recreation Ground. Fair-sized crowd for a Monday. Not a big one by any means, but fair.
Not a flying fish, is it, Coach? No, that was Barbados, wasn't it? Where we were bombed by the old flying fish. Meals everywhere.
Here's a big fishing area as well. They've got to be careful around these parks. There are copper banks, and of course copper poisoning is not unknown in these parts from eating fish, so you've got to be a bit careful.
No, it's a bit like back home. You get it from the Cingulateria, from the barracuda, the kingfish over here they call them, or we back home we call them mackerel, Spanish mackerel. The fellow I went out the other day said, "Oh yeah, but it doesn't happen much." He said, "I've been cooked 4 times." He just shrugged it off. I just laughed. I said, "People back home, you get it because it's reoccurring. You get the Cingulateria. It's a bit like malaria. You get it, you don't shake it off."
This is some good stuff from Bickle. Lara is set. Lara's got 54, but he's had a couple of maidens to him. He's had a couple of leg before appeals. He's round the wicket, maybe just hit outside the off stump. Venkat.
It wasn't that far away. It'll be outside the line. Oh boy, look where he is. You've got to take into account where he is. He's inside the crease. That is horribly close. I think he hasn't given him that one. Now there he is, caught him on the crease. It's not going over the top. I think he hasn't given it because it didn't straighten. He's saying he's bowled fairly wideish to the crease.
This is a real wholehearted effort here from Bickle. We've seen him all series. He's a very wholehearted cricketer. And he's trying his heart out here to just make the breakthrough. He's got to deal with Brian Lara, who's got 54, and to trouble him as he has done in the last couple of overs. It's really a commendable performance by Bickle. What next? Would want to have him in a team if you're a captain. A lot of debate whether he would have made the side in the first test match. Australia had this policy of 3 fast bowlers and a spinner. Went into that first test match. McGrath wasn't here, of course, so he got the place. When McGrath came back, out went Hogg, and he kept his place.
He gives you 200%, that's for certain, Andy Bickle. Another good over from him. 157 for 3.
the West Indies captain and vice-captain have raised 84 between them after the loss of the two openers and Ganga cheaply this morning. Gale didn't add to his overnight score. Smith added just the couple. Ganga made 8. Now MacGill to Lara.
Well, will the fireworks begin again? Mid on and mid off, still up. It's given him the opportunity. Steve Waugh wants to try him a little bit of rope. Let him try and take MacGill on. It's Steve Waugh himself that's at mid on.
Only 3 sixes and a single off MacGill. So it's either all or nothing at all.
That is, isn't it? Amazing. 25 deliveries, 4 scoring shots, 3 of them over the fence, then a single.
There goes Lara, magnificent through extra cover for 4 this time. Getting to the pitch of the ball and playing that flourishing extra cover drive, which is one of his trademarks.
Well, he's got the John Daly backswing. I don't think he's trying to hit it to the fence. I think he's trying to knock the fence over. That's slow motion. It's got like a bullet past Langer.
Well, just for a little bit of a difference, a single. So 3 sixes, a 4 and 2 singles off MacGill for Lara. Carries him to 60.
I reckon that Lara almost needs to wear shoulder pads on the follow-through of his bat when it slaps him on the back, just about.
Very similar to Gary Sobers. Used to have a huge backswing as well.
Oh!
Beautifully bowled. Leg break. Searching for it.
This is chalk and cheese, isn't it? I mean, it's unbelievable. He goes for 4, goes for 6, and then he'll beat Lara, then he'll beat Sarwan. It's just all or nothing.
Move on, left hand.
163 for 3. So the West Indies making a fight of it with Lara. Here's that swing you talk about. There's that bat coming all the way around, Tomo.
Well, it comes around to his backside, doesn't it? It's just a big arc, beautiful arc. Andy Bickle again. Yes, I can remember Sobers when I was a youngster watching him, and as soon as I saw Lara come on the scene, it just reminds you so much of it. And when he has a big swing like that, often I watch out the window and I'm trying to see where he hits the ball, and he hits it way different angle to what I'm expecting it. And I think that's the trouble too when you're fielding against him. I've said it before, he takes a big arc and then he's wristy. You're not quite sure where he's wanting to hit it. He is, of course. And it deceives the fielders a lot. Mind you, it's got to go straight to you if you're to stop him the way he hits them.
Sometimes you hope it doesn't come to you. Wayward delivery now from Bickle. McGrath, Gillespie, Lee, all rested. Haven't bowled for some time. So they're in reserve for Steve Waugh. Crowd over on the open section. Quite full, not as full as it was yesterday. It was absolutely packed yesterday, and Saturday especially. But they're seeing a a fight here from the West Indies through the captain and vice captain. Quite depressed, the West Indian crowd this morning. Not only the crowd, I can tell you.
No, again, as we said before, this will be a good test for Sarwan. A good test of concentration. He's out there with the skipper, and there's no excuses. It's got to be easy to bat with Lara, hasn't it? You sit there at the other end and let him destroy the attacks, and you just have some little easy pickings.
Yeah, I think what happened with him in the first innings, he tried to match Lara shot for shot, and eventually drove a return catch to MacGill. That's all he has to do, really, just to support Lara. Played a number of handsome shots himself, Sarwan. He's a very attractive player. But he's tended to get himself out too easily in what is a brief career. 32 test matches.
Well, look at those 1550s. That tells you exactly what you're just saying. He enjoys a good 50 and then relaxes, to me. And that's just the way he's been playing in this series. Played some good shots, you know, done all the hard work, and then gets out to a silly shot.
Umpire Venkat didn't have to call that. Crowd over at square leg called it. Or should I say at point.
Now, they were getting vocal yesterday afternoon to the crowd when the Australians were steaming in, bowling bouncers and whatever else. It's really got the crowd alive, hasn't it, this test match? Pity it wasn't the first one of the series. Pity we didn't have a wicket like this.
Yeah, Ben Lawson was steaming in as well, getting those 7 wickets. Crowd was so animated. Tremendous atmosphere. Beautifully bowled. This is a very, very good spell by MacGill. Putting everything into it. In the end, Sarwan did well to get out of it.
Well, I think it might have, I'm not sure if that exploded on the pitch a little. It certainly did in Sarwan's eyes. Yeah, it did. The pitch just broke up a little on that one. Sarwan did well to get out of the way.
Ends the over. 165 for 3. Well populated as it was yesterday. It's just outside of the ground. Just behind us here in our media center. I reckon they're getting a pretty good view there. It's a shortish boundary on this side.
Yeah, it is quite. You go down in front of us, just down where the press are. Well, you are on the ground in normal grounds back home in Australia.
Holden went to hit him for another 6. Lara's got his middle stump knocked back by MacGill. That's the big breakthrough for Australia. And Stuart MacGill has got his revenge as Lara went for another big one and missed.
Well, won't Stuart MacGill be happy having that one? Lara won't. It was a perfect delivery. Left him short, left him reaching for the ball, spun back through the gap, and it's hit right on the middle stump. Lara trying to hit him out of the ground again. Just watch this. Spun it beautifully, dropped short of him there, back through the gate. Oh, it's just got the top of that stump too, but Stuart MacGill, he's got his revenge. Look at it there from front on. Beautiful delivery there. Not what you call a very good shot from Brian Lara. Wrong one to go for. Huge wicket for the Aussies. 165 for 4.
The smiles have been transformed into pure unhappiness. Glum faces out there for West Indians who a while ago were cheering Lara, who was hammering sixes off MacGill. 3 of them went for another one and lost his middle stump.
Well, they're a little distraught, aren't they? A little bit bemused why Lara would go for that, but he's that sort of player, isn't he? Chanderpaul, finally we get him out in the field. Spent most of the time off the field when the West Indies were in the field.
Carrying a splint on one of those fingers, damaged when taking a catch. Here's how Lara went, and he came, and he went. Look how far down he's gone. Joy for the Australians. Everyone came up and embraced MacGill. That's a big wicket.
Well, it's a huge wicket for anyone, especially MacGill, after he'd been treated well, pretty severely from Lara on a couple of occasions. Then to get his revenge. Well, it was either bowled or stumped. Oh! The ball hit the stumps first. And that's why the shots of the crowd there at the start of the over. All the people holding their heads. Just ideal, wasn't it? Beautiful leg break to a man trying to attack you. Put a smile on Stuart MacGill's face.
Just gone right under him. So they've had the opportunity to come for 3 to get Chanderpaul off the mark.
Yeah, this is not a good piece of fielding from Brett Lee. Oh, I think it just touches his finger, that's all. A little bit out of timing there. Unusual for him. Well, the ground's gone a lot quieter than what it was before. It was buzzing.
Again, Sarwan lacks in getting up there. He really has to do something about his running. That's an easy single, and yet the keeper could come around and throw the ball to the stumps, and he had to hurry to get back in.
Well, that's because the Australians are right under him, Coach. They know he's slack. 169 for 4.
Now MacGill. Well run. These two should know each other pretty well. They play for Guyana. Here's this running, just tucked on the onside. There's Sarwan looking back and then having to sprint and get home. Just looking around. Why would he look back? He's played the ball on the onside. He really has to do something about his running. No wonder he's been run out 6 times in his career.
Well, you just put your head down and go, don't you? You don't sit there looking and mucking around. You chip it around there and go for your life.
It's not to say he's got a slack fielding side here. Here's Chanderpaul. The crowd wants no ball. Now they're getting an umpire, Venkatraghavan. Over at square leg now. Independence Avenue stand. They're umpiring up there. Well, that's what they were calling just now. I reckon they're right.
I reckon they're right too.
Yeah, they have a good view from there. They'll also be giving leg before appeals and all that out there as well.
Well, they won't be giving him while you're batting.
He's clobbered that. Chanderpaul goes for 4. Come out with aggressive intent, Chanderpaul. Looks to me as if this is the Chanderpaul who got that 100 off 69 deliveries in the first Test match.
Yeah, he's been positive in this series in the starts that he has got. And we went on with it where we saw that quick fire century.
Flicked away. That's a single. West Indies now down to their last specialist batsman. Jacobs is in next, and then come the bowlers with Banks, who, as we've seen already, is more than just a fair low order batsman. Drakes, and then the 2 quick bowlers. A very long way off. 175 for 4. They require 418. They're still 243 adrift. End of the over. 175 for 4.
175 for 4, the West Indies. 66 overs gone. Brian Lara, the last wicket to fall, bowled by Stuart MacGill. West Indies in trouble, chasing Australia's a total of 417. Let's have a look at that Brian Lara wicket.
Well, he just played the wrong line. He went down there and he just played the wrong line. He only missed it by that much, but it was enough. And that's what happens when left-handers play leg spinners and try and do that. And you can see there that he swung himself so far around, so that would dare suggest that he was a fraction off balance or overly aggressive in his approach to that shot. Whereas the previous sixes that he hit, he just stood there and basically was nice and calm at the crease and when he met the ball. But on that occasion, he just swung himself around. Showed the 3 sixes shortly, and you'll see the difference as to where he finishes when he hits the sixes compared to that particular shot when he missed it. He swung himself right around. Courageous piece of bowling and very good captaincy. It's one of the sixes. Look at that. Stays in the same spot as to when he hits it. No overly aggressive swing at the ball that forced him to spin right around. And even that one which went a long way. That was the pizza batting with the small, medium and large. You'll notice the finishing of Lara here. So he's gone around another 90 degrees as to where he was for the previous 3 shots. And the enormous pressure that people placed at the other end do, Lara forced him to go on the over attack against MacGill.
You're right, it's a good piece of bowling and good courage shown by Stuart MacGill, because he wasn't intimidated by the sixes that he was hit for earlier. Good courage from Steve Waugh to keep him on against Brian Lara as well. He could have backed out, but he didn't. 242 to win.
Oh!
And maybe you won't back down if you've got such a huge lead.
Yeah, it certainly helps, but you have to leave him on, you have to back him. Steve Waugh has shown, as he bowls the wrong one, more so perhaps for New South Wales when he's captain in the last half of this year with Stuart MacGill, that really tight situations in the domestic competition he's left MacGill on, and he's done particularly well. So he backs his leg spinner and he hasn't let him down today.
Oh!
Just 1 run off the over. 176 for 4. Outline, sun right overhead at the Antigua Recreation Ground. Wonderful picture. That's a vehicle that will be won by the man of the series. And got 2 surprises for you, Hooksy. That man of the series, as we've said to you before, will be chosen by the West Indies coach Gus Logie, the Australian coach John Buchanan, West Indian commentator Aina Bishop, not Ian, so I don't know who that is. I've been accused of nepotism, bringing my sister into it. Australian commentator David Hooks, and the fan vote online And I can tell you, at the moment, just take a guess as to who's the leading cricketer in terms of the fan vote, just strictly the guys who come online and vote for the man of the series.
Well, it would be a West Indian for sure, and well, quite simply to be Brian Lara.
Take another guess.
Well, I'm trying to think who else has contributed well in this series. I think Vasper Drakes has played well, so he'd get a few votes.
Well, the knowledgeable cricket fans have said it's Lara and Chanderpaul.
Well, that's an oxymoron then. Knowledgeable cricket fans. I don't think Shiv deserves to be in the website. Perhaps there's a lot of votes coming out of the South American country.
And there we are, leading run scorers in the series so far. Brian Lara has usurped Ricky Ponting as a leading run scorer, 533, but Ricky Ponting has much better average, almost double, more than double. Almost. Ricky Ponting has only played 5 innings and Brian Lara 8. Ricky Ponting not playing in this test match. And then we can also have a look at the bowlers as well. Stuart MacGill will also have figured at the top of the leading wicket takers in the series. There we go. Stuart MacGill. 20 wickets from 4 matches. And Jason Gillespie 17. Jermaine Lawson 14. And Brett Lee 14 as well. Very good average from Jason Gillespie though. Wickets taken at 17. Runs per wicket. 176 for 4. It's been bright all day at the ARG. It's been very, very good weather. West Indies, though, at 176 for 4 in trouble. Lara and Sarwan has played well. He's on to 40.
Yeah.
Got away well by Sarwan. That will run into the fence. Darren Lehman won't catch that.
Good play from the ball, always going away from the point fieldsman. Great thing about cutting with the spin, ball goes clockwise, and Darren Lehman just couldn't get there at the start. And once he missed the first chance to get it, which was about there as it started to curve away,
Oh,
he had no chance, just runs away and the fence for 4.
He's bowled a few short deliveries at Lara and Sarwan. I think, David, I'm not sure as a coach what you would say in this situation. I think his length has been much too short to Lara and Sarwan in general. He just slapped that back past Stuart MacGill. Hit with a lot of power.
Nice words in. The slap is exactly what he did there. It wasn't a cover drive, a straight drive. It was like having a bat and your little son's being naughty and you slapped him on the bottom.
more runs. And he's gone away. Darren Lehman, too slow once again. 50 for Lara and Sarwan. 16th half century in Test match cricket.
He's played very well, Sarwan. Played very well when Lara was at the crease with him. Now he's taking over the role of the senior batsman out there.
It's been a fantastic innings from Lara and Sarwan. You want to go on to get a lot more than this.
Oh.
188 for 4. It's only taken Lara and Sarwan 79 deliveries to get to 52. It's not been all that free scoring by the West Indies. This tells you how well he's played.
Good pressure by Bickle at one end of the ground from the factory road end to certainly Lara, and now he's doing the same thing with, or he's trying to do the same thing with Sarwan and Chanderpaul. In a really important and aggressive spell from the medium fast bowling of Bickle. We spoke about MacGill, Ian, about what you would do. I think what you get with Stuart MacGill is what you get. I don't think you get much difference from him. This is what he is. He's a genuine wicket taker. As we know, he's been a prodigious spinner of the ball in this series. He doesn't perhaps bowl around the wicket as much as possible, but for the batsman, if you're a West Indian batsman, he doesn't maintain that leg stump line that perhaps, say, a Shane Warne does, and he gives you one or two boundary balls and over. And I think that is how he bowls, and that is why it's fortunate for him playing such a strong side. Not trying to detract from Stuart MacGill at all, but because his other bowlers bowl so well and his batsmen score so freely in big totals, it's easy for him to maintain the bowling style that he has. He doesn't have to change too much. And as you said earlier, he gets very good support from Steve Waugh.
Been a decent spell from Andy Bickle. He's gone the more to reverse swing. And he did have a couple of occasions where he had Brian Lara in quite a bit of trouble. Not too many can say that in this innings played by Brian Lara. It's been very, very economical.
One of the things that Steve Waugh's got going for him is the ability with 5 bowlers to rest bowlers that he wants to at certain stages during an innings. He's doing that at the moment with Lee, Gillespie and McGrath, and it's only 10 overs away from the new ball. So depending on what happens in the next 10 overs as far as wickets are concerned, that will determine what Steve Waugh does. If Bickle and MacGill get another couple of wickets, he may just leave the old ball bowling. But if nothing happens in 10 overs, he's got the simple option of taking the new ball. So that's the advantage of having 5 quality bowlers in your side.
Maiden over, Varel bowled again, 188 for 4.
Poise right move the chief right now. 8:26:50. The poise right move right now. 8:26:50. Move right now. 8:26:50.
It's amazing what some people have time for when they come to a cricket match. He's only started doing that in between the last couple of overs. Very, very good. This time Darren Lehman stops it.
Having a bit of a tough time out there, Darren Lehman, to the right-handed Sarwan, with the ball being cut to him and just moving away from his left hand. There's been a couple of boundaries. And this was Sarwan's 50, and Lehman nearly got there. Just missed it by that much. And went into the fence for Sarwan's 50.
Oh! Bounce. Struck him on the hand. I'm not quite sure whether it's the same hand that was injured in taking the catch, but it's a painful blow. Just see the fingers, the hand trembling. A lot of people don't really understand how painful it is when you're hit by the spinner on the fingers. You can understand with the fast bowler bowling at 80 or 90 miles per hour. Just came out of the footmarks. Ryan Chanderpaul's wife sitting in the crowd, showing obvious concern.
Well, he won't get too much sympathy from the Australians. They are very annoyed that he hasn't been fielding in this game. That really does annoy the Australians. But to be fair to Shivran, in this situation, you can see the finger shaking. It's a broken finger, and you don't have to be hit by Brett Lee with a searing short ball. The finger is broken, and any time that the ball gets hit, but very rare do you see no sympathy from the opposition players, but they feel that he should have been on the field as a fieldsman. And the Australian captain not too pleased either.
Very caring, Huxley. An obvious pain Shivnarine Chanderpaul. Just trying to determine whether it will settle down. I think that's why he's just wandering around, just trying to get a feel of whether he can actually grip the bat. He did have his finger injured while taking a catch in the Australian first innings. He wasn't in the field for a very long time when Australia batted a second time.
Well, the reality is if it's broken, and he's come out with it broken, that does take some courage, no matter what the Australian fieldsmen or bowlers may think. But it wouldn't surprise now if Steve Waugh brings Brett Lee on, just to give Lee a couple of overs. Hayden having a few words to him.
Play.
Hayden on one side, Lehman on the other.
Catch it, catch it.
So Chanderpaul in between Hayden and Lehman. That is the rose between two thorns. iPad.
Not easy for Gilchrist as well. Single of the last ball of the over. 190 for 4. Glenn McGrath replaces Andy Bickle from the Factory Road end. That'll test Chanderpaul's finger and his courage just a little bit more. It's a very courageous player, Chanderpaul. McGrath so far bowled 12 overs in this innings and only gone for 12 runs. So I suppose you could say he's at his most economical 1 run per over. It'll be his first over in the match from the Factory Road end as well. Hasn't been above 82, 83 miles per hour in this match, indeed in the series. But it's the bounce that he can generate that will be of obvious concern to Lara and Chanderpaul and his finger. Immediately coming around the wicket to Chanderpaul. The wind blowing across the screen from right to left. Edged and gone past Martin Love at slip. Very late to react. Reputation of being a very good slip catcher, Martin Love. Let's wonder if this carried.
He certainly is that, and you're right, he reacted quite late. Well, Chanderpaul got in a position and then steered it down that way. That's what he did, and it may be just wide and just short, maybe. And yeah, just a bit too wide for Martin Love, but that is how you give slips catching when you've got a bat in your hand. First ball McGrath, around the wicket he got the outside edge, although it was helped by Chanderpaul chasing it.
We stress the fact that he's not as quick as he used to be, Glenn McGrath. Slip catcher not really carrying genuine edge. He's slightly something of a loosener based on it being the first ball of a new spell. Fastest delivery was just 82.5 miles per hour. Better length to Chanderpaul, equal to the task. Not showing any signs just yet of any after effects of that blow struck on the finger. McGrath bowled a pretty good delivery from the Sir Vivian Richards Pavilion and to get rid of Lara and Ganga earlier in the day. Magnificent Yorker. Struck Ganga straight on the boot.
Well, he'll grow into those shoes.
.195 for 4. Australian colours, the gold, very prominent at the Antigua Recreation Ground. Australia pressing on for victory. Shivnarine Chanderpaul continuing to battle, injured finger and all. Lara and Sarwan on 53. In the commentator's chair now will be Michael Holding and Mark Waugh.
With Brian Lara out of the way, one gets the impression that it's now just a matter of time. 418 runs is always going to be a demanding task. That's a lot of runs. Of course, Chanderpaul and Sarwan wouldn't have written this game off yet. None of the West Indian batsmen will want to write it off. They'll battle to the end. One would hope, that is.
I think realistically the game is beyond the West Indies, barring a couple of miracles, but what they can take out of this contest is experience and playing under pressure, being able to perform under pressure. Hopefully they will do that today and maybe tomorrow.
This certainly is a good opportunity for Lara and Sarwan to get his second Test century. 15 half centuries and just 1 century in his career so far. Needs to convert this, his 16th half century, to a second century.
I think you've got to remember though that Lara and Sarwan is still only 22 years of age, so he's only in the early stages of his career. Wouldn't have played a lot of first-class cricket or Test cricket. So whatever he does now, he will certainly improve on over the years.
It's 196 for 4. McGrath to continue from the Factory Road end. His 14th over.
Shivnarine Chanderpaul, second innings Barbados. Played a very similar shot to the one he played in Glenn McGrath's previous over, where Martin Love didn't quite hang on to it. Half-hearted push, not really trying to hit the ball, just steering it to the slips, almost like slips practice. Fairly lazy sort of shot, Michael Holding. One you would hope that he won't play again. I think these sort of pitches where there's not a lot of seam and bounce, the batsmen tend to get into that frame of mind where they think it's just a matter of playing it easy, nice and casual, but occasionally if you don't move your feet, you will pay the price on any sort of pitch.
This is now the 74th over of this West Indies second innings. Another 6 overs after this and a new ball will be available.
I think Stephen Moore will take that new ball as soon as it is available. I've seen Stuart MacGill bowl with a new ball at times as well, so I'm sure Stephen Wall wouldn't be worried about Stuart MacGill having to come off. We saw yesterday when the second new ball was taken by the West Indies. Extra pace and bounce. I think when the Australians get to that 80 over mark, it will be taken.
McGrath now switching to over the wicket to Lara and Chanderpaul. Pretty orthodox to feel that for McGrath. Sarwan a bit late in taking off, but the throw was to Lara and Chanderpaul's end, and he was safely home. 197 for 4. Partnership of 32 between Lara and Sarwan and Lara and Chanderpaul so far. West Indies have been struggling to put partnerships together. Good opening partnership. Looking for two Chanderpaul. Sarwan says no, definitely not on.
They've put partnerships together in both innings, but not big ones. A lot of batsmen got starts in the first innings. Again, the same in the second innings.
Was the last ball of the previous over. Chanderpaul was home, definitely. It would have been Sarwan struggling if any of the two were going to go into struggle.
Looks like Chanderpaul's knees recovered from the second test. Stretched out quite nicely there.
It was actually the first test, nothing got hurt. Missed the second. And now with this finger problem, one suspects he'll be missing the 2 1-days in Jamaica. Hardly ever sweeps Lara and Sarwan. Not one of his favorite shots. Perhaps that's why Stuart MacGill is quite happy to attack him from round the wicket.
I think Stuart MacGill would like Lara and Sarwan to sweep. Gives him a chance to the top edge and bowling him round the legs. No wonder he doesn't sweep too much. He's missed a big full toss. If he can't sweep that one, I'm not sure how he's going to sweep one that lands on the pitch.
Oh, yes, Stewie.
Good test for Lara and Sarwan, playing against Stuart MacGill, bowling from around the wicket. Looks like the type of batsman who likes to get bat on ball. Not his natural game to stick the pad out and defend.
Lots of protection there if he does sweep. You can see from that shot again, it wasn't a very powerful shot. Not one of his best. Oh. 198 for 4. bowlers used in all by Steve Waugh. 4 fast bowlers, a specialist spinner Stuart MacGill, of course himself, bowling some medium-paced stuff. 75 overs bowled in the second innings. Then McGrath coming in for his 15th.
Australian bowlers have shared the workload and the wickets. 4 bowlers with 1 wicket each. Most of the bowlers bowling around 15 overs. Still should be quite fresh for the second new ball, where Brett Lee and Jason Gillespie will probably take that.
Early call from Chanderpaul of weight. And I'm sure if Steve Waugh takes a second new ball, he'll be hoping that they can take some quick wickets. This certainly is a better place to be than to be here tomorrow. Lovely beaches all around Antigua. West Indies will have other ideas, of course. They aren't interested in getting to the beach. Beaches are a dime a dozen around the Caribbean. You see them every day. So they'll be more interested in playing some cricket. They'll be trying their best to be here again tomorrow. Not Steve Waugh and the Australians. Enough is enough. Reportedly 365 beaches here in Antigua. I counted 367 actually.
There's quite a few surfers and fishermen in the Australian team who would love to be there tomorrow or the next day. Matthew Hayden rates himself as a surfer. Andy Bickle, Jimmy Marr.
No harm done. Darren Lehman backing up. 198 for 4.
With the driver of 82650, please remove your vehicle which is parked at the team current grounds. Someone would like to go collect the kids and you're blocking them. 82650.
Stuart MacGill continuing from the Viv Richards Pavilion end. Certainly getting a lot of turn, but perhaps a fraction too short at times.
I think he'd be hoping that Lara and Sarwan pushes across the line towards mid-wicket, or pushes forward and pops up a bat pad catch to Darren Lehman on the offside.
Oh, yes, Macca.
That was a better length from Stuart MacGill. Again, Sarwan showing you there that he likes to feel ball on bat. How wide outside leg stump that pitched. No need to be playing at those.
Much better just using his pad. He's not looking to score off that delivery. All he can do is get an inside edge or get a nick to Martin Love or the keeper. Not his natural game, but he needs to just use the pad to anything pitched outside leg stump. Can't be given out, I don't think. LBW from out there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Not a high percentage of these runs for the West Indies in their second innings coming in boundaries. 4 sixes courtesy of Brian Lara and just 21 fours.
Very difficult for the left-hander playing against the leg spinner, throwing that ball in the rough continuously. Not quite sure the ounce and the pace it will come off the pitch. Chanderpaul doesn't have a big stride either. He needs to get that front pad down the wicket to negotiate any unusual spin or bounce.
Got it through. There's no extra cover. Brings up the 200 for the West Indies. It's 203 for 4. Something for the West Indians to support. Dominica flag there. Saw that Dominica flag being more prominent around the ground since Billy Doctrove got involved in the West Indies umpiring. This is a shot that brought up the 200 for the West Indies. No extra cover. He had been placed at city mid off previous delivery. Beat him. Gone through again.
Two boundaries in 3 balls for the West Indies. This ball short and wide. Just beating Stuart MacGill at backward point. Beautifully weighted for by Lara and Sarwan. Matter of finding the gap, which he did do quite easily.
Same shot again, this time straight to Stuart MacGill.
McGrath never bowls badly. Bowled really well from the pavilion end this morning. Not quite the same zip uphill into the breeze from the factory end.
Must be careful here. Now a very good throw. That's 5 runs.
Always a single earned. Stuart MacGill thought he would push Sarwan to the limit, but he instead pushed the throw straight to the boundary. Looked like a very wayward return from Stuart MacGill. I guess the Australians have plenty of runs to play with, but Glenn McGrath wouldn't be happy. Hates getting hit for a single, let alone 4 overthrows.
Full toss. That will go all the way as well. This is proving to be a very expensive over. Already 13 runs off the first 5 deliveries.
And McGrath trying the Yorker. Just got it slightly overpitched and Shivnarine Chanderpaul put it away. Expensive 4 or 5 balls for the Australians. No doubt the West Indies looking to score before that second new ball.
Big shout, but he's a long way forward there, Chanderpaul. 78 overs bowled to 1/6 for 4. Big shout from Glenn McGrath and his fielders for that last delivery. Well wide of off stump. And of course offering a stroke. No chance of that being out LBW.
I think it actually hit Chanderpaul on the move, but you can see clearly well outside the off stump. Easy decision for Venkat.
Will that go all the way? Got a bit of a hand on to that, Stuart MacGill, just taking some of the power off.
Although it went for 2 runs, I'm sure Stuart MacGill would be happy seeing Sarwan play that shot. Only has to turn a little bit. Could go straight to first slip. It's a good shot though. Got to the pitch of the ball and hit it hard.
Oh, yes, Stewie.
Should have enough time if he's playing back to know exactly what's happening there, Sarwan. Dropped. Big sound on that, then through to Gilchrist.
Just hit the glove, didn't carry. It's the sort of shot that Stuart MacGill wants from Sarwan. There's no need to play at that sort of delivery. It's pitching well outside leg stump.
Perhaps it's the reason the ball not carrying is because it hit his glove. The batsman's glove, that is.
Start, Macca.
I think Chanderpaul, Sarwan needs to get into his mind that anything pitched outside leg stump, no need to play any shot at it. All you can do is pop it up somewhere on the offside there, depending on the bounce and spin off the pitch.
Good looking shot, but Brett Lee is quick. Didn't stop it totally though, Brett Lee. Should be able to get 2 runs from this. Runs required no less than 200. It's 220 for 4. $220 for 4, the West Indies. West Indies now need 198 runs to win, but 79 overs have been bowled. This more than likely, definitely, will be the last over before tea. More than likely we'll see the new ball being taken after tea. Through the gap. Not dissimilar to his dismissal in Barbados or the one that fell short of love earlier on.
He needs to be careful there, Lara and Chanderpaul. That one was played with probably more control and a bit more conviction in the shot. Seemed to know where he was hitting it and hit it in the gap. Wants to be careful though, because always a chance the ball might bounce a little bit more than he expects.
Different grip here from McGrath. Bounced. Did well to keep that down, Chanderpaul.
Held the ball across the seam, McGrath, rather than down the seam. Handy delivery on a wicket that's wearing a little bit. I'm surprised it hasn't been bowled more today. I haven't seen much of that today, but handy wicket on slower pitches.
Just 2 balls to go in this last over before tea. Very powerfully hit. Made that look easy, Chanderpaul.
It's excellent batting by Lara and Chanderpaul, not worrying about the fact that there's 2 balls till tea. If the ball's there to hit it, let's hit it. The more we get now, the less we'll have to get later on. Excellent shot, right in the middle of the bat. Not far away from the hands of square leg, Andy Bickle, but a lot of power on it.
Well, that's tea. Ben Cut says that's enough for the time being. West Indies 228 for 4, still require another 190 runs to win. 80 overs bowled with this ball in the West Indies second innings. More than likely you'll see Steve Waugh taking the second new ball after tea. Just having a look at the surface, Steve Waugh. Wearing surface, the new ball being harder, will bounce a bit more awkwardly than the older ball. And that's the story of this session. 122 runs of 31 overs. And 1 wicket, just 1 wicket, but it was a big wicket, the wicket of Brian Lara. Good partnership so far between Lara and Sarwan and Lara and Chanderpaul. Partnership of 63 of 95 deliveries, and they'll be looking to build on that after tea. That's the story at the moment. Sarwan on 67. 3rd half century by West Indian batsmen. Lara has 2 in this match. Sarwan 1.
Australian bowling has been pretty good all day. Wickets have been shared, so has the overs. McGrath bowled well this morning. Stuart MacGill, important wicket of Brian Lara.
as we saw. It was a very exciting session. 131 runs. Brian Lara started off quite well. 4 for 6 from him there. Sarwan also chipped in early, but Lara hadn't finished with these sixes. That was the second of his 3. This one went a long, long way. Kept on using his feet to MacGill, but then missed one. Didn't quite get to the pitch, and the ball snuck through. Then Chanderpaul came in to cover from Lara, and he and Sarwan so far have batted quite well. That's a shot that brought up Sarwan's half-century, beating Darren Lehman at point. Very good knock so far. He and Chanderpaul certainly carrying the fight to the Australians. Spin, fast, they have all gone to the boundary at some stage or the other. Not that Steve was a bit worried. That was one that just fell short of love at slip. There is so much time left, so many more runs to get. So that's the story. First innings, even. Second innings, Australia 417, giving the West Indies 418 to get. Well, they're 190 behind with 6 wickets in hand. It's a long, long haul. But the first target one would assume would be to bat through the last session without losing too many more wickets and see what happens tomorrow. Well, join us in about 15 minutes and we'll see what the last session has in store for us.
Batsmen's implements now being picked up by Lara and Chanderpaul as we come back to the Antigua Recreation Ground for the final session of the 4th day of the 4th and final test match, where the West Indies just making a fight of it. 228 for 4, having this morning been reduced to 74 for 3. But since then we've had an innings from Lara of 60. And a partnership between these two now of 63. 91 between Lara and Sarwan, and now Sarwan and Chanderpaul putting on a further 63. Still 190 to go to that distant target of 418 to win the match, but at least the West Indies have put up something of a fight. It looked very much this morning 74 for 3 as if it was going to be all over even by now. Still 6 wickets standing. New ball is due. 80 overs have been bowled to this one. Perhaps Steve Waugh will just go with a little bit longer with this one, and if he does get a wicket, then turn to the new ball to try to finish off the innings quickly.
Yeah, I think that's what he'll try to do. MacGill obviously straight on here after tea is showing his hand a little bit on that one, hoping that MacGill can remove 1 or 2 of these 2 down. That would make it easier work for him with that new ball.
Play.
Oh.
Round the wicket exaggerates MacGill's turn, which is quite acute at the best of times. West Indies have to be careful here. They've lost a wicket after an interval so frequently during the series or at the start of the day. Just want to get through the first half an hour here.
Work out. Come on, Macca. Lads.
Well, he's succeeded to get his top score so far in this innings, but look at that, starts everywhere.
Long hop. Put away for 4. He just had so much time ready to just look around the field and say, well, where should I hit this one?
Yes, it's slowest bounce. We said that before, the occasional little kick. But that one, not a good ball from Stuart MacGill. Someone's quick at his feet. Disposed of that one quite admirably.
Brad Hoggs on the field over there at square leg. Substitute. Andy Bickles off. Oh. Ends the over at 2:32 for 4. Resume after the interval. A little bit expensive by McGrath standards in a more recent spell. Of his last couple overs, he's had 21 runs. 5 overs for 27 in the spell, but the last 2 having 21 taken off them. Which by McGrath standards, really by anyone's standards, are quite expensive.
That might have been the one with the near miss in it. He got a bit of stick after that. A couple of flicks for a mid-wicket. There was overthrows that cost 5. He did go for plenty in that over, but it was a little bit of an eventful over.
Yeah, when you factor in the overthrows, it adds 4. And then the 4 from the edge through the slips. So 8, you would have to say that certainly were lucky.
He's bowling with just 2 on the onside. McGrath packed offside field. Two slips in a gully. And the cover field a man at square, third man. MacGill. So it's just MacGill right on the left of the screen there, at the bottom of that stand. Very square. There he is.
Yeah.
There's a pull shot by Sarwan. Doesn't really get hold of it. We'll have time for 2.
Sarwan looks like he's really backing himself.
Yeah.
Really trying to hammer the ball. He's trying to drag that across on the onside where there's only 2 fielders. Easy runs if he can do it.
Thought about it. plays the cut shot very well, and there was a little thought flashing through his mind as that ball passed. Should I cut it? And deciding not to play. Australian one-day team has arrived. The additional players, there's Andrew Simons, says he's really looking forward to the Caribbean, was looking forward to it. He's got his roots here. His natural parents were West Indian. Just sticking it out. But, Simon's foster parents, he's lived with them since he was a young boy. They live in Australia. A few words now. Well, we've had a few words in this match already. Venkatrago comes up to have a word with the two of them. 2:36 for 4. MacGill now.
Well, McGrath goes down in front of a half West Indian, half Australian, so he's getting booed and he's getting clapped at the same time. A little bit of a run in at the end of the previous over. I think it must have been on the follow through where it was the attempted Yorker, jams down on it, inside edge. Well, I don't know what that's all about.
Happened in the test match in Port of Spain.
Yeah.
When Sarwan was running through, and I think there was almost a collision, and MacGill said, can't you run around me? Or words to that effect. There were other words in there as well. And there is what happened this time. Sarwan now says something to him. MacGill said, well, what's all that about? McGrath, I should say. Words exchange, and then comes Venkat to just say cool down. But it happened in Trinidad as well.
Yeah, it was all a bit over nothing, wasn't it? McGrath just walking through and his follow through.
Oh.
He's been quiet for a while, Glenn McGrath. That'll be 4. There's a good response there from Chanderpaul.
These two Guyanese out there, and the Guyana flag flying on this boundary.
Dangerous shot, but he played it pretty well, didn't he? It was short of a length there. He only had to watch the bounce, whether it was going to keep low or kick a little. And he did that well. I tell you what, it'd want to be a wrong and pitched on middle stump, the way he's been turning the leg breaks. Big shot from MacGill. Well, I'm not quite sure we've got a bit of bat on it anyway, but it's hit him outside. That's got to pitch in line a bit more for mine.
Tag! Oh!
Chanderpaul is not moving. There were shouts of catch, catch. Chanderpaul just padding away. They might have felt that the ball took their gloves or something. End of the over. 2:41 for 4. Sarwan got 75 now, his highest score against Australia.
Seconds out, round 4. Well, a couple of balls before the run into that previous over, this is what happened. McGrath just wanders off his usual fashion there. Someone had to run around him. I think it might have been a culmination of that. Happened a couple of times. Now the bowler doesn't have to move out of his way for the batsman.
Teams will be very talkative in this match. We saw Lara engage with Hayden and Lehman and Steve Waugh, and David Shepherd coming in just to settle matters, and now Venkatragavan comes in to say something. Might have seen coach's comments on Lara and Sarwan. David Hookes just making an assessment of Lara and Sarwan, and in there, well, a wide range of shots, nimble footwork, and so on. Now, weaknesses: compulsive hooker, no sense of restraint, gets rattled in verbal contest. So we'll now see if he's rattled. Yep, verbal contest. The Australians do appreciate that. Goes back to the Australian tour, or the West Indies tour of Australia, I should say, 2000-2001, which was a horrendous tour for Sarwan. Unfortunate incident in Adelaide on that occasion, when Sarwan was coming down the steps of the Adelaide Pavilion on the way down from the dressing room, and Stroke MacGill was just out, and they passed each other, and Stroke MacGill barged into him quite heavily, and in fact was reprimanded by the match referee.
Well, he's trying for that in-swinging Yorker again. Well, we saw the coach's comment on Sarwan. Now McGrath, well, he used to be really big on the chat. Takes early wickets. Well, that's an obvious one. Excellent leg cutter, bowls one side of the wicket and is economical. I think they're all understatements. Takes scoring risks outside the crease to force him to change the length. He doesn't appreciate things like that. That's what he's trying to do. Well, that's what we reckon should be tried to undertake and to combat McGrath. Nobody sort of gets out of the crease to him. Upset his length is what we're trying to say, and he doesn't like that. You've got to upset him. Once he gets in a verbal, you've got to not get involved with it. You've got to worry about what you're doing. You've got to try and put him off and just switch off as a batsman and just worry about what you're doing. He'll keep at you.
Go!
Very long spell here from MacGill in his 25th over now. Into his 25th over. Couldn't get it through, so Chanderpaul just pushed it. Found a bit of a gap and gets a single. lovely shot, magnificent shot. And on drive, that's one of the prettiest shots in the game and prettily played.
Well, it was. One of the people may say it's risky to MacGill, but if you get to the pitch of the ball, it's not going to be too much risk in it. Let's have a look. Right on. Out the foot marks, but he half-volleyed it. I think it's time for the new ball. MacGill's had his couple.
Yeah.
He's got that one through as well. That's a long boundary up there, and might just hold up inside of it, and that's a good piece of work. Pulls it back, Langer gave the chase all the way, and then pulled it back just inside the longest boundary on the ground. Sarwan gets 3.
Yeah, a couple of good shots there, but I think it's time for that new ball. That's what Steve Rowe will be thinking about. Retley in their charge and try to do his best. That's a good piece of work there from Langer. Umpire's just waiting to check to see if that's a boundary or not.
Here we do, waiting just for one run. Let's see if it's a 4 or not. Now we wait for this. And the argument for not using the technology for, let us say, inside edges into the pad is that it would take up too much time. Now how much time are we going to take with this? Just for one run. So many times in this series we've seen inside edges given out leg before. If they had been replayed, wouldn't have been. Would have taken half the time it's taken to find out if there was an extra run or not. Ends the over, maybe the end of the spell for MacGill. 85 overs gone, 249 for 4.
Well, still the old ball, McGrath picking away, but I'm pretty certain I saw the skipper give Lee the nod then for next over from the far end.
No.
I think McGrath would appreciate a new ball out there. I think even Stuart MacGill might. Don't want to be getting a little soft. There he is. Doing some limbering up. This is a big throw of the dice for the Aussies here. This could either make it a lot easier or finish it off for the Aussies.
Yeah, Lee just warming up there. I had mentioned a while ago, and you saw that's the West Indies area. They looked into the Australian area and spotted some new faces in there who have come out for the one-day internationals, which start next weekend in Jamaica. Now, you'll hear a lot of chat around the ground about that. They know all about Sarwan's hooks. They've seen them on television get him out. They saw it here against South Africa 2 seasons ago when he was set up by Jack Callis. The man put back at backward square leg and he hooked the ball straight in his hand.
Well, he's going to get tested out very shortly, I think, with that new ball when Lee comes on and Gillespie, especially when he plays a shot like that.
Yeah, it just seems to be at the moment as the comments by the coach, Huxley. Perhaps he was a little bit rattled by the verbals. He's still been spoken to every now and again by McGrath. And if anything, by his body language, just seems to be losing a little bit of concentration. Hit that pretty well. And that's going to go all the way. That's a good hook shot. Hooked it down this time. So perhaps he's been working on that. It's quite often hooks up, but now he rolled his wrist, got right over it.
Yeah, McGrath isn't really ripping him through. This could be setting him up to hopefully have a go at the next two that come on that are much quicker. Let him have a go at that, get that one away. That, you know, that might be good and bad.
Yeah, they've got runs to spare. They've got 165 runs still to get the West Indies. So as you say, maybe just the sucker punch, just setting him up. That ends the over. So we might see the new ball coming now. 2:53 for 4. Sarwan now involved with Langer. Langer has got into it. He's got 86. McGrath's had a go at him between overs. He's gone to the umpires and said something to them. It's been going for some time. Umpire David Shepherd now comes up to have a word with Sarwan. Now they're having words. Sarwan needs to settle down here, not to let it disturb him. He's got 86. He's only got 100 in Test cricket. He wants to settle down. He wants to put that out of his mind, not to take them on. This is right up Australia's alley if it goes on like this. Now MacGill. You won't see Chanderpaul getting involved. He won't be saying anything. Here's what happened between overs. Shouting, screaming and pointing of fingers. Now, a couple of the Australians getting in there. We can't suppose what has happened, of course. In the air, and lucky for Chanderpaul, lost his bat. Lucky for him, the ball just traveled wide of the fielder. But that incident a while ago, quite ugly, between Sarwan and McGrath, started in the previous over, running between the wickets. Now Sarwan will come into the strike. A lot of booing going on as McGrath goes down. Some applause as well, as Jeff Thompson was saying. He's right in between the popular side with the local crowd out there, and then the Australian visitors just to his right as he comes in now, and he's now being switched places, and Hayden will go back on the boundary. So Sarwan in the strike now. He's got 86, and let's see how this will affect him, if it will. He's got it through. Again, that long boundary. A chaser for Langer. He won't get there this time. So Sarwan goes to 90.
Yeah, another good shot there from Sarwan. Just too short for MacGill. All the time in the world to get that away. Well, it wasn't too short, was it? Just the width on it there he worked on. Straight through the gap there at point.
verbal confrontation out there. Just wonder. There's a short McGrath, Glenn McGrath, between overs there, having a very, very stern word with Sarwan. Umpires have come in. I just wonder what the ICC match referee Mike Proctor will think about all this at the close of play. There was confrontation in the first innings between Lara and some of the Australians. No action was taken then. It all depends on what the umpires report, of course. We can only suppose from this distance. But I don't think you need it. That body language, you don't need that interpreted.
No, it's flared up on a lot of occasions, hasn't it, in this match? A lot of feel in the first two innings. There's a lot of talk out there. It's settled down for a while. Then after McGrath having a return barrage there with Sarwan, he went and said something to Dave Shepherd there, reported him about what he said. So I don't know. Depends on whether the umpire heard it, I suppose.
Gone through for 4 more. Sarwan moves to 94. Ends the over at 262 for 4. New ball. I'm sure he's going to take it now. Gillespie has been called in. Heel bowl from the Factory Road end. The West Indies at 262 for 4. And Ramnaresh Sarwan within 6 runs of what would be his second Test 100. But the adrenaline has been running out there. It's been a heated confrontation verbally. It's been ugly. It stirred the crowd up. And now the new ball.
Well, it's also stirred the batters up. The crowd's come to life. Everyone has. The match referee, he's having to hurt his money in this situation. Now Gillespie.
Pulled away, first ball from Gillespie. Raises a 100 partnership between these two. Bad delivery and put away by Chanderpaul.
Yes, it's brought up the 100 partnership, just off 138 deliveries. Good shot, that one, Chanderpaul. He's been a good puller when we've seen him in these matches. Picked that one up easily. Well, that figure to win with all these boundaries is coming down rapidly now. Just 152 required. Plenty of time left. Plenty of wickets left too at the moment. Just 4 down.
Successive partnerships involving Sarwan of 91 and now 101. Nicely played away for a couple more by Sarwan, by Chanderpaul. Got the crowd over on the Independence Avenue side really in very good spirit. The whole contest has stirred them up during the course of the afternoon. Very glum earlier when 3 wickets fell cheaply in the morning. Then Lara and Sarwan. Then when Lara was out for 60, ground went very quiet once more. Now it's enlivened again. It's been a good test match and still a lot more to go in it. He's pulled that away, and that'll go for 4 more. That's his 50. Ramnaresh Sarwan has come back with injured finger and all, and got a very good half-century as the West Indies move on to 272 for 4. Half century off just 73 deliveries. That's his 9-4.
Well, Chanderpaul, he won't make that fastest century ever, but going on at this rate, he's going to be up there in the top few again. The crowd's going mad over there on Independence Avenue. Well, it's a relief to see a dot ball from the Australians. Steve Waugh would be starting to get a little concerned over this. That total's coming down within comfort zone. The way it's going at the moment, shortly it'll be below 100. This session, 44 runs, 7 overs. Well, it'll be 8 overs and 1 more ball.
Ends the first over of a new spell from Gillespie. Expensive over. 10 coming off it. 272 for 4. Now, and I dare say the new ball won't be that far away. In the commentary box now, David Hooks, and with him Ian Bishop.
Thank you, Tozy. And well, what an hour of cricket that has been. Not pretty, not how you want to sell it around the world from a visual point of view. Steve Waugh going to David Shepherd, probably an over too late. I think Steve Waugh should have been involved when the confrontation occurred. He is the captain of the Australian cricket team. He is the captain of the fielding team. Perhaps he could have gone over. I'm not sure where he was fielding at the time. And McGrath certainly very upset about something that was said to him. So 2 slips in the gully to Brett Lee. Steve Waugh under the pump a little bit here. The target is 146 to win. 6 wickets in hand. Ridley Jacobs to come next. 2 test hundreds to his name. And he's gone for it. He's hit it 2 bounces into the fence at mid-wicket of Brett Lee. So Lara and Sarwan has been under pressure verbally from the Australians, goes to 98. And he has brought the crowd to their feet, both sections of the crowd.
Best way to answer it for Lara and Sarwan. Must say it's not a shot that I'm in favour of or been in favour of in the past, but he played it with a summer plum. On to 98.
He's gone for it. He'll only get the single. Well fielded by MacGill at wide mid-on. Goes to 99. Chanderpaul's been quite calm, although when you look at his statistics, 51 from 75 he's not, but this is the man that has copped it all and done it well.
Played that pull shot with a vengeance. He's very, very focused at the moment, Lara and Sarwan. It's been a very aggressive match. Both teams have had quite a few words to say to each other. Still the old ball being used. 141 to win.
A lot of aggro right throughout this game. Didn't appear to be as much during the previous 3 test matches. There was a bit of verbal banter between the sides, but nothing as visually aggressive as what we've seen in this game. And the new ball has been taken. David Shepherd saying, there's the old one, you can have that back. Trying to get the acknowledgement of the scorers and the scoreboard. So Brett Lee has the brand spanking new Kookaburra out of the box, out of the tissue paper. So Steve Waugh is going on the attack. 3 slips and a gully. Backward point, cover, mid-off. Wideish mid-on and a fine leg. So lots of area on the leg side. Now the new ball, as you would well know, Ian, as an opening bowler, can do one of two things in this situation. The frenetic mood that the batsmen are in, it can go for a lot of boundaries in a short period of time, or it could get 3 or 4 wickets. It's going to be an intriguing half an hour.
It will be. And the chances of going for runs are increased simply because these batsmen have been at the crease for some time. They're very well set. But also I think Steve O had no option but to take it. On this pitch, you'd expect the new ball to buy you a couple of wickets as well.
And a big shout, but it was an outside leg. He may have hit him on the full, but he looked as though he was still in his stance position, and David Shepherd saying no, down leg side, Brett.
Very good decision by umpire Shepherd. One of the best umpires around. Clearly missing leg stump. Just swinging back and swinging late. Lara and Sarwan on 99. All eyes in the Antigua Recreation Ground focused on this young man.
Every West Indian supporter is standing. It's only the Australians that are sitting. And there's a buzz around the ground. 100. What a moment for Lara and Sarwan. He has put up with it all. He has scored 100 against the best side in the world, the best bowling attack in world cricket. We'll get the applause from the Australians as well, so very good of the Australians. There's been a lot of verbal stuff between both sides, but acknowledgement from everybody. Curtly Ambrose and Lara and Sarwan, his second Test 100. And, well, the sportsmanship is there when it has to be there, and that is probably the most important visual moment of the day.
It is very much so. Fantastic innings against the best team in world cricket. We spoke this morning about maybe seeing someone else assume the mantle of leading batsman in the West Indies team. Lara has carried it for a number of years. Just maybe now is the time that Lara and Sarwan will assume that responsibility. Vice captain of the team as well, and it's brought out the best in him in this test match. Fantastic.
Brilliant innings under enormous pressure, both scoreboard pressure and pressure from the opposition out on the ground. 4 for 280. Kicked away 4. So the Australian bowlers are being given a mauling.
None of the head from Steve Roy. He's been shaking his head for the last 3 or 4 overs because Chanderpaul and Sarwan has literally taken the initiative away from the Australian bowlers at this point. Clipped away off leg stump. Easy runs for Chanderpaul.
Good lift. They've only been in 105 minutes, this pair, for a partnership of 119. 151 balls, 105 minutes. I was trying to do my sums earlier about half an hour ago, thinking that if the West Indies were to stay in this match, they'd probably need around about 100 runs tomorrow. But there are 24 overs remaining still. And at the moment, the deficit is 134. So even if they score 2 runs and over from now, they'll be down to under 100 with ease. The important thing is now, from a batting point of view, is to make the right choice, the right shot selection with this aggressive mode that they're in. No point in going back into the shell saying, gee, we're nearly there now, let's get them in 1s and 2s. They just must maintain this momentum, ensure their shot selection is absolutely spot on, because the boundaries are coming. The new ball will provide boundaries as well, and the pressure will go straight back onto the bowling side. Three best fast bowlers in the world are going to share the new ball, so it's not over yet for every side.
think Australia will recognize the fact that if they pick up a wicket or two, they're right back in the game if they do that soon. But you're just looking at this total that the West Indies have on the board, 284 for 4 in the first innings. You think to yourself from here that we should get 400 runs. It's a second innings chase, and that adds more difficulty to it. The mental pressure of looking at the scoreboard and the nerves make it different, but there are nerves all around, not only in the West Indian camp but on the field now as well for the Australians.
Ball bowled straight through him. Just a lazy bit of footwork by Chanderpaul there. He sort of stumbled forward and very lucky not to get an edge.
Still batting to come. Ridley Jacobs has a couple of test match hundreds. Murray Banks has showed great potential with the bat in this series. So too Vasper Driggs. What's important is that the West Indies pair at the crease, carry it as deeply as possible.
Into the over, just the boundary off the first ball, so a good comeback from Gillespie. 134 to win. No side has ever won, touring side has ever won 4 test matches in the Caribbean. Australia set a record last week in Barbados by becoming the first visiting side to score 3 victories in the Caribbean. So a lot to play for both sides. He slashed it over the top of gully. 2 bounces into the fence, 4.
I think a few more people around the ground are starting to believe this is possible for the West Indies. He's given a bit of room, and he went at it hard. That was the positive note about that shot. There was no half-hearted effort about it. Literally flew off the outside half of the bat. Fantastic shot again from Sarwan.
Steve Ball trying just to calm his men down. Just to get a bowl line and length. What an hour of cricket this has been. He's going to get us in the air, and that's a bad shot, and Lee's got him. Lee and McGrath must have worked it out, because Lee's gone straight to McGrath and said, thank you very much, Glenn. So they set it up, and on 105, we made the point. Shot selection was the most important issue, and he's made a poor shot selection. The hook shots brought him undone yet again.
That's right. And a little bit of ambivalence, simply because he played a great innings. The hook shot is not his forte, it's not his strength. Played one to get to 99, and Lee accepts it gleefully. Finally a cotton board for Brett Lee as well. Australia back in the hunt. Doors are open once again. Ramner Sarwan, well played, 105, 288 for 5.
Ridley Jacobs, 2 Test centuries to name. His name comes to the crease, and immediately still 2 men out for the hook shot for Jacobs. Lee with a wicket under his belt. And the brand new ball, and he's hit it. He's hit his arm. Where's it hit? Where's it hit? David Shepherd's. They're asking him, he's out. Brett Lee's on a hat-trick. Lee charged in, and Ridley Jacobs couldn't cope with the pace. We saw him get tangled up in the first inning with shortish deliveries, and he has done exactly the same in the second. So Australia have just turned the wheel back into them.
1 brings 2. Ridley Jacobs is not convinced that this has come off the bat or the glove. The Australians were absolutely convinced. West Indian fans are stunned because once again Australia pushed themselves out in front in this test match. 2 wickets in 2 balls. Let's have a look at what this hits. Nowhere near the glove, nowhere near the bat. Off the elbow of Ridley Jacobs. Not a good decision by umpire Shepherd. Jacobs cannot believe it. He's gone for naught. 288 for 6.
Situation here with bottles being thrown on the ground. The crowd have seen the replay. We have another similar situation that we've had before where technology has to be addressed. We spent over a minute worrying about a single run when Justin Langer went to the boundary to stop a boundary. We use technology for a single run, but we can't use technology to show what a decision that was from David Shepherd, where quite clearly he missed the ball, hit him on the arm, and yet the lack of technology creates more drama than using it.
It really was a poor decision by umpire Shepherd. Really a poor decision, because it was nowhere near the glove. Struck on the forearm. It was the ferociousness of the appeal that might have sort of threatened umpire Shepherd. Didn't touch the bat, didn't touch the glove. Missed by a long way.
Well, the other situation we've got with the Ridley Jacobs is that most players, and admiration has to go to Jacobs here, most players would have rubbed their arm instantly, but Jacobs was prepared to stand there and accept the umpire's decision. And that is another situation that's been created by allowing players to rub their arm, to show their bat, to show their pad, and we just allow it to happen. And what happens at some stage, it gets to this situation where a player does the absolute right thing. He gets screwed by a bad decision. That's fine, that part's fine, but it just, the emotion takes over, the lack of technology is there, and Mike Proctor is the match referee. He is going to have to get some more ink for his pen. He's got a lot of work to do. The umpiring in this series has been poor from the start in Guyana. We have 2 of the most respected umpires in the world. A couple of mistakes have been made, but that last one at a very, very critical stage. So admiration also to Justin Langer. Justin Langer ran down to where the bowlers were and started to throw them gently back over the fence. And I think the strength of Langer and Gillespie doing that showed the crowd that, hey, we want to play cricket out here. Let's just get on with the game.
I'm not quite sure it's a smart thing to do. If you're down there taking off bottles while they're still being thrown. Steve Waugh is now at the far side of it, on the opposite end, clearing the bottles, because it won't be funny if one is thrown and hits one of the players. quite clearly the crowd incensed by a bad decision. Just think that he didn't rub his arms, David, quite simply because it was so far away from the glove. I don't think he felt he needed to rub his arms to indicate that it didn't hit the glove.
Justin Langer, who went down and began clearing the bottles with Jason Gillespie. Lee on a hat-trick. And the game has changed. The game has turned. And it's very noisy in the middle of the ground. Andy Biggle just tried to speak to Adam Gilchrist from Gully to wicketkeeper. They both had to move towards each other to hear each other. So noisy is the ground. Now, Amari Banks, a youngster in just his second test, has walked out in the middle of this hostility. He's been there for at least 4 or 5 minutes, and now he faces his first ball on a hat-trick. So Lee, the chance for an Australian hat-trick. 3 sips in the gully bat pack. Punches it past. Bick will do the chasing. They'll get a couple of runs. And they'll look for 3 to get Chanderpaul back on strike, but unable to. So policemen still on the ground clearing some of the debris out at mid-wicket.
One or two bottles still being thrown onto the field. And while you can understand the disappointment and the emotion, it is not acceptable. And we'll have a look at why all of this started. The dismissal of Ridley Jacobs is what caused it, quite clearly off the right arm of Ridley Jacobs, not the glove or the bat.
Well played, Banks. The game's still alive. 128 required to win. 6 wickets down now. They were going so well with Sarwan and Chanderpaul. And Ramiro Sarwan on 105 pulled out that dreaded hook shot, and it went further in the air than it went in distance.
Yes, beaten for pace, and it's the 8th time in his test match career that he's been dismissed trying to play this pull shot. New ball would come on quicker as well than the old one. All of that would have been against him in as good a form as he felt he was in.
What an over. A boundary, 2 wickets in concession, a 2 to point, 2 dot balls for the youngster to survive. 128 required for victory. .290 for 6. Gillespie with the new ball, about to bowl to Shivnarine Chanderpaul, who's on 55. He's only been there a couple of hours. He's played really well, broken finger and all. And it's up to him now to steer the West Indies home if he's good enough. And he has to score.
Bretley's dropped a few cotton balls in this test match series, and he finally catches one. Difficult to drop that, but Sarwan beaten for pace. Ball onto him much too quickly. And Steve Waugh just shaking the hand of Ramiro Sarwan as he walks off. Amazing, David, how quickly a game can change. West Indies, not too long ago, would have been seeking 138 runs with 6 wickets in hand. Now 2 wickets falling in 2 balls. Whole complexion of the game is now different.
Yes, and those people in Australia at 6 o'clock in the morning just waking up, you've missed an exhilarating 60 minutes of cricket, with Sarwan and Chanderpaul just taking it up to the Australian attack and smashing them to all parts of the ground. We had confrontation, we had again umpires getting involved. We had the side of Glenn McGrath wagging his finger at umpire David Shepherd. He had him rushing over to Sarwan to have terse words, and Sarwan was dismissed. The next ball, bad decision for the West Indies. Willie Jacobs with 2 Test centuries to his name, a dogged fighter. He could have stayed there with Chanderpaul, but he's out.
It's interesting as well, if we just stay on the cricket side of things and we go back to the taking of the new ball, we mentioned that boundaries could flow because the new ball is harder, it comes off the bat quicker, and we did see a few boundaries. We also mentioned that there could be a couple of wickets in the new ball as well. So we've seen both sides of the coin, and that's a difficulty as a captain, or one of the chances you must try to decide whether you will take it or not. The risk of giving away a few runs against picking up a couple of wickets. All depends on Shipnarine Chanderpaul now for the West Indies.
Chanderpaul is 55. The West Indies need 128 to win. You would assume then that Chanderpaul needs to make about 70 of those 128, maybe even 80. So Chanderpaul has to get somewhere between 130 and 150 for the West Indies to win. And very similar situation to Brian Lara 4 years ago in Barbados, where he had to get around about 150. In the end, he got 153 not out to win. So he will know that. Experienced cricketer, he can't afford to get out. The reality is that Chanderpaul has to be there when the last ball of this match is bowled one way or the other. 290 for 6. Three men, Drakes and then Dillon and Lawson. So it really is up to these two plus Baspert Drakes. Drakes has got 4 first-class centuries to his name. He comes in next. Amari Banks, just a 20-year-old in his second Test match, showed great poise amidst the fire of the Australian bowlers in his first 2 Test matches so far with the bat in his hand. But Chanderpaul has to be there at the end, either when the West Indies are dismissed or when they hit the winning run. He can't afford to get out shy of the end of the game. In the air, drop. Martin Love has dropped a sitter at first slip. Easy viewing. He is such a good slip fieldsman, and he has made a mess of that.
I keep hearing how good he is as a slip fielder, but in this Test match he hasn't shown that form at all. He's had a couple of close chances and just bursting through his hands. The pace of it flew off the edge and just really burst through from the sheer force of it. Didn't get the time to wrap the fingers, was a bit late in going up as well. And that is a relatively straightforward chance gone begging.
Yeah.
Nicely played. Fine leg is very fine. Gillespie, will he get it? He was very lucky he put his hand down. He missed his hand, hit his left foot. So that is synchronisation like a giraffe. The hand and the feet moving together at the same time. So Giraffe Gillespie has saved a boundary.
Very lucky. That's when a size 12 or 13 pair of feet come in handy. Isn't the greatest athlete in terms of speed around the perimeters of the outfield, Gillespie.
Martin Love at first slip is a specialist first slip. He was very good. He's dropped 2 in this match. So he's dropped Chanderpaul, and now he's dropped Amari Banks. Not sure when the last time Martin Love would have dropped 2 catches. The one off Chanderpaul, very difficult. That one, a lollipop.
Well, Matthew Hayden has been standing at first slip in this test series and is taking some very good catches. Ricky Ponting has also caught a couple of good ones. Mark was standing behind me in the commentary box as well. Has snaffled some for Australia over the years.
Yeah, but Mark Ward took the easy option and always stayed at second slip. Now that is the curating staff. There is rain around about 10 kilometres away. It was predicted this morning at around about afternoon tea time. And the curating staff have put their rain jackets on. All fielded.
That's over, drinks.
In the slips. So David Shepherd calls for drinks and a welcome respite for everybody at the ground. It is 294 for 6.
Islands in the fun.
On the 4th day of this test match, this very exciting test match here at the Antigua Recreation Ground, and those are the dark clouds that have a few people scurrying around. Clouds also affecting the light on the ground, and no problem with that at the moment, just not as bright as it was earlier on. 124 more runs to win, that's what the West Indies require. Australia need 4 more wickets. Very good partnership between Chanderpaul and the Sarwan. Came to an end with the score on 288. Looking for 2 here, Chanderpaul will get them comfortably. And the Sarwan was batting so well, and then this.
Magnificent innings by Lara and Sarwan. I'm sure if he had that delivery over again, he might just change the stroke. 2 men back on the leg side. New ball with the fastest bowler in the world.
Looking for 2 again, but just 1 on this occasion. Not too sure I agree with you, Mark. I think if he got the same delivery again, he would play the same shot. We have seen too much evidence of that lack of brain power.
Well, hopefully he will learn from that mistake. still only a young player. Like to think that he's got some common sense, some brains, some cricket awareness. Certainly got the talent to go a long way in this game, Lara and Sarwan. Unfortunately today, just when he had the chance to play a great innings, he let it slip.
I think South Africa toured here in the year 1999. 2001 rather. West Indies went to South Africa in 99. They were here in 2001. He and Hooper were batting in Trinidad, seemingly on the way to victory. Similar dismissal, the hook shot. Came here in Antigua. Same team, same story. Hook shot, out, back in the pavilion. Overslip, just evading the gully. That will go to the boundary. That brings up the 300 for the West Indies.
Always a chance with the second new ball that one might lift. Murray Banks didn't know much about that one from Jason Gillespie, but fortunately the pace of the delivery and the shoulder of the bat meant that the ball carried safely over Andy Bickle's outstretched hands in about fifth slip.
Over bowled, it's 301 for 6. Readjusting his field here while the umpires have a chat. There's a bit of rain coming down. It's not very heavy. I think they have also sent for the light meters. So two factors here now, the rain and the light. The clouds, of course, covering the sun, not as bright as it was earlier on. World's fastest bowler bowling, and now they are falling for the covers. They have decided that the rain is a bit too heavy. So a break in the proceedings here. Not too sure how long this will last. It doesn't look as if it's a very big cloud. So it might just be a brief interlude. But at least it's an opportunity for both teams to go into the dressing room, sit down, rethink the situation, and make further plans.
Haven't seen much rain in the West Indies on this tour. Just when the game was coming to an interesting stage, we've been interrupted, but I'm sure there's not much range there.
A bit solemn in the dressing room of the West Indies team. They would have been certainly in much better mood half an hour or so ago. Well, some of the Australians haven't left the field. As I said, it's not a heavy shower.
Showers have almost ceased already before the players have gone off the field. I'm sure it's a light shower, just enough to wet the surface of the pitch and the outfield. I'm sure the umpires were worried about the pitch getting some water on it, maybe assisting the Australian faster bowlers.
Well, this certainly has been a very interesting session. Hasn't been very long, the session after tea, but very interesting.
stroke play from Lara and Sarwan, particularly severe on Stuart MacGill. Lara and Chanderpaul and Sarwan. Some great shots. Hook shots, drives. Played all the shots as a young man does, in good form. Very severe on anything loose from Stuart MacGill.
A lot of boundaries in this very brief session. And of course that was a shot that brought Lara and Sarwan his second test century.
Rightly so, very happy to make a century against Australia in the fourth test. Lara and Chanderpaul. Anything loose went for 4. Brett Lee with a second new ball. Always a danger. Coming off the pitch pretty quick there. Hand off Sarwan's bat. Brett Lee up the answer though. Short, fast delivery. Sarwan trying to hook as he's done previously in his test career. Unfortunately, the same result as a number of times before. Ridley Jacobs' first ball, the one that hit him on the arm. David Shepherd thought it hit his glove. Not sure how he thought that. Ridley Jacobs extremely unlucky. Ball just hitting him above the forearm, above the elbow. Unfortunately, he had to go.
And of course, that dismissal sparked the scenes that you're seeing now, when bottles, glass and plastic were thrown onto the ground. Umpire making the wrong decision, and then a couple of lucky escapes for Amari Banks. That's the situation at the moment, still sprinkling. West Indies 301 for 6, 117 more runs needed. Sarwan dismissed for 105. Chanderpaul still there on 58 and Amari Banks on 10. Partnership so far of just 13 between these two, and a long, long way to go. Australia only need 4 wickets. West Indies need 117 runs.
Australian bowling, Brett Lee has picked up 3 for 40. Always dangerous with that new ball. Stuart MacGill copped some tap in that session. The rest of the bowlers have toiled away with 1 wicket apiece.
Well, that's what's happened in the match so far. What an amazing test match, and it does suggest that if you get a good pitch, a pitch with some bounce in it, then you're going to get a far better test match than if you have a pitch without bounce, as we have had for the first 3 test matches. Steve Orr won the toss 4 days ago, batted. Australia out for 240. The West Indies the same score, 240. Then Australia with centuries from both their left-handed opening batsmen, Matthew Hayden and Justin Langer, all out for 417. The West Indies, the second innings, 301 for 6. Sarwan a magnificent 100, but for the 8th time in his test match career, he was out attempting the hook shot. Brett Lee, 3 for 43. So the West Indies, with the remainder of today, which is around about 19 overs, and all day tomorrow, have 117 runs to win. The Australians need 4 wickets. So good news for everybody is that the covers are coming off. 19 overs remaining. We may not get that with the light now. We may only get perhaps 2/3 of those. We'll wait and see, but at least the covers are coming off. And the umpires are coming out on the ground. We'll take a short break and come back for this very, very exciting late 4th day here in the 4th Cape Milers Test match from Antigua.
Eventually, he goes through Amari Banks. Very easy single on.
Always think that when you go off the field for a short time, the batsman is more disadvantaged than the fielding side. Breaking concentration, getting used to the light, the conditions again. Always seems to favour the fielding side, so it will be interesting to see if the West Indies batsmen are switched on here. They need to be switched on, because I'm sure Brett Lee will be ready to fire down some quick deliveries to Amari Banks and Lara and Chanderpaul as well.
certainly warming to his task again. Not quite at top pace yet, but getting there.
It's always handy when you've got someone with extreme pace in your attack. Brett Lee falls into that category. You always get the feeling that when he's got the ball in hand, something might happen, especially against lower order batsmen. 154 kilometres an hour, his fastest ball. It's pretty quick in any conditions.
Very comfortable single again to Omari Banks. Has handled himself reasonably well whenever he has had the opportunity to bat so far, Omari Banks. Wasn't dismissed in the first innings, as you see there, just 13 runs, but he was still there when the team was bowled out. 24 and 32 in his first test match in Bridgetown. That's not bad at all.
He looks a good player. I'm just wondering how he handles the short pitch bowling, being such a tall player. Very upright stance. I think he might find it hard to duck underneath the ball. We've already seen him ride one short pitch delivery over the gully with Jason Gillespie. I think that's the area where the Australians might target him. And a young fellow who wouldn't have played a lot of fast short pitch bowling.
Looking to force it off the back foot there to Lara and Chanderpaul. Not a very tall man, so it's not going to be easy if the ball bounces as high as his chest.
He's in a tough situation, Shivnarine Chanderpaul. He needs to be the person who scores most of the runs, so that therefore he needs to take more risks than the other players, forcing balls that aren't quite there, like the last delivery. Pressure's on him to score most of those 115 runs.
303 for 6. The 5 overs bowled in this West Indies innings.
Just look at the seam position on that ball from Jason Gillespie. You don't get any better than that. Murray Banks had to play. Wasn't all that wide. Wasn't far away from the outside edge either. Jason Gillespie has that habit of beating the bat. Same delivery, same result. Magnificent bowling. Jason Gillespie, almost too good.
Not a long way away from the off stump. That is why he's always thinking about playing at those deliveries of Murray Banks. Ball just hitting the seam and the straightening. Couple of runs here for Murray Banks. Just one, says Shivnarine Chanderpaul. Not interested in trying for the second. This is the 96th over of this West Indies innings. Longest they have batted so far in this series was the first innings in Barbados. 128.5 overs that innings lasted. Got 328 runs. Not rapid scoring. Well, they are above that rate of scoring at the moment. The important thing is, can they last 128 overs?
Well, I think win, lose or draw, the West Indies, at least in this game, have been competitive. They've shown good signs of improvement in their game, their bowling, their fielding. Although they've dropped a few catches, they took some good ones in the second innings. Improvement is what they need, and playing tough test match cricket against Australia, competing for 4 or 5 days, certainly improve them for future contests.
Jason Gillespie was bowling round the wicket to Lara and Chanderpaul earlier on in this innings. Decided to go over the wicket and has been just pushing the ball wide of off stump since he has started to come over the wicket, trying to tempt Lara and Chanderpaul into chasing one of them. Deep backward square leg now comes in, perhaps to try and prevent the single. 5 deliveries gone in this over. Definitely not on. Lara Banks was shouting no very early. 304 for 6. Not out, Lara and Chanderpaul. 12 not out, Lara Banks. It's a pace and a bit of movement that's defeating Lara Banks here.
Don't think Lara Banks was expecting a knee-high full toss. Certainly pretty quick from Brett Lee. Sometimes that delivery is a useful one. The batsman has his eye line set on something hitting the pitch. Not used to batting against that sort of delivery.
Runs. Lara and Chanderpaul says, I won't be moving. I need my energy for a bit later on.
Excellent shot from Lara Banks. Not the easiest shot to play, the on drive. Had his weight slightly back, but played straight and hit through the line of the ball. Not sure Brett Lee will be pitching too many more deliveries up to Lara Banks after that shot. Certainly has got the talent to score a lot of runs, first class level and test level.
Still at the crease, but he has been a bit fortunate. This was earlier on. It flew. Certainly got to Martin Love very quickly. Blew his hands away. Was just on 2 at that stage, Lara Banks.
Certainly looks straightforward, but the thing you've got to remember, the pace Brett Lee is bowling at, and if that new ball came a lot quicker than Martin Love expected. You can see after that on drive for 4, Brett Lee has adjusted his length accordingly. Like the old West Indian fast bowlers, not too many drives. If you do get one, then you probably won't get another one. Brett Lee concentrating on that region from above the hip to the top of the helmet.
Doesn't play too many defensive strokes, does he? Always looking to score.
Well, he's only young, he's only 20. Probably hasn't got any fears of at that stage of his career. He thinks if the ball's there. We've just come out of school cricket and club cricket. I'm used to playing shots, used to belting the bowlers all over the park. Why change just because I'm playing Brett Lee, who's bowling at 150 Ks?
Throw him before he finished playing the shot. Best he could have expected would have been a top edge over the wicket keeper's head. It's 308 for 6. This was quick. Top edge would have taken it over the wicket keeper's head. That would have been a good end result for Mary Banks, but certainly not the best of shots. Just a single available here. We've got a change in the commentary box as the strike changes as well. Ian Bishop is with David Hooks.
Thank you, Michael. And the light looks pretty good at the moment. Some 15 overs remaining after this Jason Gillespie over. And it's quite bright. There are no ground staff sitting by their covers. That's a good sign. No ground staff with their yellow jackets on. So one would assume that the rain has abated. And well fielded. Langer's done well in the slips the last half an hour or so.
He certainly has stopped them when they've come along the ground, Justin Langer. What he does do is save a couple of boundaries. I'm not too sure about his catching. Hasn't had too many opportunities at the catches. One in Trinidad that was very, very difficult off the bowling of Stuart MacGill. Not too many that I can remember.
Inside edge, they'll get two. So West Indies need 107 to win. Still have Vaspit Drakes to come. Vaspit Drakes has made 4 first-class hundreds. So, as the Australians know, he's no slouch for the bat. Did particularly well a couple of days ago as night watchman. So the Australians are waking up at around about 20 minutes to 7 on the eastern seaboard. We missed a scintillating last couple of hours of cricket with Sarwan and Chanderpaul going together. Looked like the West Indies were going to win the game reasonably comfortably. And then Sarwan got 100 amidst great controversy. Lots of arm wagging, finger wagging, pointing. Umpire Shepherd involved. McGrath. David Shepherd, the umpire himself. And he was out hooking for the 8th time in his Test career. And next ball, David Shepherd gave Ridley Jacobs out, caught off the bicep. Bottles were thrown onto the ground. The game was delayed for a few minutes only. The Australian players did the right thing. Langer and Gillespie went down to the area and gently threw most of the bottles back over the boundary line. And calm was restored. And since then, this young man in just his 2nd Test match, Murray Banks, has done really well. He was dropped by Martin Lovett's slip. But he looks calm at the crease. He's a tall man getting over the new ball, keeping it down. And we still have Vaspit Drakes to come.
What they're doing very well, Chanderpaul and Murray Banks, is that they're not taking singles. Chanderpaul has been intelligent in reining in his naturally aggressive game, which was on full flow while Sarwan was there. Now he's content to rebuild the partnership by taking singles, trusting the strike to Murray Banks, making full use of a left-hand, right-hand combination.
Ball chance here. Lehman picks up. Chanderpaul's out of his crease, but in the end they decided not to go. Probably could have made it if they both went to Lehman's right-hand side. So the West Indies, with 4 wickets in hand, need 105 to win. The West Indies are for the loss of 6 wickets. 98 overs have been bowled. The new ball has been taken for the last 10 overs and 15 overs in the day's play remaining. And that would be, should the light prevail, another 25 minutes before the scheduled close of play. We'll obviously go long past that, lights permitting. So 2 men out for the hook shot for Chanderpaul. He's on 60.
That injured finger being threatened once again by that short delivery from Brett Lee. Got hit on it early in his innings from Stuart MacGill, but hasn't shirked his responsibility. Really has shown a lot of courage, Chanderpaul. Never easy, Hooksy, you left-handers, when you're hit on the power hand. And to continuously fight the battle, I think he deserves some credit.
Certainly does from a batting point of view. You might well get an argument with the Australians from his lack of fielding in this game. But certainly from a batting point of view, got struck flush on that broken finger by Stuart MacGill. Although just the leg spinner, gee, he looked in great pain. The finger was quivering. With a close-up camera shot. And again, being threatened. And he certainly hasn't shirked getting behind the ball. He certainly hasn't shirked the situation out there. And he was a wonderful foil for Sarwan when he was going.
Doesn't want to play the pull shot because of those 2 men posted out there for the pull and the hook. He played a couple early in his innings, and there weren't those fielders out there. And just decides to take it on the body. Survival by any means is what he's thinking at the moment.
It's a pretty prolonged, shortish pitch bowling attack by Brett Lee at the moment. And Chanderpaul's doing it reasonably comfortably. He's shown that he's not going to play the hook shot against this newer ball. The situation that Ian Bishop was talking about with the older ball, and he played some really good pull shots. Maybe Brett Lee just needs to be a fraction fuller to Chanderpaul at the moment.
Was the tempter outside the off stump, wide and full after a succession of short pitch deliveries. Many batsmen, if they weren't concentrating, would be inclined to have a dart at it. He's got a good cricketing head, Shivnarine Chanderpaul.
In Jason Gillespie. End of the over, just a single, and he retains the strike. 314 for 6. 99 overs the Australians have bowled, and they've been very aggressive right through. Cut away and gone for 4. Lovely placement. Ripley in the middle of a spell doing the bowling, and the West Indies now need 100 to win.
It's a good back foot play, Lara and Chanderpaul, and very strong square of the wicket. He waits for it, deep in his crease. No chance for Andy Bickle, and no third man in place until now.
McGrath is off the field of play at the moment. Brad Hogg is doing the fielding work at wide mid-on. And with that man being moved to third man, they'll get a single. And a chance for run out. Steve picks up and bowls, throws the bowlers in, doesn't do it. Well, I'm not sure whether Andy Bickle actually knew what was going on. He was running towards Steve Waugh. He should have let him know. The crowd reaction should have let the Australian captain know something was amiss with the batsman. They just couldn't get there in time and turn around in time.
Andy Bickle was previously at point when Shivnarine hit the last ball behind point for 4. And obviously they both weren't aware that Andy Bickle had now dropped back 3/4 way to the boundary. I think Chanderpaul certainly didn't know that there was one on. There was one on. Murray Banks very aware. Chanderpaul not.
He's played the hook shot and it's gone all the way for 6. He got into position early and he's caught, but that doesn't count because his man is over the fence.
And that's outstanding stuff. Just thought with the natural eye that Shivnarine Chanderpaul didn't follow through with the shot. There, just a short arm jab. And that has gone a long way. Second new ball coming off the bat with some velocity. Good spectators catch.
Excellent catch. An Australian with a Port Douglas t-shirt on from the north of Queensland. And you're right, Chanderpaul just steered it over the fence. And what a catch. And we just had an email from that bloke's wife saying, why doesn't Steve Waugh put him to first slip?
West Indies now need double figures, 94 required.
Slow ball, steered towards gully. Here again, doing well.
Seemed as though Chanderpaul was looking for the single to retain the strike. Still one delivery to go, well fielded by Langer. He's been good along the ground. Once again in the slip cordon. Still a little bit of tension on the field now because 94 required to win. Impossible once Chanderpaul stays there.
Straight on drive for 4. 14 runs from the Gillespie over. And the only person who might be annoyed about this, apart from the Australians, is Lara and Sarwan, who got out to a hook shot. 90 to win, 328 for 6. To win, 13 overs remaining this evening and a full day's play tomorrow. So, as we said earlier today, there will be a result, and the West Indies can probably only win it if Chanderpaul is there at the end. If he is there when the winning runs are hit, Chanderpaul, as we said before, he has to be the man there at the end regardless to give the West Indies every opportunity to win. 75 Chanderpaul, 20 to young Amari Banks facing Brett Lee. Tried to crunch it, but just wasn't quite there with his back foot.
Good crisp on drive by Chanderpaul. Strong bottom-handed player. Just closes the face of the bat on contact. Another player might have driven that down the offside, not Chanderpaul.
Plenty for that man to be thinking about. 7 overs of 41 in this spell. 6 runs per over to the world's best fast bowler. Just to give you an indication as to how this game has flipped on its head. Gillespie's spell, 7 overs for 41. The previous 10 overs that he bowled went for 9. So 10 overs for 9, 7 overs for 41. And the game has turned around. Lara was brilliant before being bowled by Stuart MacGill, attempting to hit yet another 6. Crunched, can he get it past Steve Waugh? No, he can't. Good fielding by Waugh. The 3 slips are in place. There's no gully, so every man's got to do his job.
Joking early on about the internet online vote for the man of the series. Lara and Chanderpaul was the leading contender. Maybe the fans knew something we didn't.
Well played. Just a 20-year-old man in his second test match, and he has shown great restraint, great application, and a good technique. Just saw the Anguillan flag. First test player from Anguilla. The Orange Dolphins above water adorn the Anguillan flag. Again, he can't get it away. Good bowling by Lee. He's trying to hit the top of off stump now. The odd shorter one just to keep him there. And what he wants is Banks to be camped on that back foot, trying to play that slashing back foot drive with the ball aimed at the top of off stump. And that's when the slips can come into play. It's a dangerous shot to play and a really difficult one as well. McGrath just waiting to come back on. No ball. Another run to the West Indies total. And another ball that Omari Banks learns from.
Well over the line. Stood up to everything that has been thrown at him. In 20, West Indies need 89. So once again, it's become possible for the West Indies. The runs have started to flow over the last 5 overs once again. No doubt Glenn McGrath will want to have a say towards the end of this match as well.
And just straying down each side. Might have been off the glove or off the hip, just to wait for umpire David Shepherd's signal. Off the glove, we would think. Runs scored. So West Indies need 88 to win. Nobody's moved from this ground since around about halfway through the day when Lara came to the crease. Another amazing innings of 60 from Brian Lara. 3 sixes off Stuart MacGill was the pizza batting. Small, medium, large is where each delivery went. And then tried to do it again and lost his middle stump. So McGrath, Steve Orr has gone back to the old stager, the old pro.
Umpire Venkat just indicating to Steve Orr at the moment that Glenn McGrath, who wants to bowl, cannot bowl because he's been off the field for longer than he should be. He's got the ball in his hand. Did leave the field some time ago. Brad Hull was a substitute that came on the field. And now confirmation. No, Glenn, I'm sorry, you want to get into it, but you cannot bowl. He has to be off for less than 8 minutes in order to come back on the field and participate immediately if necessary. He was off the field for at least a couple of overs, maybe 10 minutes or so. So just a couple of minutes too long. And he has to take his hat.
Well, we've talked about over rates all this series. With the Australians have bowled their overs on time, or the allocated time, he would have been okay. Off for 2 overs. Would have been the 8 minutes, not the 10. Over rates have been very slow all series from both sides. Both sides have been at fault. So Gillespie, who thought he had a rest, has now been asked to bowl 1 more over.
It's been fantastic support on the western side of the ground for the West Indies. There's a particular gentleman there. He's been there every day of this test match, from the first ball to the last. He's come with the addition of a bell today, and something to keep the throat warm and moist. He's been in good voice for all 4 days of this test match.
Plenty of advice to the umpires. Excellent shot from Banks, and this shows you this young man is a very good cricketer. Just this one particular shot, he's been pushed onto the back foot by the world's fastest bowler. He's been pushed on the back foot. Suddenly he sees the ball being full from Gillespie, and he's quite happy to come forward to the ball. That is excellent cricket, and shows that the young man knows exactly what he is doing. Well, we may be seeing the birth of a young man that has a long career for the West Indies. Just didn't quite get it. He'll be a little bit annoyed in the last 3 overs, Banks. He's probably played 5 really aggressive shots where he's probably felt the boundaries are in play, and yet they've all gone to the fieldsman. In fact, 4 of them have gone to Steve Orr. Close to the inside edge. The inside edge could have done one of 2 things: gone to the boundary or been caught. So I think he'll take the not out.
Very good delivery. A few of them have gone away from the bat. This one coming back into Omari Bance. Good length, just going over the off stump. Looking to hit the top of off stump. It's a target line for all fast bowlers. Good comeback over from Gillespie.
Well bowled and well played, but the Australian won the over. He had bowled a maiden. West Indies still need 88 to win. Stuart MacGill will be brought into the Australian attack. The ball is some 14 overs old. 102 overs have been bowled for the innings. MacGill had a very good series so far, but now the acid is on him. This will make or break the next half an hour or so. MacGill has one wicket, that of Brian Lara. Adam Gilchrist has called for the helmet as well late on the fourth day. The wearing pitch. MacGill will be aiming to the foot marks outside the left-hander's off stump. So he's gone for safety first.
He has a heavily set leg side field. Steve Waugh at leg gully, in addition to Darren Lehman at bat pad, and he's got a deep backward square. And Justin Langer just forward of square deep as well.
Chanderpaul quite happy to use his feet. The dangerous shot for Chanderpaul is the cut shot against the prodigious spin, even though there is an inviting gap between backward point and cover. There's a leg side field. And Steve Waugh having a bit of a chat to Stuart MacGill. There's the offside field, the slip. And the three men. A big gap, though, between backward point and cover. So that is an inviting gap, but the ball will be coming in quite prodigiously to the left-hander Chanderpaul.
Catch! Get it on the hand, Chandy.
If he's going to play at those deliveries turning into his pads, he's going to have to play positively to bisect those fielders set on the leg side. If he's going to clip the ball, he's got to clip it firmly.
Oh!
Good bowling. MacGill's bowling around the wicket into the rough. So the cut shot can only be played if it's quite short, and that allows Chanderpaul time to see what the ball is doing. He can't afford to run away to square leg to cut the ball. And a bit of dust as well. Full toss, and as he got it past, he has 4 runs, 84 to win.
The key here at this shot is a big stride to get it on the full. MacGill aiming for the rough once again. Look at the length of the stride and just stroking it.
Oh!
Gives himself so much room in the crease, uses the crease well. If it's short, he goes right back, Shivnarine Chanderpaul, as he should. And then baits MacGill to come closer to him. Once he comes closer, gets a big stride forward.
Full toss, didn't quite get it. Into the over, 84 to win. McGrath comes back on. He wanted to bowl last over, but he'd been off the field for longer than 8 minutes. And this test match is getting to a climax. The West Indies need 84 runs to win to become a world record holder by scoring 418 in the 4th innings of a match to win. 400 has only been scored twice. It's been a great test match from the start. 240 both sides. Australia then centuries to both openers. 417. Today the West Indies were swimming along on a couple of occasions and the Australians dragged them back. And now it's about square. Amari Banks is 20 years of age in his 2nd test match. He's 21 not out. Chanderpaul on 79 Lara made 60. Lara and Sarwan made a century, just his second Test 100. And shortly after he was out trying to pull the new ball off Brett Lee, out for the 8th time in his career hooking. While he and Chanderpaul were there, there was a fair chance the West Indies were going to win this evening. But it was a new ball that took consecutive wickets. Martin Love dropped Murray Banks. When Banks was on 2, Banks has moved to 21. .290 was the score when Martin Love at first slip dropped to Murray Banks. The partnership now worth 46. And it is getting to a stage where the West Indies may just feel their noses are in front. The ball's getting a bit older. And for those people in Australia who may have just woken up and missed it, there's been plenty of confrontation in this Test match. Those people coming home in the Caribbean. Have a look at this. This is McGrath, Sarwan, and a niggle between the two. Sarwan has the word to McGrath. McGrath says, "Why me? What have I done?" Words were exchanged. The teapot came out. It was the end of the over, which is probably a good thing. McGrath had to leave that crease. And McGrath and Sarwan were involved with umpire David Shepherd. And it got pretty ugly for a while. There are really strong words. Aggressive words from the Australian fast bowler. Sarwan responded. Not suggesting anything about who started it. Then McGrath turned back, went back to Sarwan. Sarwan wasn't short of a word either. At that stage, Sarwan hadn't made his century. He was around about 80. Sarwan got to 100. Steve Orr congratulated Sarwan when he got to 100. There were good signs from the other Australian players also. He was applauded by the majority of the Australians, which, given the ugly incident that occurred a few minutes before, was a good sign from everybody. But then just when Sarwan and Chanderpaul were just going along easily, they were pushing the Australians on the back foot. The Australian fast bowlers weren't sure what to do. Steve Orr was forced to take the new ball, and Sarwan brings up his 100 there, pushing it down past long on. He got 3 for that shot. Just his second Test century, and he got a standing ovation. A brilliant century. Played the West Indies back into the game, and then sadly, just a few minutes later, played yet another poor hook shot. Area. Dangerous shot. Chanderpaul running down, trying to turn the ball quickly when it's into the rough area. Leading edge is a real possibility, or just missing it. Better off coming down and hitting it past mid-off. There's no mid-off in place. Oh. Again, he's trying to work it away to the leg side. For Sarwan. Brett Lee took his first caught and bowled in Test cricket, 105, and Lee immediately ran to Glenn McGrath. So it must have been a setup between the two fast bowlers. So McGrath must have said to him, bowl him a short ball. There were 2 men out for the hook shot. Well bowled again. Then the very next ball, which caused a real problem with the crowd. David Shepherd was the umpire. The crowd got heavily involved after they saw the replay of this dismissal.
Nice, Stewie, nice.
Ridley Jacobs from Antigua. His first ball was after the Sarwan dismissal. Straight off the bicep. And Gilchrist comes forward. Lee's appealing, very aggressive, and that's what happened. That was the aftermath. Mike Proctor, the match referee, trying to get organised. And 4 runs. That's the gap but is there. It's there for the cut shot, not for the wide half volley that can be hit through there easily. So the 50 partnership, Banks has made 21 of them. Chanderpaul goes to 83.
Batting like a man possessed. Get the feeling that Stuart MacGill wants to bowl at Omari Banks, and he's not being allowed to. Pressure being put back on out of the rough. That was hit by Chanderpaul. Very focused.
Oh!
Whips it away again. We get a couple of runs. So Banks wasn't sure whether he wanted to take the strike back, but he does. So another good over for West Indies. 4 dot balls, then 6 runs off the last 2 balls. 8 overs remaining the day. West Indies need just 78 to win. Overs have been bowled, 340 for 6, and MacGill, the last ball of the previous over, through the legs of Darren Lehman for 2 runs. Now this is McGrath to Banks. So what a situation we've got in this test match. 8 overs remaining today. West Indies need 78 to win, with those 8 overs plus all day tomorrow. So if you just got home in the Caribbean, get yourself a cold with Dadley, take a seat. If you're in Australia, tell your wife to ring the boss and say you'll be late for work. To take you through the remainder of the day. It's been a fabulous day's play. A great test match. Michael Holding and Jeff Thompson.
Thank you, Hooksy. Certainly has been an excellent day's play, setting itself up for a great test match. 340 for 6, still 4 wickets needed by Australia, 78 runs needed by the West Indies.
Well, it's real cricket, isn't it, Michael, with real feeling. Everybody that's here, everybody that got here at lunchtime this morning, they haven't left. They're not going to. The way things are going, add another 20 or 30 to that score, takes it up to 360, 370. It only leaves 50 or 40 tomorrow morning. If they don't lose another wicket, well, they're looking good at the moment, the West Indies. Hate to make statements, but Banks, he's looking good. He doesn't have to get too fancy. He's got plenty of good defence. He hangs in there with Chanderpaul, as I'm afraid Sarwan should have done. Should have used his head a little.
Just a swish at the ball outside the off stump there, Omari Banks. He likes to feel the ball on the bat, Omari Banks.
He's doing a bit of a Tino Best here. He realises his shot is no good, and then he plays a few more afterwards. That was so near, he knows that. Shouldn't have been going for that, he's saying to himself.
The old pro Glenn McGrath just pegging away. 5 dot balls again in this over, giving absolutely nothing away. This is his 22nd over, Glenn McGrath. 47 runs coming from those 22 overs. And 1 wicket, of course. Another swish and a miss. Ryan Chanderpaul looks to the skies. It's 340 for 6. Just one duck on the scorecard for the West Indies, and really Jacobs will tell you, well, the entire world that saw that replay will tell you that it should not have been there, at least not from the first delivery. I'll never say that he'll be getting runs, but he wasn't out when he was given out. Over the top, that should go a long way towards the boundary. Brett Lee is quick, but he's not that quick.
At first, I thought it was a near chance. It looked like it was almost going to lob to Brett Lee. Obviously, he had a bit more on it than what it looked to the eye. Not impressed, is he, Steve Waugh? Trying to work something out here. Full toss. Didn't get it quite right, but got plenty on it. Seemed to have top spin on it. When it hit, it really took off.
Caught it on the full toss, Lara and Chanderpaul, but not quite in the middle of the bat. Big shout. Unlikely that those will be given.
They're appealing because he's not really playing a shot at that one. That's why the big shout.
Spinning a long way from outside that off stump. A lot of rough area outside the off stump to the left-handers. Well, that has beat everyone again. We'll have to wait on umpire Shepherd to see what this is. Buys is a signal from umpire Shepherd. West Indies won't mind though that score less to get.
Well, it doesn't matter how they come. I'm not sure they didn't glove that. How else did it bump up over the keeper's gloves? Would have been interesting how it had been caught. Anyway, missed everything. Batsman should have got 4 there, I think. I think they might have just touched the glove.
Well, it hit something. That is what took it out of the line of Adam Gilchrist's gloves. It hit something on the way through.
Well, it's either the glove or the back of the bat here. There, it's the back of the bat. It's hit the bottom end of the bat just before it got to Gilchrist's gloves. Nice little shot, that one.
A bit late, though. A bit late for David Shepherd to be seen that far behind Lara and Chanderpaul. Difficult decision, that one.
$70 to win.
No run from that last delivery. Lara and Chanderpaul stays off strike at 3:48 for 6.
Number 1, bring on this chamber.
Going home. They're all watching this very closely. Some quite intense, some still managing a smile. They're trying to hang the kangaroo.
Well, tried to stop me from making a clean sweep of this one. They're doing a fair job. If all else fails, even if they got out now, you couldn't be disappointed. Well, you would be if you're a player. A West Indian player, that is. We fell short going so far, but still very admirable. Just may have lightened up a little too.
Well, Omari Banks, a young man, as you said, Tomo, just 20 years old. We know that he likes to feel ball on bat. He has gone 20 deliveries now without scoring. From 20 to 21, 28 deliveries. Just one run in those 28 deliveries.
Well, the one thing he seems to do, I mean, he's got a good defence and got a good attitude, but he seems to pick out the fielder. Even when Steve Waugh was his only man in the cover, he was picking him out before. There we go again. I reckon Steve Waugh has fielded a dozen at least of his cover drives since he's been out there. Just got to learn to work the ball a little softly. He tries to hit the ball a lot. I'm not picking on, but I'm just trying to advise different areas he needs to look at. Let's work the ball around, not quite to hit it so hard. Sometimes he tries to smash it through the covers and mistimes them. I mean, his feet are good. He gets the ball. Everything's right.
There he goes straight to the mid-off again. He certainly is a good cricketer, Omari Banks. But as we have all pointed out, he's just 20 years old. Obviously, the more he plays, the more experience you'll gain and the more you'll learn about placing the ball into the gaps. Not just important to hit powerfully, but also pushing the ball around, picking up singles, twos. One thing is for sure, Glenn McGrath will keep on just plugging away on that off-stump line, just outside off-stump, same length, make it difficult for him to drive, and hope that one ball will hit the seam and do something a bit out of the ordinary. That's what Glenn McGrath will be hoping for.
Well, I hope Banks is watching for the in-dipper. That's all, the off-cutter for the LBW. That's what McGrath's doing, fitting him outside the off-stump, making him hit him, making him feel good. That's the ball he's got to watch for.
3 successive maidens bowled by Glenn McGrath. Omari Banks is 348 for 6. Tense faces around this ground. West Indian faces, Australian faces as well.
I'm penny for their thoughts.
Catch.
Just a single. Justin Langer is pretty deep out there at mid-wicket.
I just wonder if you drop Lehman back a little bit with Chanderpaul there. He's not really worried about the bat pads. He's flicking that ball in the air. Just drop him back a couple of meters, make him think about something else.
Yes, of course, the ball is actually coming off the face of the bat. He isn't really getting those inside edges onto the pad to bring Lehman into play at such a close position. Well, he's now moving away for Omari Banks on strike. First ball that Omari Banks will be facing from Stuart MacGill in this innings. 2 slips waiting for the drive for that outside edge. Plays against the spin, must have gotten very close to the pitch of that delivery.
Well, he's tall, he's got plenty of reach, so not only does Banks have to adjust to MacGill, but MacGill's got to adjust to his height. 350 up with that shot for the West Indies. Still 68 to go.
Full toss again, didn't quite get hold of it, Lara and Chanderpaul, but it may go all the way. It still goes all the way.
Bad delivery from MacGill. Just shows you what happens. Australians had a new ball, pressure back on the West Indies, a couple of wickets fell, then runs started coming. Now, who's got the pressure on? The fielders have.
Pulled that very hard as well, Chanderpaul, another boundary. Moves on to 98 with that shot, Lara and Chanderpaul.
Well, geez, just hitting him better and better. This over the full tosses, he miss it. And then he's got that long hop and he's really smashed that through mid-wicket. Bad over here from Stuart MacGill. 10 off, 4 deliveries so far.
I think Darren Lehman might be thinking, could I please move from this position? It's not very healthy fielding here.
Oh!
Very wide of off stump. And be a very brave umpire to be giving that out. No run there, and Omari Banks shouts that very quickly. 3:58 for 6. More runs required to win this test match by the West Indies. A mammoth score of 418 being chased. Australia need 4 more wickets. You can see the world record highest score ever chased to win a test match, 406 for 4 by India against the West Indies. Only 2 scores above 400 have been chased successfully. 406 by India against the West Indies and 404 by Australia against England.
And the requirement here was 418 to start this innings. It'll be in around about 5 on the list already, this one, on that list.
Played that quite comfortably down to third man, Omari Banks. Chanderpaul back on strike, he's on 98. This is Chanderpaul having a close look at proceedings.
Well, they're all nervous, and there's nothing like not being involved. I mean, for the 2 in the middle, they're probably relaxed as anything. What about the next couple coming? What about Vasper, Drakes, Lawson and Dillon? You know what I'm talking about, Michael. You've been there yourself.
And would not want to be there again, for sure. Omari Banks watching very carefully. Doesn't want to take any chances with this running.
No, they don't need a run out at this stage. There's all day tomorrow, Omari. Don't have to worry about this afternoon.
McGrath around the wicket.
We're just talking about that too. The umpires can extend play by half an hour if they think there's going to be a result today. Now that'd need to be a wicket fall, or maybe 1 or 2 light mightn't hold out. But they have the option in a game if they think it can finish on that day to let it go for half an hour.
That's the single that moves him on to 99, Chanderpaul. Omari Banks back on strike. Just managing a smile. I think you'll see a bit more than a smile if he gets that other single.
Perhaps she had long nails before she started today, because I bet you they're short now.
Over bowled. 360 for 6. Just 3 to go. What a test match. First innings tied. Australia 240, West Indies 240. Then Australia set the West Indies the highest ever total to win in the 4th innings if they do get there, 418. And the West Indies certainly putting up a fantastic fight here. Lara and Chanderpaul on strike. He's on 99. Stuart MacGill, the bowler. That's his 100.
Well, there it is. The crowd erupts. This is what that is Larry and everybody here in this crowd, the Australians, all the locals, absolutely enthralled with today's cricket. Chanderpaul, he just snuck up on this 100. Sarwan was in there this afternoon, blazing away. Chanderpaul was the quiet achiever, and then he took over from that role, and this has been a top 100 from him. That's his 8th Test century so far, and a very, very important one.
Well, there's a police officer walking right behind the bowler's arm, but Omar Banks isn't worrying about that. He's ready.
Catch.
That's powerfully hit. That's 4.
Well, very good shot. Stuart MacGill has proved not the answer here for the captain. Very costly. Well, you'd think he was going to hit that one on the offside. Instead, it goes down the onside. That's where he went to hit it, but normally you hit that with the spin, so he's hitting against the spin still.
Oh, the wrong one. He didn't pick that, Omar Banks. I don't think Steve Waugh and Stuart MacGill are too upset at the fact that Omar Banks is playing these shots. Certainly didn't pick that one. No shot upward, so it doesn't matter. No runs will be scored from this delivery.
It's amazing that MacGill got Lara out, probably what people thought was the most important wicket today, and that's proved wrong, and that's been his only wicket. He struggled here this afternoon to the middle and the bottom order.
Lara got out with the score on 165, Tomo. They have added 200 runs since then. I think everyone thought with Lara's dismissal, well, that was it. Well, they have added 200 runs and still have 4 wickets in hand. Last ball of Stuart MacGill's over coming up. Another single. 6 runs coming from that over. It's 366 for 6. Change in the bowling. Then McGrath pulled out of the attack by Steve Waugh, and into the attack comes Andy Bickle from the Factory Road end. Just 2 overs left in the day's play, and the Bickle will bowl this one from the Factory Road end. I suspect that Stuart MacGill will not bowl the last of the day.
I don't think he will. I think this would be the last of the day. I wouldn't be surprised to see a light appeal in a ball or so. The umpires, very similar light, I'd have said, to last night when we went off. It's now almost 20-6.
We saw the light meters coming out earlier on when there was a bit of rain around. We now see Brett Lee doing a bit of stretching. He may be asked to bowl the last over. Whether the umpires will allow it or not is another matter. But Andy Bickle, so much underrated. So many times the man that gets the wicket when it's really needed. And it's a big shout again. Not interested, says umpire Ben Cat. That would have been close, I suspect.
Well, there's all the jeering coming up from the West Indian crowd, but this, I don't know, can't be too far away. Maybe, I think he's a judge that going down, leg.
Well, it had a good chance of missing leg. It pitched on off stump and hit him on mid stump. And the ball still had a fair bit to travel. And the Bickle thought he had him, though. He's convinced that he had him. Why isn't he out? Going round the wicket now to Lara and Chanderpaul. Just a single.
I'll tell you what, Chanderpaul's ungainly, isn't he? He plays a lot of shots, he moves around the crease, but gee, times are well. They race off the bat. Pull shots, and that shot he just hit there, and this is the shot that brought up his 100. You see him dancing around there, he goes forward and back. He's elated, as he should be. His wife's watching there in the stand. Just about jumps through the roof.
Always does that, Lara and Chanderpaul, wherever he gets his centuries. He has done that 8 times now. Well, that's one definitely a long way down the leg side. No need to appeal for that. Another run, though, leg by.
.49 to go. Well, they've really chipped away at this table. It's gone down big time. Knowing the Australians, and they've given away a lot more runs than they would have liked to. But maybe they didn't have any choice in it, the way that Sarwan and Chanderpaul have batted. And Bakes.
Well done. Good fielding there. Just 2 runs. Could have gone into the boundary. Stuart MacGill initially stopping the ball, and then Justin Langer throwing it in. Good teamwork.
Well, MacGill, you could see the concentration on there. There's no way in the world did he want to miss that and give away extra runs.
The 112th over of the innings, this one. They batted for 128 overs and 5 deliveries in Barbados in the first innings. Their longest tenure at the crease, the West Indies, in this series. They need to back that length of time again here to win this test match. Runs from the over so far, 1 delivery to go. That's Lara and Chanderpaul's statistic regarding those 103 runs. 17 fours and a 6. 6 coming via the hook shot, of course. Last delivery, then 1 over to go. $371 for 6.
Association would like to pass this message on to the patrons of need a break after the game, they will be escorted to the prison.
West Indies were 47 without loss this morning. Now they just need that same 47 to win this test match. Stuart MacGill to continue. I think Steve Waugh decided to give Stuart MacGill because Amari Banks was on strike. He knows Amari Banks will be looking to put bat to ball. It's spinning a lot. There's always a chance of that outside edge. Half an appeal there. Not really serious with that appeal.
I think the pad, it's hit his leg, the angle then, it's hit him up under the chin. Banks just backing away, taking his helmet off there, but it's kicked that up from just above his knee. It's run up his body, just hit him under the jaw.
Shouldn't have done too much damage to the ball coming up off the pad like that, but perhaps he just needs a couple of minutes just to compose himself. Steve Waugh waits patiently. He's fielding at extra cover, shortish extra cover. Missed the opportunity earlier on when Banks was on 4, Martin Love. Stuart MacGill will be happy with that. He wants to see Amari Banks driving. This was the missed opportunity. It flew at him very quickly.
Well, that was the new ball straight after it was taken by Brett Lee. A straightforward chance to Martin Love. Had a bit of pace on it, but boy, you should be taking them if you're supposed to be a good slipper. And that wasn't the first one he missed in this match. I think he's missed 3 in total.
Another change in the field. Steve Waugh comes to a mid-on position. Very close in. Not interested in those Amari Banks. They're too wide of off stump. 5 dot balls in this over so far. Last ball of the day. Big shout again, but again, the umpire isn't interested. Umpire Shepherd says over and time. The end of the day's play, and what an intriguing day it has been. This is test match cricket, and they say that test cricket is dying. Well, I don't think you'll find anyone in the ground today or watching this test match, wherever they are around the world, that will tell you that this test match cricket is dying.
I think what they're dying is to have more test matches like this. Wicket, good players, good sportsmanship. There's been a few tussles along the way, but all in all, when it's all washed up and all said and done, the players are just so fierce out there, both sides trying to win, trying to get a hold of this match. And what a superb day this 4th day has turned out to be. West Indies now knows they just need 47 runs to win tomorrow, 4 wickets in hand. The Australians taking the new ball, and it didn't work for them this afternoon. So they've got a lot of thinking to do overnight to dry this up. Chanderpaul is looking absolutely superb out there. Banks, a good foil for him at the other end. Nobody has left this ground. Superb day's cricket there. Steve Waugh and the Australians, well, it's been up and down different times. They'll be disappointed. West Indies on top in this last session.
Very much so.
Thank you, David Hooks, and here we go as we say good day to viewers all over the world, wherever you are. Jason Gillespie, are we at the start of a day of history?
Yes, welcome to the world. Well, I can assure you we're just as excited or, well, on edge of our seats as much as you are watching on your sets. Unbelievable days cricket, well, unbelievable 4 days cricket really throughout this match. I don't know, I just really have a feeling that this tie bit might be the go, Coase. I know what's happened with the West Indies in Australia before, and just even on the first innings, and West Indies are in the box seat at the moment, but who knows? This fella on strike gets out, really changes.
Second delivery past Shivnarayan Chanderpaul's outside edge, not by far.
Boy, that was close. This ball's 25 overs old. It's amazing, isn't it? Cricket yesterday, if it had played out yesterday, if there'd been more time yesterday, the West Indies would have romped this in. You've got overnight to think about it, you've got to come back, you've got to get started again. All of a sudden, it's fairly even keel.
Tie question mark you saw in the tail of the track. Tomo has just erased it, and perhaps portents for it in that another international team played out a tie yesterday in England with Zimbabwe, playing out a tie with Worcestershire in their opening first-class match of the tour. Is that a no-man? But as you mentioned, Tomo, these two teams have a quite remarkable record of close matches. Not only that first tie in Test cricket, that tour itself had very close finishes. Australia hanging on in Adelaide. Then back in '93, there was that one-run victory for West Indies in Adelaide. One-wicket victories, Melbourne in 1951-52 for Australia. 1999 for the West Indies in Barbados.
I'll tell you another unusual stat in this game. This fella on screen hasn't bowled from the northern end, downwind. I don't think at any time in this match. And the reason being, I think he's been the best into the wind bowler. Steve Waugh's kept him into the wind to keep it tight. I'm pretty certain Gillespie has not bowled downwind, which is unbelievable. He's been the best bowler in this series for Australia.
Maiden over to start off with, so the West Indies still need 47 more. Australia still need 4 wickets. Has been given the opportunity of bowling downwind from the pavilion end. So Bretley, it will be, there's a fair crowd, and certainly a good one for a last day of a match with only 47 more or 4 wickets to get. So we've got a good crowd in. There's There's Winston Benjamin, one of the many Test cricketers from Antigua, who's around here. He assists Andy Roberts with the preparation of the pitch. He does a lot of coaching. Here now is Brett Lee to Omari Banks.
Well, I thought this might be the attack this morning. Lee downwind. Wasn't too sure on who would be upwind, but obviously Gillespie, as I said before, the best choice into the wind. They can't afford to give him too much room here, Brett Lee. He's got to bowl tight in at him. Just 2 slips. So Steve Waugh, as much as he'd like to attack and get a wicket, he's got to take a wicket. He can't be over-attacking. He can't give away runs. There's a third man down there, Darren Lehman.
First ball that hits the bat for the day. Oh. She's coming and certainly enjoying it. Yeah, come on, Windies.
It's amazing, isn't it? Even the youngster gets the vibes on what's going on. There's an idea of the crowd in here for possibly a touch over an hour's play. They've all turned up. It's pretty well the same as what yesterday afternoon was, capacity-wise.
Well, we've seen her on the screen several times during the Test match, jumping when Jermaine Lawson was letting it fly on the opening day. Very depressed when the West Indies were down, and when the West Indies are up, she's up too. West Indies, if they wanted someone at number 8 in the order, calm, cool, collected, he's the man. He's only 20 years of age, and he's played in his 2 Test matches so far like a veteran. It's been a rough initiation for him. Over 200 runs taken off him in Barbados from his off spin. Over 100 here. Yet it just hasn't phased him.
Well, Coz, when you haven't been beaten too much, as in a young bloke in the side, all you think about is winning.
He is from Anguilla, and someone from there said, well, you know, you're surprised that he's so really well cool and calm. He's been playing in his father's band, Banky Banks, on the guitar, they reckon, since he was 12 years old, appearing before crowds of 20, 25,000. So why would he be nervous here?
Well, there you go. It's amazing what things tune you up for, doesn't it, in life?
That ends the second over, so the West Indies yet to score a run. Bit of pressure building, 371 for 6. Test series finishing off as it started and has been all the way through in beautiful weather. Lovely sunny day. Nice clear light. Vaspert Drakes is down to come next, and he was in the middle just doing a little visualization before they start a play. He'll hope that he won't have to come in.
Yes, I'd love to know what was going through their minds, the tail enders. the ones that haven't batted last night, should they get their chance, how they go about it, what they think about. Yesterday afternoon, you don't get much time to think about it. You're there in the heat of the moment, but now you go away and you've got 12 hours rest or whatever, or 12 hours break. I think, well, boy, what if he gets out? I've got to get in there. Some people dread it, other people would love to take it on. Cricket is a huge mental game. It's fairly huge physical when you think of 6-7 hours in the field every day, but mentally, that's where you've got to be strong.
First runs of the day, just a single.
Good shot for one, wasn't it? Nice gentle push. I think the outstanding part of Chanderpaul's innings has been his timing. I don't think he's mishit too many deliveries whatsoever. He waits, hits the ball late. That's why on a pitch like this it holds up a bit, why he times it so well regularly. The one thing I thought unusual in the previous over when Lee bowled was to Banks. He had 2 men out in the hook and no gully. And if I was bowling Banks, I'd back myself for the gully. I wouldn't have thought he was going to take Lee on for the hook. Anyway, he's just got the one man out behind square.
Hit that hard into the ground. He likes to drive, Banks. I suppose we can go back, Tomo, to a match you played at the MCG against England back in that 82-83 series for a similarity with Australia resuming at 255 for 9 with Border on 44 and 1, Thompson on 8. And you needed, I think, 37 more to win the match. Last wicket together. And you carried it within 3 runs of victory. And then an edge to slip. Dropped, I believe, by Brady and taken on the rebound by Miller.
Well, that was nearly that edge we're talking about. That's why I think the gully is a good man to Banks. He loves to try and drive through the cover. Flashing at this one again. You can see it's going to be an outswinger. He's not quite within reach of that. We're just getting back to that match you're talking about, Coase. People ask, were you nervous at the time? And I wasn't nervous. I mean, you're either going to win or lose. So I just had in my mind we're always going to win. So you don't have a negative thought. If you get out, people expect it. If I win, they're going to think it's great.
Yeah, the crowd likes that one this time. End of the over, 372 for 6. Indies have eked out 1 run from 3 overs. Reduce their target to 46. Australia still need 4 wickets. Crowd continuing to build. They know that they have the opportunity of seeing history made here today. And even if that doesn't attract them, they have the chance of seeing an exciting finish. Chanderpaul will face Lee for the first time. Lee round the wicket. Down, Chanderpaul goes. Big breakthrough for Australia. Is that the match? Chanderpaul has added 1 wonderful innings yesterday. Ended today with the addition of only 1 run. Gilchrist takes the catch. Thick edge. Glum faces for West Indians, but it isn't over yet. It's 372 for 7. Still 46 more to get.
Disappointment there for Chanderpaul. This ball, I think, has got to be wide, just by the way he looked like he played at it. Certainly has just moved off the pitch a little. Good low-down catch there from Gilchrist. Now that's a huge wicket for the Aussies. He's the man they wanted to remove. It's going to be difficult now for the West Indies. A lot of pressure on the tail. 372 for 7.
Drakes comes in now. He's been visualizing out in the middle before the start of play. Got a big job on for him now at the dismissal of Chanderpaul, the century maker from overnight, going with the addition of only 1 run to the first ball he faced from Brett Lee for the day.
Well, that would have changed the odds huge time on the outcome of this match. Mind you, these two can still bat pretty well, Drakes and Banks. He's held Australia up on previous occasions several times. This is how the wicket fell. Now, you may say that's pretty wide chasing the ball, but what happened was Lee went around the wicket. And when you go around the wicket like that, he probably thought it's angled in more, feels like he has to plant that ball. But in hindsight, when he sees the replay, he'll say, why did I chase that? And it just decked a little. Not a bad delivery from Lee. Good piece of work. Chanderpaul disappointed. That's why I say if this had continued last night, you could bet he would have been there hitting the winning runs. Not today.
That's a nice shot. They'll come back for a second and have to hurry, and they do. That's good running. They've got to put some pressure on the field, and they've done that. So coupled to Drakes gets him off the mark.
Yeah, he's got a good technique, Basper. Gets forward, gets over the top of that delivery.
Lee got him in the first innings with a full-length ball, leg before wicket. He was a night watchman in the first innings, played pretty well.
Yeah, that's all he's got to watch out for. Occasionally he walks across the stumps. He's got to watch out for that one that comes back.
Merv Dillon and Jermaine Lawson are the remaining batsmen. These two are perhaps just about in the category of all-rounders if you're talking a lower level than this, first-class level, test match level. You'd have to say that they're batsmen who, they're bowlers who are useful batsmen rather than being all-rounders. But Drakes coming into the West Indies team late in life because of the fact that he's spent the last 6 or 7 years playing overseas rather than in the Caribbean, and was disqualified from selection because of that. Got 4 first-class hundreds during his career, played in South Africa and in England in addition to the Caribbean. Very experienced cricketer.
Well, that's right, he spent a lot of time on bouncier wickets. That's why this shouldn't prove too hard.
One more run. We'll have the strike at the end of a successful over from Brett Lee. The West Indies at 375 for 7 are 43 runs away. Australia need 3 wickets. Drakes' insertion in the scoreboard that West Indians were fearing this morning. Perhaps didn't expect. Chanderpaul first to go, just adding one before he edged the first ball he faced from Lee to the keeper. Out for 104, it brings Drakes in, and Drakes has already got 3. He's now going to face Gillespie.
Basper Drakes throughout this series, I said, has been handy with the ball in the field and with the bat. He's contributed, well, some of those ones there mightn't look that much, but he spent a bit of time at the crease. If he gets a 20 out here today, they'll get him over the line. You'd imagine somebody else stays at the other end.
Change in field placing now. Strength on the offside field for Drakes. Put in the man at deepish cover. Crowd very much into it, almost as much as the players on the field. Concentration is there. Tension is there. Unforgettable test match, this one. Good crowd in to see the conclusion.
Well, nice stroke for nothing, isn't it? Steve Waugh's got himself in the engine room there at the shortish cover position. Right in their face.
Really very strong protection on that offside against Drakes. Likes to drive, offside player. Australian tactics here, quite obvious. Just dry the runs up. Got all day to get these wickets. They've got one already. Ensure that the scoring rate, which rattled along yesterday so quickly, doesn't do the same thing today.
Well, there's no hurry, is there? It doesn't matter how many maidens they play out, as long as they get to feel the bat on the ball and keep it out.
I suppose they're going on the theory that late order batsmen just don't like to play out maidens. Just like to feel the bat in the ball, get some runs on the board. Just a single, nice try, but that man out there is protecting. Limits him to a single, gets him the strike, 376 for 7. Has gone back to applause from the spectators down there for an over in which the batsman didn't have to play 5 deliveries. to Drakes. Just waiting for Wall to get into position.
Well, he's still got those two men out on the hook. This was the last delivery of Gillespie's previous over. Little bit of indecision there with the running. It was always going to be a single. The staggered offside field there. Steve Wall's in close for the single. Cut off the cover drives, and then he's also got the backup man 2/3 the way to the fence. A little bit different for Lee because he's quicker. Regulation cover fielder. They're all in line there. Well, he's reaching a little one for that one there. Get the pad out next to the bat. Just sometimes Vasper doesn't move his feet properly. That's why he's been caught a couple of times. LBW caught on the crease, sorry. Not caught behind. Hit him on the pad. Shuffling across the crease.
Screamer, absolute screamer. Drakes did well, rocked his head back, and then it's the land of the limbo dance.
I was going to say, lucky he's a West Indian. The limbo come in handy here. Feet stay anchored. Zoom. Did really well. Made sure he dropped the hands and bat out the way. How do you think you'd handle that at home, you viewers? Wake you up at this time at night, wouldn't it?
Good limbo posture there by Drakes.
Yeah.
One, only one. No, said Banks, and I reckon about 4,000 of the West Indians around the ground.
That's the trouble. He's got two men out for the hook for what reasons I don't know with these two. I don't think they'll try and hook Lee for certain. And that leaves a simple signal like that should he get on the body, which he did.
More needed. Look at the Australian second innings of 417. They had a last wicket partnership of 29. Of course, Steve Waugh, specialist batsman, was in. But Glenn McGrath got 14. West Indies could do with a 14 here from someone like Drakes. Of course, they could do with a lot more than that. Ends the over, 377 for 7. Drake's now in strike. He's had 15 deliveries in the partnership. Banks has only had 2. And the West Indies still 41 away. Australia 3 wickets away. In the commentary box now, David Hooks, and with him, Ian Bishop.
Thank you, Tony. And what a morning of Test cricket. Just 6 runs in the first half an hour. And every one of those etched in the minds and the memories of all the people at the ground. They still seem a long way away. 41 runs. As Jeff Thompson said, if the game was continuing last night, the West Indies probably would have won it in a canter. But it's the break that's put the pressure on. And as we say good morning to Ian Bishop, some very good bowling by the Australians in Brett Lee and Jason Gillespie this morning.
Playing on the patience of the West Indian batsmen at the crease. There is no need to rush and try to bowl a wicket-taking delivery each time you run up two of the stumps. Work yourself into a plan. Be patient. They've got all day. That would have been the advice from Steve Waugh. If you try to over-attack, then runs can be given away. Runs are at a premium at the moment.
Strong offside field. Just 2 men on the leg side, and it's going to be hard to pierce that leg side of the offside. Justin Langer, bit of a fumble, but no run. They're not going to take the risk on a run out.
Good call from Omari Banks as well. Now you'll see the misfield. Good fielding from Langer. And you tell yourself, well, it might be one, but it's a non-striker's call. It's gone behind the striker. And the angle didn't give Omari Banks a very good view to determine whether there was a run or not. Better to be safe.
In the air, nobody there to catch it, and they'll get a single as well. Well, it was a fast, accurately directed bouncer. He got himself in a bit of trouble because the ball was aimed straight at the head, but only 2 men on the leg side, fine leg and wide mid on. And in the end, Gilchrist was the closest man to it.
He hasn't played the hook shot at all in this series. You're right, the line was good, quicker, and it also bounced a bit. Fortunately for Drakes, landed in vacant territory. Hearts would have skipped a few beats. 40 to win.
Crowd coming in as this game unfolds. And Gillespie, what can he do for his country? And that's what they're thinking about now. The Australians have obviously sat down in the change room this morning and made a pact to all wear the famous baggy green cap. There is nobody of the Australian team in the white floppy. It's a tradition that Steve Waugh started whenever they're bowling for their first session. That could be late on the first day. If they bat first, it could be the second morning. But it's the first time, to my knowledge, they've worn it late in an innings. So they understand the historic nature of today. One side will create history, the side that wins. West Indies will set the highest ever chase to win a match in the 4th innings, and Australia will be the first touring side to win 4 games in the Caribbean. It's 378 for 7. Nervous time in the Australian change room. Ricky Ponting in the middle there. And with him a couple of stragglers in Merv Hughes and Colin Miller. Trying to ease the tension. Merv kissing blokes and licking their ears. He had another go at it. Well, that's not going to be the way to win the match, I wouldn't have thought. If you haven't brought the hook shot out all summer, you suddenly don't bring it out now.
Not against Brett Lee. Not when he's fresh in the morning, because he's very, very quick. And if you're trying to fetch it from outside off stump with 2 men behind square on the leg side, then you're asking for trouble. 2 men posted for the hook. There's an aggressive intent from Vasper Drakes and Omari Banks this morning. Haven't had much opportunity. They seem intent on playing aggressively at anything in their arc.
Flicked away. There are two men there, but it may go between the two of them. It has. The first boundary of the morning between Gillespie and MacGill. And the attempted Yorker strained down leg side and flicked away nicely in between the two men who are out there for the hook shot. So a boundary, and it's down to 36.
This is where he's strong, Basma Drakes. Probably looking for the LBW decision as well. Drakes has been LBW a couple of times in the series, just inside half of the bat with the late movement. And the extra piece of Bretley bisecting the two fielders on the leg side. This is all he's got to wait for. This is a strong area.
Got to go at that, but McGrath is there. Lee's really standard delivery when he's bowling full is the one that drifts into the right-handed batsman. We've seen him bowl some blistering Yorkers, some late in-swing. So Drake's got to think, well, I'm not going to get many runs on the offside off Lee. He doesn't bowl a lot on offside to drive. Most of the Lee's deliveries to score from are on the stumps, but most times drifting into the pads. So fortunately for Drake's, that's his strength. He has to make sure he doesn't edge the one outside off stump and wait for the ball on the stumps. And that's the odd scoring shot on the offside. So a single, and every run that's counted here and scored, everybody is getting involved.
We saw Brian Lara in the background of the West Indies dressing room. He would have said to his players, you go out there and play the way you know how to do. Don't inhibit yourself in spite of the atmosphere, in spite of the crowd. Stay within your strong areas. Stay within your game plan. If it's there, try to put it away.
Flicked away, third man is Lehman. He does the mopping up.
There he is. Omari Banks, first run of the day. It's taken a long time, some 40 minutes.
Banks has faced 90 deliveries for his 29. Drake's 23 for his 11. Drake's on strike. Last ball of Lee's over. He's got another go at it, and he'll get a single too. The Australians won't mind, but they would like to get him out. It's 385 for 7. Statistic. The West Indies need 33 to win. They've got all day to do it. So one would think that lunchtime there's going to be some celebration and some disappointment with these two teams. He slashed at it. Third man is there. MacGill is the man down at third man. So they're going to play the natural game to some extent, but they just still have to do what Chanderpaul didn't do, still pick the right ball that's near enough in their area.
You look back at the history of West Indies cricket over the last 3, 4, maybe 5 years, and what is good about this team is not only the length or the depth of the specialist batsmen, but we've now got 2 guys, specialist bowlers, who can bat. That has not always been the case over the last 5 or 6 years. Omari Banks showing great potential, and Vasper Drake's deemed as an all-rounder. Depth in batting at this level of cricket is important. Everyone must learn how to handle themselves. big decision for Steve Orr as well. How long can Jason Gillespie and Brett Lee carry on? Very, very hot here at the Antigua Recreation Ground today. Not as overcast as the first 3 days of the match. Their energies will be draining. He's got to decide what happens next. Will it be Stuart MacGill who's gone for a few runs?
Slashed away again. It's going through the covers. Will it get to the fence? It will. 4 runs. Bickle doing the chasing. In the end, he got himself in a bit of a tangle and had to dive the same way the ball was going. Misread his jump. And another boundary. It's under 30 to win. 28 to win.
Super shot from Omari Banks. Staying within his positive stroke play. First boundary of the morning for him. No chance for Andy Bickle. Short side of the ground, downhill.
5 runs from the over so far. He's had a go at that, but he won't get it past Lehman. The Australians have called for a helmet. As Jimmy Marr with the pads in the helmet. I would dare suggest that means that MacGill will be given a bowl. And if you're going to bowl MacGill, this is the time to bowl him with near enough the maximum amount of runs left, that is 28. You're not going to bring him on with 4 or 5 runs to get. Domestic cricket in Australia, Steve Orr went to MacGill against Western Australia, and Western Australia lost 5 for 24, chasing a target of 26. So he'll go to MacGill. He's shown wonderful composure, Omari Banks. 20 years of age, second test match, and his technique's been very good. And when you come in as a 20-year-old in front of somebody who is 33 and with 4 first-class centuries at your name, you realise that Omari Banks can play. He's been very good. Took some stick with the ball in his first 2 test matches, but had a number of catches dropped, had some poor fielding off his bowling, and his figures don't reflect how he's bowled, but he's been able to forget all that when he's come out with a bat in his hand and show great composure and skill. Young man facing Gillespie. Wide, and they'll get a single. Into the over. It's just 27 to win. Plenty to think about. Very experienced captain. Hasn't been in this situation too often though of recent times. Australia has been the #1 cricket nation in the world and won lots and lots of test matches. And now he's going to his leg spin. Not a bad decision. He's going to spin the ball away from these 2 batsmen. Banks played him very well yesterday. Both tall men, so they're able to get down to the stride. But what they can't afford to do is hit against the spin. And even late last night, we saw Banks hit a ball that wasn't quite a half volley to mid-on for 4 off Stuart MacGill. A dangerous shot. He got away with it last night, but they want to play with the spin this morning.
You make that point, and it's going to be an interesting one for Omari Banks, because in as much as it's a dangerous shot, it's a shot that he scored a few runs off Stuart MacGill in the series in Barbados as well. Plays the on drive very well. He's not afraid to hit it over the top. Glenn McGrath is back at long on. He's not at mid on, and there's a deep mid wicket as well as a deep backward square. Darren Lehman now wobbles across to the offside. And Andy Bickle, previously a deep mid wicket, comes into that straightish mid wicket position.
I would have thought moves gracefully like a cheetah. Would have been a little bit fairer than waddles across. I think he'll take Waddle. He's out in the middle. That's the most important thing for Darren Lehman and all of these players. No matter what happens, the game is on. 27 to win. MacGill's first ball is good. We've spoken about it often. What MacGill can't do naturally is bowl that line just the outside leg stump spinning across the right-hander. Unfair at times, I know, to compare it to the Shane Warne direction, but he is the best. And that's the sort of line that would be outstanding now for these men down the bottom of the order.
Oh.
No man on the fence on the offside. So that'll encourage both Banks on 34 and Drakes on 13 to hit through the offside. And even, I would imagine, if it becomes a half volley, a wide half volley, they'll be quite happy to go over the top, as long as they do it on the offside. Cut shot past the man at Gully and Hayden. Did he get a hand to it? Will it go for 4? It's being pursued vigorously. 4 runs. It went quite sharply past Hayden's right-hand side. And I think the ball actually got past him before he actually closed his hands. So not a chance, but an invaluable boundary down to 23.
He went hard at it. That was the key. He went hard and it flew off. He took a brilliant catch to dismiss Brian Lara in Trinidad, Matthew Hayden. Just might be a costly half chance.
Desperate dive, falling short again. So the Australians have had 2 desperate dives, one from MacGill in the previous over off Gillespie, and then one from Langer just a couple of balls to go down at third man, both unsuccessful. 2 boundaries. So down to 23 to win, 3 wickets in hand still.
Oh.
Not sure whether he picked it or not. Only 2 men on the leg side of the fence now. The run was just a fraction short. The man's for the sweep and the man's at long on.
So what?
23 to win. He can do. Only 2 sides have scored over 400 to win. 404 for 3 Australia way back in 1948. And India in Trinidad in 1976, 406. They lost just 4 wickets. So wickets in hand have been the key in those 2 results. The West Indies have 3 of those in hand at the moment. The other interesting part about the 400 statistic is that should the West Indies get to 400, that will be the 13th occasion in Test cricket history that a side has made 400 in the 4th innings, but on only 2 of those occasions has a side won. Some losses and some draws amongst the other 11. Two slips, third man, and a man at cover on the fence for that shot if he goes through with it. He thought about it for a long time. The ball's on its way down. He got in a very good position, Drakes, and then let it go. Looks like there's lots of green areas for the ball to go in there. Lots of runs, but it's not that easy. Gillespie's got his outswing or leg cutter, if you like, going. He is going to bowl outside that off stump for the majority of his time. 23 to win.
It's a good solid defensive shot from Basford-Driggs. Important here that he's made every effort to get forward. Didn't get very far forward. It's full concentration. This is where years of professional experience, I suppose, will help in this situation, help him to stay focused in the moment and not think about what can happen 10 minutes from now or what has happened before. Just concentrating on what is coming at him at the moment.
Again, Gillespie's bowling outside that off stump. Tempting. So Drakes and Banks are together. He really is concentrating. And interestingly enough, both these men are very inexperienced at test level. But you've got the opposite end of the spectrum as far as cricket is concerned. 33-year-old Drakes played a lot of cricket. And young Amari Banks just 21st class game. So you've got the youthful ignorance with the wise old head of the pro. But it's the next level up. Can they do it? 23 to win, West Indies.
Just be focusing on the scoreboard at the moment for the West Indians. 23 to win. Next objective will be to take the required runs down to below 20. Psychological target as much as a real one.
There to go and over the bat. That's what happens when you've got a man of Gillespie's pace tipping you outside off stump. Still 23 to win. Just goes to show what a good pitch does. It creates good cricket right throughout this test match. Both sides making 240 in the first innings. Australia 417 in the second. And now the West Indies are 23 runs short of winning this match.
Error of judgment from Basford-Driggs, just wafting outside the off stump, not the ideal length, probably not short enough, not wide enough. And tension does get to you after a while, but he survived it.
Down. Watching.
That's that on drive he likes to play. It's a dangerous shot against the ball. It is turning so much. We are in the 5th morning, of course, so it's going to turn as much, if not more, today. Not quite so bad there, it was a half volley, but there's a man at long on in McGrath. So it's a risky shot for a single. If McGrath is up at mid-on and you want to play it, well, you might roll the dice, but it seems an enormously risky shot to hit against the leg spin when you can only get a single. MacGill concentrating, as are the batsmen and the crowd. Full toss. You get it past, only get a single. 22 to win.
And Jason Gillespie has bowled all morning. And Glenn McGrath had a little confrontation yesterday with one or two of the West Indian batsmen. I don't know what part he can play, if any.
Big shout, plenty of people around the bat. Big shout, long stride. And the turning cricket ball cost MacGill the chance.
So he looked as though he got outside the line of off stump. Yeah, it seemed to be the flipper, that he was playing a shot and struck outside the line of off stump. So quite rightly not given out.
He's gone for it, the man's up. Will it go for 6? Will it go for 6? Yes, it will, at the top of the grandstand. So against the leg spinner MacGill, it wasn't quite a half volley, but it nearly went 2 parishes away. It was stopped by the top of the grandstand. That is a massive blow, and it's down to 16 with 3 wickets in hand.
Absolutely fantastic shot from Basper Driggs. He's been very, very positive in this innings. This is huge in terms of distance and psychologically.
We thought about it again. That would have hurt the Australians. A 6 followed by a 4. Gus Logie applauds the end of the over. They're over 400, which is just the 13th time in Test cricket history. They need 16 to win. Banks on 39. The aggressive Drake's 19. Big crowd in here this morning. There was some speculation they would throw the gates open. There's been no need to, because they have come in their droves today to watch this match this morning. Just 16 to win. Australia still needs 3 wickets, and that was one that was close.
Another loose shot. We've seen a few of them. There's a puff of dust as it hits the pitch. Carrying to Gilchrist anyway. Too wide outside the off stump and just shipping away. So loose shot. Tension all around. Next to the players' pavilion. Standing room only.
Over 400. What a performance. Brian Lara contributing just, in inverted commas, 60. Brian Lara was out in the middle of the day yesterday, and they were still over 250 behind when Lara was dismissed, and everybody thought the game was over. The crowd was on fire. Lara hitting 3 sixes yesterday in 4 balls, and this was just the second last ball of MacGill's previous over, and that is a long hit right on the top of the grandstand, just to do some damage to the ball as well. So when Lara was dismissed, the crowd were on fire. Then he got dismissed, and they just created a hush around the ground. But it's been a buzz since around about an hour to go last night. Sarwan getting 100, Chanderpaul getting 100. Chanderpaul out early this morning, adding just 1 to his overnight score. Chasing a wide one from Brett Lee, caught behind. Inside edge, and they'll get themselves 1. They'll look for 2, but no, they'll be satisfied with a single, down to 15.
These guys will be happy to see it, and I agree with your point. They'll be happy to see other players doing it. They'll be happy to see a team performance as opposed to everything being on the shoulders of 1 player or 2 players, namely Brian Lara, maybe Shivnarine Chanderpaul. Everyone has contributed. 100 to Sarwan, 100 to Chanderpaul, half century to Lara. Contributions, valuable, invaluable contributions from Banks and Drakes up to this point.
Tooman out for the hook shot. Drakes has played it unsuccessfully a couple of times this morning. There it is again. On that occasion, let it go.
It's going to be hard to hook that, isn't it? This is what you like to see, the action with the bat and the ball, not too much in terms of verbals. Brilliant line of the delivery. Over middle stump. Last throw of the dice, really, by the Australians. 15 runs left.
Still 2 men out for the hook shot. Bad delivery, and Gillespie fast and furious and wide, and it's a warning from Venkat, but in the end Gilchrist had to do well to save the boundary.
Just letting Jason Gillespie know that's 2 short deliveries for the over. Glenn McGrath has been rolling the shoulders as a change in the field as well, with the 2 short deliveries bowled and being told officially the deep backward square has been removed and put back into slip. So another alteration in the plan. Last delivery of the over.
He's unable to bowl another bounce from this over. That's why the man from Bakersfield has gone to second slip. 4 runs over the top of the stumps. 4 runs down to 10 runs to win, 12 runs to win. So you need some luck. Gillespie's not getting it. Drake's on 23, Banks on 40, and that ends the over at 407 for 7 as Drinks come onto the oval. So the West Indies need just 11 runs for this historic victory. Australia still need 3 wickets. 407 for 7. What a day's cricket.
French cut. And maybe this is a shot that just takes all the wind out of the sails of the Australians. Fortune going the way of the West Indies on this occasion. And you cannot begrudge them. They deserve some ill luck in this match.
Well, there's going to be plenty of discussion at the drinks break. As we go to the drinks break on this last day of what's been a fascinating test match, full of controversy, full of conflict. And I do believe there will be a result after the drinks break.
Steve O really concentrating very hard and thinking about what next to do in this very, very entertaining and intriguing test match. 11 more runs needed by the West Indies. 3 more wickets needed for Australia. First hour's play, and everyone that has come into the ground, whether they be Australian or supporting the West Indies, have been entertained. Not too sure how many fingernails are left, but they are still managing a smile on either side. Stuart MacGill to continue. Who would have thought this, Mark?
Not yesterday. I wouldn't have thought this at all, Mike.
Oh, great air, Stu!
West Indies have played magnificently this morning. Basbert Drakes and Mari Banks have worked this partnership out perfectly. Basbert Drakes playing his shots, and Mari Banks batting very solidly at the other end.
Well, there's no one close in on the onside. No signal coming from umpire Shepherd, so that's a run to Amari Banks. Don't think the West Indies really mind which way they do come, whether it's off the pad or off the bat. Murray Banks moves on to 4-1, and what an innings this has been by the young man. That puts Drake's back on strike. The field changes slightly. Mid-wicket comes in now. The man at second slip disappears. 10 runs to get for the West Indies. Well, Murray Banks was thinking of a run, while the Australians were thinking of a wicket. Basbert Drakes was thinking, is the finger going to be going up?
That's the one out the front of the hand from Stuart MacGill, skidding on. Oh, that is absolutely plumb, I think. I think that's hitting middle stump, halfway up. David Shepherd. I'd like to see David Shepherd stand at the stumps a bit longer. He's on his way out to square leg.
The interesting thing is whether David Shepherd is thinking that the ball is turning. If he's saying it's turning, there's no way it's going to hit the stumps from that distance.
I think that one's just pitched outside leg stump, only just. The ball before pitched in line and just held its line. Not a long way forward, fair stride, but certainly not going over the stumps. Just a matter of whether it's holding its line or sliding down the leg side.
Oh! Having some close calls here, Basbert Drakes. That first LBW certainly was very, very close. Very close. It couldn't have been closer.
Here's the first shout in the over. From that angle, pitching middle, just straightened. Not sure where that's going apart from middle stump, Mike. What do you think?
Yes, that seemed to be going straight on. It wasn't a big leg spinner, the usual big leg spinner you see from Stuart MacGill. Big shout again. Again, Shepherd isn't interested. Very good over that from Stuart MacGill. It's 408 for 7. Jason Gillespie has the ball in his hands, but skipper Steve Waugh says no, I'll have a change. Let's go with the old stalwart Glenn McGrath. We know he's not the quickest in the world, Glenn McGrath, but he's accurate. I've now been flanked by the Aussies. Mark Waugh to my right and David Hooks to my left. What do you think of this move, Hooksy?
You sitting there, you're a rose amongst two thorns, I can assure you of that, but they had to make a move at some stage. McGrath is Australia's most experienced bowler. He's been not in this situation before, but I think, Mark, with McGrath, you know what you get. I think that's what Steve's aiming for.
Well, he's a great bowler, Glenn McGrath. He hasn't got 400 test wickets by chance. Always has that knack of getting wickets when they're most needed, and Steve Waugh rightly going to his most experienced and best bowler at a time when he certainly needs at least one wicket right now.
Well, I think Jason Gillespie perhaps this morning was asked to play a containing role. He was bowling wide of off stump throughout most of his spell. I would think perhaps 75–80% of his spell the batsman didn't have to play. Now Steve Waugh realizes I've got to take wickets, no more containment.
Yeah, well, but Jason Gillespie bowled 7 overs for 14. Virtually bowled liner length, shorter length outside off stump every delivery.
That's run down the third man, another single, every run being cheered by this pretty big crowd. Runs required now into single figures.
Well, everybody's been involved in this game from late yesterday afternoon. As we said earlier, there's a hush around the ground when Brian Lara was dismissed in the middle of the day. Still over 250 runs shy of the target. And what a moment for this crowd who've come in their droves this morning. Just 9 runs to win, 9 runs to set a world record. Australia needs 3 wickets to win this match.
Another change in the field. Every time Vasbert Drakes is on strike, the deep backward square leg comes in. He may attempt the hook at Glenn McGrath. He's a lot slower. I think you'll see Glenn McGrath bowling a lot straighter than Jason Gillespie did, because he too realizes that they have got to take wickets. 3 wickets to get.
I think in this situation, Mervyn Dillon next in the bat. We know how he'd be feeling. He'd be extremely nervous. They're hoping these two get the West Indies to 418. I think Glenn McGrath needs to vary his deliveries. The odd bounce and the odd slower ball.
Well, Vasbert Drakes has been the more aggressive of the two in this partnership. Partnership producing 37 runs. Drakes has scored 23 of those 37 runs. Murray Banks certainly has shown that he has what it takes to play at this level. Hasn't panicked at any stage. There's the bouncer. He thought about it, Vasbert Drakes.
I think one of the few times in this series the West Indies have actually had a plan. They've gone out there with a plan. One of the batsmen to play their shots, the other batsman play nice and solid at the other end. They've thought about their cricket today. Their cricket awareness has been below average, I think, first 3 tests, but this test they've really picked up that area of their game, and they're looking like a decent test playing nation at the moment.
1 run coming from that Glenn McGrath over. It's 409 for 7. Still needed for Australia to be the first team ever to tour the Caribbean and to win 4 test matches. 9 runs for the West Indies to set another world record, the highest total chased in the 4th innings, and successfully getting there. And that's not the net back, but it's going a long way. We wait on umpire Shepherd. It gets to the boundary now. It's runs. 4 more runs to Murray Banks. That moves him on to 46, and the West Indies creep yet closer. A handful of runs required.
Doesn't matter how you get them off the inside edge, the middle of the bat. Full toss from Stuart MacGill, and Murray Banks got an inside edge. Raced away fine down to fine leg. There's no one there. West Indies 5 runs to victory.
Big shout again, but not interested is David Shepherd. He wasn't interested earlier on. I don't really see him changing his mind.
It's a cricket ball from Stuart MacGill again. Maybe missing off that one. Good call from David Shepherd. Just held its line. Pitched in line. It was actually the straight ball, but it did turn enough to be missing off stump, and there was enough doubt for David Shepherd.
Brian Lara there, first smile of the morning. Martin Love at first slip. Banks was dropped when he was on 2. He's now 46, and the score was 290. So it's now 413. So a costly miss.
Full toss. Didn't quite get hold of it, Murray Banks. Just a single. Now just a boundary required by the West Indies.
Well, what a moment. The crowd have gone on their feet. There's nobody sitting who support the West Indies. They are up there as they should be. They came in early this morning hoping and praying for this situation to get down to a chance to win the match. They lost Chanderpaul very early in the day, and yet the emotion is still there. A chance to win this game, a chance to set some fabulous history after being thrashed in the first 3 test matches. 2 inexperienced men at the crease.
Maribang says no run there. He won't be taking any chances at this stage.
Who would have thought the West Indian crowds would have been jumping for joy a week ago in Barbados? Even the players down and out after 3 tests. But have a look at the faces there. Smiles etched on their faces, hoping for more runs.
Spira thought from Mervyn Dillon in the dressing room. He's next in. That's powerful hit, and that's it. The West Indies have won. Basper Drakes has hit the winning run, and what a win for the West Indies. Set a target of 418. A world record victory this by the West Indies. The biggest total ever chased in the 4th innings to achieve victory. Brian Lara is happy. The West Indies are very happy. And why shouldn't they be? It's a magnificent victory.
And done without Brian Lara's great contribution. He made 60, very important 60, but he was out a long time ago. And with all the drama that occurred yesterday, all the confrontation, there's great spirit between these 2 sides. And what a moment for Test cricket. 1948, 1976, and 2003. The only 3 occasions that a side has chased 400 in the last innings and won a Test match. And what a moment for West Indian cricket. As Mark Raw said, a great fillip for them. The 2 captains together. And what a moment for West Indies. 3-0, a thrashing, and then they bowled Australia out for 240 and kept themselves in the game.
This is what Test cricket's all about. When you play the game, you dream of being involved in these sorts of games. Spectators dream of their country winning these sorts of games. Basper Drakes, Murray Banks, at the tender age of 20, has steered the West Indies to one of the greatest victories